What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from beautiful, sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because it is Saturday, March 5th, 2022. It's a fantastic Saturday, 11:09. I'm early, earlier than expected, or maybe you expected me to be early. I don't know, but I hope everyone's having a great one, regardless. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and the personal news are that really nothing is going on in my life. I ended the broadcast last night and took Fiona out, my brother's dog, Beefy, and I did not see Batman. No, I took Fiona out. Then I came back, had some chicken, watched some Expanse, played some Elden Rings. And that's, please reconsider your clickbait titles during a war. You're looking for an exit ramp, all under fire. What is the clickbait title here? Wait, an actual thing that's going on. Anyway, yeah, played a little bit of Elden Ring.
10 months AMK.
And then I woke up and did it all again. You know, that's all I did. I've been playing a lot of Elden Ring. That's what has like captured my entire life. And that's pretty much it. I'm on season 5 of Expanse. The camera finally on its own. These technological gadgets, these gizmos, are really weird. And what I mean by that is, they're like this. I'm still on the Logitech Brio camera, but it decided to finally normalize the exposure. It was overexposed and it fixed it on its own. I don't know how, I don't know why, but the exposure is completely fine now.
Fortnite.
That's it. I talked to Vati Vidya, and he said that he is too busy. Basically, I mean, he's very kind. He said something along the lines of that he was too busy playing Elden Ring so far, and that he's not ready to be in front of a large audience yet. Beer at 11 in the morning, fuck yeah, baby. I love these road sodas. You know, my beer of choice this morning is Stumptown Original Nitro Cold Brew, as always.
Look harm.
The new cameras are not fried at all. We're working on it. It's the ISO of the camera settings. The higher number, the brighter it is.
Hassle.
I haven't had an alcoholic beverage in months, so that's funny that the person there was like, yo, what the fuck? I'm drinking a beer, but... Overexposure, yeah, but sure, you went out with Fifi to the closest bodega to buy a box of Just for Men to touch up those white hairs you had. No, I still have white hairs, but not in the way that you thought my hair was white from the way that the camera looked yesterday. So, you know. The audio delay issue we are still working on. I don't know how to fucking fix that one, but hey, listen. I think people are finally or
2 years
unfortunately, I guess, or maybe fortunately, I don't know. People are going back to their normal lives and not paying attention to what's going on in Ukraine. So this community will now go back to like the normal, the normal broadcast, the normal coverage that we were doing already. So that's where we're at now. So now we're like, you know, that's where we're at. Dye your hair or you have tiny man parts? What do you mean? I'm not gonna dye my hair. 10 minutes intro stream and everyone's talking shit. If anything, the glare in your glasses can be fixed, but come on, it's fucking nitpicking. You stupid to be care about. No, the camera was like really fucked up before, but now it's fine. But you know, basically what's going on is now that the bulk of the Normans who care about news is leaving, we can get back to some variety, some actual variety, and that means like we can do some fun stuff. We can look at some, you know, we can look at some like cool shit. You know what I mean? Even though obviously, if there are any sort of breaking coverage or something that's important to talk about, we'll get back to that. But you know, I'm still going to talk about. I'm still definitely going to, you know, give you updates on what's going on. But
GM.
Guy News team featuring my uncle ambush. Perhaps don't play the video, but images are fine. Here's the article. Wait, your uncle was in that ambush? Charluti? No, we already covered it yesterday. That shit was crazy. The war is not over. I'm just saying that people's interest on is waning. This week has been so good since there hasn't been a single Joe Rogan clip on your stream. Why do you think that attention is leaving from Ukraine? Because that's just how humans are. Like that's how it always is. Why do you think people don't care about politics on off seasons, like when a big election isn't happening? That's just the way it is. And the people that stay back, and you guys, you are the ones who do care about that sort of stuff, and you continue. But, you know, people get used to it. People move on to the next thing. People get desensitized fairly quickly. Obviously, for those on the ground in Ukraine, shit is not great. And,
your thoughts on Vladimir Putin?
You know, they're still obviously feeling it. There's a basketball player, Brittany Griner, who's reportedly detained in Russia. But
I am also wearing a hidden NY shirt today.
Talk about all that stuff. All right, let's just blast off. Let's get started. I'm live and
let's go.
Fighting. Some updates on Ukraine. I've been providing some updates on Ukraine. Possible off-ramp and ceasefire. Possible off-ramp and negotiations way. All humanitarian corridors open
Hassle.
But Mariupol leave Russia means WNBA athlete
14 months of getting pounded daily by this fat streamussy. Hassle.
it now twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay, Have you heard about Russia doing shady stuff with humanitarian aid? How does this affect our charity, if at all? What? No, dude. The charity I'm working with is like a legit charity. It's not like a fake Russian one. This chat isn't made up of people who care about politics, dude. That's a hilarious take. Made up of 15-year-olds that like to see you get angry. Yeah, the entirety. Like when 155,000 people are watching, everyone's like, oh, I wonder if Hasan will get angry. That's why.
Chat looking super cute today, Peepo Shy.
Come on, dude. Everyone is 15. There's a Russia's government plane traveling from Russia to Washington. Yes. We're gonna get to all of that, okay? I have a PhD, lol. No, there's a lot of people with PhDs in here, because of course when you get a grad degree, you know, you're a fucking no business having motherfucker, you know what I mean? Working for $7 an hour. What is this? Did you see a Ukrainian negotiator get killed by Ukrainian security? Ukrainian security services reportedly shot and killed Denis Kirev, a member of the Ukrainian negotiating team, who was apparently killed while resisting arrest on suspicion of treason. What the fuck? Anyway, we'll do all of that. We'll cover all that right now. Here, I'll just blast off real quick. I'm thinking we even do some Okay Buddy today. I think we're there. I think we can possibly even do some. I think we can possibly do some Okay Bud. Yeah, not yet though, obviously. Maybe even like MasterChef or some kind of react streams. But anyway, let's get, so not just an 8-hour Russia-Ukraine stun lock. Yes. 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 Yes.
Free Brittany Griner.
Possibly. Beautiful. Stunning. Okay, here it is. New Johnny Harris just dropped too. Fucking, we'll look at all that. We'll look at all that. Stunning. Possibly. MasterChef. Stunning. Is. Let the people know. Retweet it. Blast off. Blasting off. My next guest is most likely going to be Grimes, I think. Anyway, all right. Okay, so we'll get to all of that. Let's get started. Okay, first and foremost, so there's a couple things I want to talk about with respect to what's going on in Ukraine. You might have heard it in the news that humanitarian corridors have been established in ceasefire negotiations in Ukraine. That, for those of you who don't know what humanitarian corridors are, war has weird rules. It's not like fucking Call of Duty, where because there are civilians in the populations that Russia is invading, they will establish some kind of treaty or some kind of ceasefire where they will allow in two cities in eastern Ukraine openings for humanitarian aid to get through, because a lot of these cities that have been captured by the Russians or under fire by the Russians are they're running out of supplies, they're running out of food, and Now,
100.
this, of course, is always going to be on shaky ground. Some people believe that the ceasefire is exclusively for Russia to, resupply so they can shell further. Okay.
Hearts to Ukraine.
And the ceasefire has already been, according to some reports, the ceasefire has already been violated. And that the humanitarian corridor is no longer. Now, one of the worst parts about the ceasefire, of course, is that the humanitarian corridor in this situation, especially in like Mariupol, which is like the where a lot of the Azov battalion is stationed, is that once the ceasefire is over, then I fear that the Russian forces will then just say everyone in that city is now an enemy combatant. So, but here, let's look at the details.
Breaking news from the war in Ukraine. Russia declaring a limited ceasefire in 2 cities to the south and east of Ukraine, but reports now that agreement has already been broken.
The civilian corridors were supposed to allow people to evacuate safely from the intensive Russian bombardment and the heavy fighting, but we are hearing from an official in Mariupol that the evacuation has now been postponed as heavy shelling continues.
And because of a new censorship law passed in Russia just yesterday, some Western networks from CNN to the BBC to Sky News and our own ABC News team are not broadcasting from Russia as of now. An ABC News spokesperson saying, "We will continue to assess the situation and determine what this law means for the safety of our teams on the ground." This as Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Poland for talks with top officials. We, of course, have team coverage of the story, and we're going to start with ABC's Matt Gutman in Lviv, Ukraine. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. I want to give you a sense of where we are. This is part of a sprawling checkpoint complex. You can see them loading those sandbags right behind me. Now, increasingly in this conflict, civilians in the crosshairs. You mentioned that brief 5-hour ceasefire in those 2 cities in the east. We hear there is shelling in Mariupol. Just heard from the president's office, Zelensky's people telling people, go back home. The evacuation is canceled. Get in your bomb shelters.
This morning, that merciless Russian onslaught against civilian targets intensifying. Social media video showing an apartment complex in Chernihiv, north of Kiev, fires still smoldering. Survivors screaming and scurrying for cover. 47 people killed, according to authorities. The Russians also targeting...
I believe the number of civilian casualties on the Ukrainian side has now reached 357. That's what I saw on the last report.
A school west of the capital, gutting the building, charred textbooks amidst the debris. The Russians also taking the southern city of Kherson and focusing their fire on Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv. But early this morning, Russia reportedly violating a 5-hour ceasefire in the hard-hit cities of Mariupol and Volnovakha in the east. Ukrainian officials now saying the Russians shelled the humanitarian corridor as civilians tried to flee. Authorities in those cities calling off the evacuation of civilians and urging them to get into bomb shelters. Overnight, Ukraine's president criticizing NATO for rebuffing his plea for a no-fly zone and saying all of the people who die from this day forward will die because of you. And overnight,
we will also look at, that's the UN official statement. Ukraine claims upwards of thousands of civilians dead. Yeah,
How will this play out?
I mean, every single day I repeat this, but of course, I got to repeat it over and over again, which is that like every piece of information that you get from Ukraine currently is going to be either false, like outright false, or half the information. Okay, it's the fog of war. Every side has an interest in propagandizing, whether it be to increase the civilian toll, whether it be to decrease the civilian toll on the Russian side, make it seem like they're engaging in a humanitarian mission, whether it's to overestimate their capabilities on the Russian side and claim that like less troops have died actually and we're doing fucking great, or even on the Ukrainian side where they claim, oh, we're winning actually, because the war is fought on all fronts, and the war is fought on all fronts, and what that means is on the information front, which the Ukrainian side has been fucking crushing, okay, absolutely crushing. There is always going to be false information. Sometimes you will never learn what the actual accurate retelling of events looked like, okay? Because once the established narrative is established, they're just going to fucking, they're just going to continue with that, right? So, I'm starting to think you aren't going to watch that Wendover video, Omegalol. No, I will. I will watch the Wendover video. There's a Johnny Harris video. Putin will lose. Here's why. Second Thought made a video as well on it. We're going to watch these 3 videos for sure today on this. Okay. So analysis, I'm going to show you 2 different kinds of analysis here. On the one hand, Johnny Harris video is mid. Okay. Farmers in Ukraine are propagandists and stealing Russian tanks. No, not the people on the ground. It's the people on the ground have their own personal interests and their own personal, experiences. Their real experiences on the ground. That has nothing to do with how either side covers that. How either side uses that information to portray a certain type of narrative to make it seem like something else is going on. That's just how it works. Anyway, so. Here's an example. I'm sure the story is fake, but I want it to be real.
Thank you for
oh, like this? Yeah. In Kyiv, a woman knocked down a Russian drone from a balcony with a jar of cucumbers. How did they expect to occupy this country? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's no fucking shot that that's real, okay? I'm sorry. There's like 0% chance. Especially because, like, was that like a regular drone? Like, was that a civilian drone? Because real drones like Bayraktar or, actual fucking drones are so incredibly high up in the sky that the only way to genuinely shoot them down is with heat-seeking missiles, because the Bayraktar, for example, has an engine, so it runs hot, or some kind of radar, some kind of gun, like an anti-air defense weapon with radar capabilities. So it could have been like maybe a small surveillance drone, but even then. Bro, you don't know about drones? I've spent years playing Watch Dogs. You are wrong. Okay, well, I've actually asked, people who build drones about the possibility of not the cucumber, but like how easy it is to like literally shoot it down or some shit. But
15 months. Yeah.
What is this? Dudes escaping Ukraine during active shelling says. Escaping Ukraine during active shelling. He's okay because he smokes cannabis. Tell NBC reporters that legalize this. Jesus Christ, dude. It's just like this is always wonderful. Look.
Where all that military sound that you're hearing, there are civilians there at the end of that. Terrified civilians. Look, these are some of them that have just come out. Again, there's a small gaggle of journalists here who are trying to get into the city to talk to some of the civilians, and these are the coaches that they're being taken out on. Let's just take a quick look.
Dude, if there's one thing I've learned from this war, more important than anything else that I've seen, okay? The Ukrainian people are very proud, they're very strong, very resilient. But nothing, and I mean nothing, matches the integrity, okay? The poise, posture, and overall courage demonstrated by the Ukrainian bus drivers. Okay? Ukrainian bus drivers are just the actual fucking heroes, okay? Like, you think the American SEAL Team 6 are heroes? Fuck no, okay? Ukrainian bus drivers make the entire U.S. military look like a bunch of fucking babies playing patty cakes, okay? I mean, these dudes have been around. These dudes have just been fucking driving around like nothing's going on. The public transit workers of Ukraine, like, goddamn, dude. They're incredible. They're incredible people. They're just like, yeah. No, we keep going. We must. It's like bombing is happening in the city, and you see the bus just drive through the bombs. Wild.
Look inside before.
Ghost bus driver of Kyiv. People say he run over 20 tanks with his bus. Yeah. Why is no one writing fucking fake stories about the fucking bus drivers? That's what's really frustrating. Everyone's like, oh, Ghost of Kyiv. You know, he destroyed like 500 Russian planes. How about the bus driver that's evacuated like, 10,000 fucking Ukrainians? Okay. No one, that's what I want to do. I want to write a fucking story about the ghost bus driver of Kyiv.
Just to get a quick. Does anyone speak English here?
Yeah.
Hi. What was it like in there? Where you've just come from Irpin or somewhere else?
We were on circle, when you're.
It's okay. Don't worry. Okay, they're very stressed. Tell me quickly. Are you all right?
I'm all right.
And how many people are trapped in there?
Legalized. 420. American.
I smoke weed, legalized, 420. You know this motherfucker has crypto, dude. You know this motherfucker. He's like next to some babushkas who are like screaming in Ukrainian about like needing help. And he's like, yeah, 420, legalize.
British. How many more?
Cannabis legalized in Great Britain?
Pardon?
Is cannabis legalized in Great
I
Britain?
don't.
Bro, homie's got his rings on and shit. I love this dude, okay? This dude is, oh my God. He's got his fucking, he's like, I can't hear. Bombs fall, I can't hear. I got my gaming headset on. I in my head canon, this is a HasanAbi head. I take it back. He's not some NFT crypto guy, but instead he's a HasanAbi head who's like, yeah, I didn't evacuate because I watched dumb Twitch streamer HasanAbi. He says no invasion going to happen. So now invasion happening, and what the fuck?
Know whether cannabis is licensed. I'm glad that's all you're thinking about. How many civilians are still there, do you think?
I think not many. Those who can't, defend themselves.
Right, but there are still substantial civilians there. Look, you can see they're in.
He's like, is it legal in Britain? Like he's gonna go. He's like, is it legal in Britain? I want to go. Legalize. That's awesome. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, can't hear the bombs, bro. The weed is too loud, homie. Okay, so two different types of analysis that I want to show you. One from friend of the show, HasanAbi head Chelsea Manning, who I've had on the stream so far. I've had on the stream already, but she made an assessment. She made an intelligence assessment, saying that she pulled a redistricting and said, "I've seen enough." That's a meme for the election watchers. Said, "I've seen enough. Russia has no path to victory in Ukraine. They will continue to advance some 96 hours at most, but they lack logistics to win anymore. Note, barring any extraordinary events, tactical nuclear weapons, or broadening of the conflict to other nations' allies." I don't know what she means by tactical nuclear weapons, but however, the Eastern Europe is severely crippled and destabilized for all parties involved. No one wins. Civil conflict would likely erupt now. A crippled Russia without a functioning military or stable government will change the world in unpredictable ways in months ahead. Well, not so unpredictable if you've seen how this has played out in the past in numerous other countries that the United States has involved itself in, and numerous other instances of imperialism in a country that ends up destabilizing a nation. The Afghanistan or the Syria or the Iraq version, but this time in Eastern Europe. In the meantime, Russian convoys are sitting ducks without adequate supply or support. Russia is running out of resources and personnel and is spiraling into a crisis worse than they experienced since the Second World War. Whatever happens now is historic, a Pandora's box. So for the record, there is no victory. I don't think she means like there's actually a victory for either side here. There will never be a victory for Russia, just like there will never be a victory for Ukraine. And what I mean by that is, no matter what happens going forward, Ukraine is fucked. No matter what happens going forward, Russia is fucked. What I mean by that is this. The Russian government and the Russian economy will take significant damage that will will be damn near impossible to fucking recover from. Okay? So on that front, they're totally fucked. On that front, they're totally fucked. Ukraine is totally fucked in the sense that obviously when you have to purge an invading force from your borders, obviously when you have to fight against a massive invading force that's dumping arsenal on your civilian populated cities, and you have given hundreds of thousands of guns to your civilian population, you already have like a complicated political structure. You already have a complicated political situation going on internally. Even before this, you're constantly hanging on the balance of Western forces and Western interests, and also Eastern interests from Russia and Moscow's interests. You already had an incredibly difficult time balancing between the two. Okay. And then now on top of that, war has broken out. Everybody has guns. Tensions are super fucking high. It's a powder keg, no matter what happens. Okay. But with guns left over, Ukraine will be like the U.S. when the war's over. No, the United States has a significant difference between Ukraine. Everybody has guns in the U.S., but the United States is not destabilized. Okay. No matter what happens, our imperial war machine keeps American bellies fed no matter what, okay? Prices are stable for the most part. Like, you don't understand. When you live in America, a couple things that you don't understand when you haven't grown up anywhere else on this fucking planet, when you have no experience other than like maybe tourism. A thing that you don't understand is like when people say like, oh, America's so fucked up, it's so destabilized, it's so terrible, we're fighting each other. Like, dude, you do not understand. Okay, when you control the world's currency, when you have all the power, when you are the hegemonic global superpower, you do not understand what it's like when you live in you lived in Florida and California. Dude, people living in Iowa, people living in the poorest part of Alabama still have relatively stable fucking prices, no matter what happens. You are insane if you think that is anywhere similar to even a country like Turkey, which is not a developing nation, but an already developed nation that's a NATO nation, and yet still suffers significant economic backlash. And if this shit's not popping off in Turkey, if civil war is not breaking out in Turkey, you will never be able to understand what it's like, or the likelihood of civil war happening in the United States of America. It's a total Ameribrained attitude to think like, oh, people are just really racist and whatever, so a civil war is going to break off in America, or Ukraine is going to turn into America. Ukraine has always been an incredibly poor country, okay, since its inception. Since 91, Ukraine has always been a fucking poor country. It's always been a volatile country. It has a long history, a long and complicated history with nationalist movements. It has a long and complicated history with nation building. It has a long and complicated history of trying to balance between the Western influence and Russian influence. That on top of like active fucking war turns it into a gigantic clusterfuck, okay? Remember when I told you guys about how, Americans don't understand what it's like to live in a different country in many instances, okay? What I mean by that is this, for example, something as simple as this. I grew up in Turkey. Blackouts were commonplace, okay? Commonplace. It happened once a month almost. And I lived in a cosmopolitan city. I lived in Ankara, I lived in Istanbul, but blackouts would still occur quite regularly, okay? Something that never happens in America unless there's some insane circumstances. Or, because the Texas government did not realize that climate change was happening. Blackouts and shit like that do not happen in America in the same way. Okay. the price of bread, the Marat bread theory, the price of bread is still stable. Lamau, there are blackouts more than once a month still here. Exactly. Like, people don't understand that. People living in America don't understand that. So the likelihood of making a comparison to what's going on in America to what's going on in Ukraine, the likelihood of what is going on in Ukraine or what will happen in Ukraine happening in America is insane. Okay. The American infrastructure, as a consequence of, like, you know, the New Deal and numerous other developments early on, have been relatively stable and has held on for what, like 50, 60 fucking years. You know what I mean? It's getting worse and worse every day, but ultimately it's still like, it's not something you can ever comprehend or understand. Okay. Now, now, if price stability goes away, then that's a different situation. People can't fucking feed their children. That's when you start seeing a real big problem. Anyway, so let's continue with the analysis, though. I talked about Chelsea's take. Now I want to talk about the other side. Oh, here's some more successes for Ukraine. A disastrous day for RUAF. The Russian Air Forces, and probably indicates that the thoughts about their PGM situation were true. Russian aircraft are forced to enter Ukrainian short-range air defense range in order to deploy their unguided munitions. The definitive list of Russian Air Force losses in Ukraine over the past 26 hours. I mean, it's just, this is fucking... They're doing a great job with their surface-to-air like handheld surface-to-air missiles. Okay, they are. The NATO weapons flowing into that country have been able to obliterate the Russian Air Forces, despite not having a fucking no-fly zone. Okay, goddamn, those things are good, man. Those things are fucking good. Great job. Downs 10 aircraft when RU has thousands. It doesn't matter. So, as war loomed, U.S. armed. So let's look at the other side. Let's look at a different kind of analysis that we haven't seen so far. We've looked at positive ones, but here's some that is a little bit not as positive. Clint Ehrlich, who's a foreign policy analyst, says, many analysts are predicting an imminent defeat of the Russian military. In reality, Russia is on the verge of annihilating the bulk of the Ukrainian army. The people denying this are gaslighting you. No, I'm not exaggerating. This viral thread from a prominent expert claims the Russian military is days away from collapsing and suffering the worst defeat in history. Another, even more popular thread predicts the course of the war looking at tires. It claims that maintenance problems observed on a few vehicles show that the Russian forces are doomed. Time for a reality check. Everyone retweeting these threads needs to look at an updated map of the conflict. What they'll find is that the bulk of the Ukrainian military has been encircled in the east of the country. So 50% of the Ukrainian military is literally here, okay? The Ukrainian military is stationed in Donbass. 50% of the Ukrainian military, the Ukrainian Guard, are all fighting in the eastern region, okay? Now, because they're all fighting in the eastern region, the pincer movement, once they overtake more southern cities, and Kharkiv and other northern territories, they can completely fucking encircle. Why the fuck are they in Donbass? Because that's where the bulk of the battle was being shot. You're not really seeing it, but this isn't a fluke. It isn't an accident. In Russia, executing textbook Soviet military doctrine, specifically the doctrine of Cauldron in Russian, the strategic level encirclement of enemy forces, which are then annihilated. I previously pointed out that Russia was attempting to encircle the bulk of the Ukrainian military, but I predicted the Ukrainian forces would try to punch out to escape. I argued that the effort would fail since larger cauldrons could be created. Russia trying not to destroy the country equals weak. No, Russia has already increased its shelling and the severity of the shelling. Okay, yet the Russians didn't even have to resort to that. In the open, the Ukrainians are so vulnerable to attack by Russian helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft that they choose to remain in their fortified positions when cities around Kramatorsk. They didn't even try to escape. As a result, the cauldron is now in place. Encirclement is complete. So, but while this is happening, and to the people saying this is a fake Russian map, then give me the Wikipedia map and I'll show you what's going on the Wikipedia map, or whatever map you want me to fucking look at as far as like Russian invasion that's occurring currently. Okay, here.
Donbass these nuts.
Claims these maps are misleading. Okay. I think the visualization teams and many media outlets need to rethink how they map the war. Most do maps like the one on the left, but that's not reflecting their own reporting. There aren't entire areas that are under control. On the right is a far more accurate alternative. Wait, what? Okay, so this literally is the same fucking map, dude. What are they saying? That's like... This is the same map. This is like the election... Okay, this is like conservative brain rot election coverage when they go, oh well, you know, look at the entirety of the American country like lit up as red. Yeah, well, these are the fucking population centers, dude. They're controlling the population centers. What the fuck do you mean? It's like looking at an election map and thinking like, wow, America is really fucking red, huh? Look at that. Yeah, it's land, brother. It's land. When you control the roads in a fucking country, in a population center, you control the population center. Anyway, I think the point they're trying to make is that the encircling is not as quite as severe as being painted. They have limited advancement in the north, supposedly.
I love you, Dad.
Anyway, listen, it still is not looking good for Russia regardless, okay? And I need people to understand that. This doesn't mean that Russia is like fucking crushing it, okay? Not even half, like 75 to 90% of the media keeps telling you that like it's over. Russians have been fucking dominated. Russians have been domed into oblivion. Look at all these broken down Russian supplies. And Ukraine is winning. But what they fail to demonstrate is that 50% of the battle is literally happening here. This is where almost the majority of the I think your narrative on this will change wildly in a few days. I don't have a narrative on this. I don't have a personal stake in this, and I'm already admitting that what do you call it, that I don't know what Russia is going to do. I'm looking at what Western media is saying, and I'm looking at what is happening, at least according to analysts that are approaching it in a little bit more critical way. And I'm looking at the actions that the Russian negotiators are taking, specifically with looking for an off-ramp. U.S. should have taken each grain of sand in Iraq. War in Iraq, map of Islamic State control in May 2015. I mean, this is... Yeah, like it's territory, but it's not actually the entirety of the territory. It's where it's encircling civilian populated areas and big cities.
Has woke.
Now, the problem here is people misunderstand what I say when I say this is successful or unsuccessful. Okay? It's not successful for either party no matter what happens, okay? A lot of people play fast and loose with the metrics of success, what they consider to be success. Some people think that Ukrainians being able to win Ukrainians being able to push back Russian invasion forces in airports, for example, is success. And I do believe that. I agree. Okay? I agree. I think it is incredibly successful because the Ukrainian forces have overperformed thus far in defending and is able to purge the Russian forces and has been able to still fly planes out. Like, that is a gigantic dub for Ukraine. And that is a gigantic L for Russia, if we're going to use terms like that.
7 months.
Okay.
Brain rot soon.
Bad for Russia, but Putin will drag this bitch out until it's really bad for Ukraine too. Russia is nowhere close to being dominated. I agree the West has been winning the info war, but people don't understand there's a difference between info wars and actual wars. No small army can beat the third largest army on Earth. Stop this nonsense, chat. I mean, it's just entirely dependent on how brutal. It's entirely dependent on how brutal Russia chooses to be. Okay? And they have slowly, steadily increased the brutality in a lot of the cities that they're trying to take. The harder it gets for them to take cities by just simply trying to disable military outposts, the more they're going to shell civilian territories. The more they're going to claim, oh man, there's people fighting, there's people shooting at us, so we have to fucking bomb residential buildings. Oops. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how most of the fucking, that's how just war works in general. This puts into perspective what the Taliban did in Afghanistan. Quite extraordinary the way they did it so quick. Yeah, because if the Russian forces retreated today and said, all right, Ukraine is yours, then of course the Ukrainian forces would immediately take it over. It's Ukraine. The Taliban are Afghan citizens. It's their country. Of course they took it immediately and much faster than Western intelligence anticipated it, because they didn't there was no resistance to it. The people that were supposed to fight in the Afghan security forces, either because they knew that they were going to be overwhelmed or because they literally were like, oh, thank God, finally, Americans are gone, decided, you know, okay, let's, we're done. Okay, Taliban is now the government. Whether they like it or not, that is the government. And they had to fucking concede. Anyway, the Taliban took it so quickly, it only took them 20 years. No, the Taliban took it immediately in the aftermath of the American withdrawal, which, by the way, the occupying forces just gave Afghanistan back to the Taliban. That was a conditional withdrawal with, of course, the Afghan government becoming Taliban. That was the point of the conditional withdrawal. Wait, what is this? We have taken notice of an unprecedented level of Russophobia in several foreign countries in the context of special military operation in Ukraine. Rest assured, we're taking notes on all these incidents. Dude, why? Dude, the worst, the weirdest thing that has happened so far is that all of these fucking embassies and their Twitter accounts post in the same exact tone. Whether it be the Ukrainian Twitter account that's like, I don't know who the fuck is managing the Ukrainian Twitter account, but they're literally like talking about like Pepsi, it's time to take a stand, sweaty, or the Russian, the MFA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, like, we're taking notes. What the fuck is happening? Why is everybody like this? Why is everybody shit posting? Wake up, Coca-Cola. It's like, it's the Vietnam distinction. The U.S. side lost the war despite being a considerably larger army that inflicted outsized casualties and could have wiped Vietnam off the face of the planet. Similar to Russia versus Ukraine, like you said, it all comes down to Russian brutality and resolve. Yes. The difference, of course, is that The United States still fucking wiped the shit out of, southern Vietnam and a lot of northern territories as well. But ultimately, because so many fucking people died, so many Americans died, that it was attrition. Russia hasn't reached Vietnam levels yet, but they could.
13 months, baby.
The difference, of course, is that Ukraine is next door neighbors to Russia, and very close, considerably closer than Vietnam is to the United States of America. It's a threat. They could target individuals based on internet footprint from companies like Cambridge Analytica. Also, the U.S. wasn't globally sanctioned for Vietnam. Yeah, that too. Aren't they trying to get civilians out of the area they encircled just so they can level it? I think so. That's what I thought. The moment that I saw humanitarian corridors opening in Mariupol, I assumed the reason why they wanted to open humanitarian corridors in Mariupol was so they could fucking level it. Okay? Sure, that's not going to be easy. Okay? It's not going to be easy at all, considering how much, the Ukrainians have been able to do a very good, Ukrainians have been able to put a strong front in defending against aerial assaults. They keep fucking murking helicopters and planes, but there's 400,000 people in Mariupol, like 400,000 civilians. So it would have been, I mean, it's a terrifying prospect no matter what. What do you think about Ukraine releasing prisoners to defend Ukraine? Do you think any will go rogue and kill anyone and everyone? First of all, prisoners don't do that. I don't know why you think that that's a thing. But no, releasing prisoners to defend Ukraine is never a good sign, okay? That's a sign of desperation. It's not a, like, I don't know why you think prisoners are like serial killers, like all prisoners are serial killers. Like you give them guns and they're just going to start fucking killing random people. Like a prisoner is not like an NPC, okay? I don't know why you think that. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue with this. So the visualization is wrong or whatever. It's not just the BBC that makes such bad maps. Guardian, New York Times. I'm not the only one to make this point. I don't know why. This guy is making it seem as though like land is as important as like the strategic choke points that are, you know, roads and roads encircling civilian territory, large civilian populations. It's not as that's significantly more important than that. As a result, the cauldron is now in pace. Encirclement is complete. Russia is creating humanitarian corridors to clear civilians from the area. It will soon have free hand to use heavy weapons against the trapped Ukrainian defenders. I agree with this take as well. Even if they knew that they wouldn't fucking, even if the humanitarian corridors were not going to fucking work, they now will be able to say, oh, we tried, everybody left. Anyone who has stayed in Mariupol is now no longer a fucking civilian, but an enemy combatant. And then they will continue fucking shelling and leveling Mariupol, specifically Russian conventional and rocket artillery, which will inflict massive losses. They will be augmented with heavy bombing. The Ukrainians will attempt to hide in requisitioned civilian buildings, and those buildings will be utterly destroyed. Whatever the casualty ratio is now in the conflict is about to swing far into Russia's favor. The bombardment that will see plays to the strengths of the RU forces. It will allow them to remain in a standoff distances and inflict devastating losses via superior firepower. And I think Zelensky recognizes that. And that's part of the reason why he has been actively trying to institute a no-fly zone no matter what happens. Please, a no-fly zone. Please put a no-fly zone together. Please put a no-fly zone together, because they don't want, they don't want Russian aircrafts to just fucking drop munitions, like a fuckload of munitions on top of, on top of civilian territory, that civilian cities that are now supposedly evacuated when they fucking aren't. So yeah. Whatever the casualty ratio is in conflict. So let's return to the narratives. In Russia's maintenance is so bad the vehicles cannot even operate on Ukrainian mud. How did Russia outmaneuver such a huge chunk of the Ukrainian military? It would be impossible to believe that Russia is on the verge of defeat. You have to engage in a bottom-up analysis, looking at some photos and videos and trying to construct grand narratives. That is, I look at the maps and objectives. I infer the side that is winning the war from who's achieving their goals plus executing their grand strategy. The advantage of this approach is objectivity. It's harder to be misled out of context. Using my approach, the biggest question mark is why Russians have not made progress towards Kyiv. Not entirely clear. Fierce Ukrainian resistance from special forces certainly has something to do with it, but there are other potential explanations. The most plausible is that Russia wants to maximize the ratio of attackers to defenders when it takes Kyiv. In order to do that, it will need to completely defeat the Ukrainian forces in the east so that the full array of battalion tactical groups is available. Specifically, Russian forces advancing in the north towards Kyiv may delay their approach until they're joined by BTGs currently in the south and east of the country. A triple pincer formation would then advance in the Ukrainian capital with a massive numerical advantage. Alternative explanations is the pluckiness of the Ukrainian defenders has taken Russia by surprise, and Russia's logistics are also broken. They can't even compare. Fail to account that Russia's success in the east of the country. In medical terms, what I'm making is a differential diagnosis. Yes, Russia's failure to advance Kyiv could mean its forces are simply overmatched, but then when combined with the other evidence, that isn't most likely hypothesis, so don't get your hopes up. It's not that complicated. Ukraine has most of its troops defending Kyiv while Russia is making an offensive war all over it. That's not true. The majority of Ukrainian forces are stationed in the Eastern Front, which is where a lot of people assumed Russia would probably end its military conquest. And they've also been there. They've also been there because of Donbass. So they've done a. Redditors gave away Ukrainian positions. I don't believe this. Soldier posts on Facebook his exact location to his friends and fellow Redditors in private. Redditor posts the images on Reddit for updudes. Russian scrolling through the subreddit gets confirmation that Ukrainians are using schools as bases. Russians shell every abandoned school in the area, massacring everybody. A Redditor single-handedly got multiple safe zones exposed for upvotes. I don't believe that. That's fake. No shot. It's another classic example of it's another classic fucking example of people overestimating the power of Reddit and underestimating the power of satellite imagery that military uses. Like, if you think the Russians don't already know the fucking positions of where troops are stationed and are relying on fucking Reddit and 4chan, you are another type of person who thinks like memes are the reason why Donald Trump won. We have this tendency to overestimate the things that are immediately in our vicinity, the things that we are experiencing regularly, and this is one of those things. Like, these motherfuckers have drones, they have satellites, they have saboteurs, they have people that are signaling different locations. This is a country that they've had control over politically. This is a country that they've had control over militarily for throughout its history. It's ridiculous to think that like they need a fucking 4chan post or a Reddit post to be able to capture the full information. It's just, you want to feel like it is. You want to feel like it's true because it's true in your world. Your only way of understanding what's going on in this war is by looking at Twitter and by looking at Reddit. So you just you have a tendency to overestimate the power that Reddit holds, or how much people care about Reddit. It's fine. Right? It's fine. It's like whenever people say you're the reason why I'm sure plenty of Ukrainians didn't fucking evacuate. Like, someone telling me that in the Twitch chat is insane. We make a joke about it because it's like, no, of course not. Like, my limit is my reach is incredibly limited. Or when people say things along the lines of like, you're the reason why Bernie Sanders couldn't win or whatever. You're the reason why the Democratic Party almost lost the election or whatever. It's like, no, You are just Reddit brained and your brain is broken from watching Twitch. So you think that like Twitch has an outsized power on, it's not like some fucking niche community of people who rarely ever leave their homes, but instead like, you know, the power of CNN, BBC, Guardian, NBC, CBS, ABC, and all of these other mainstream media outlets, the New York Times combined. You can't do that. The only influence I have over this community is the top of the hour ad break and telling you that you can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free if you don't have $5 with a Twitch Prime, of course. Okay, people have a tendency to think that, like, you know, we're the main character in the story, but that's not the case. You know, you can't even avoid the top of the hour ad break. What makes you think any power anywhere else? Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Zelensky posting another video on social media, both proof of life and encouragement to his people, affirming he is still in Kyiv. Nobody ran away. We are still working, he said. I'm here in my place.
I don't think him evacuating to Poland is going to look good. It's going to hurt morale. Him evacuating Poland hurts morale. It makes the citizens feel like, oh shit, Kyiv might be taken soon. And that is like, makes him look like a Western puppet. And now the West is discussing who will succeed Zelensky if he gets killed. Holy shit. This is pieces of information that is significantly more devastating than the fucking broken down Russian machinery that you see on the internet from OSINT Twitter, okay? That shit, this is the real shit, okay? This is when the big boys are putting up contingency plans.
Wow, Prime.
You understand? When the big boys are trying to evacuate Zelensky, or rather putting up contingency plans to potentially urge Zelensky to fucking leave. Okay? That's when is that related to the fuck the EU leak? No, the fuck the EU leak I showed you guys yesterday is from 2014. It predates Zelensky. It's terrifying to think of. I gotta pee, I'll be back.
Using cluster bombs in Ukraine, which kill indiscriminately and are banned under international law.
The suffering we've already seen is likely to get worse before it gets better for as long as...
The fuck the EU conversation that I showed you, the phone conversation between the ambassador, was to show you the level of involvement that America has, despite what people will claim, the level of involvement that the United States of America has in Ukraine historically is far more overreaching than what you will ever see in mainstream news, of course. And that is normal. Like that's what fucking hegemonic power, that's what hegemonic powers do. They control every fucking country they can. And they control other countries by literally controlling smaller countries within its grasp, by using real anger and fear that these smaller nations have towards a larger sovereign power in that region. That is how this works. Okay.
Russia pursues these methods.
The U.S. and NATO are supplying weapons and diplomatic cover, condemning Russia for attacking this nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. But the fire just 1,500 feet from the reactors was put out and no radiation detected.
By the grace of God, the world narrowly averted a nuclear catastrophe last night.
Meantime, Ukraine sabotaging bridges to slow the advance of a Russian column that at one point had been 40 miles long. It appears stalled about 17 miles from Kyiv. And everywhere in this besieged country, men and women joining a budding resistance. In a bomb-proof basement, these men learning the mechanics of AK-47s. Outside, guns pointed at this car. It's a dry run. Civilians learning how to operate checkpoints and spot Russian infiltrators. And these women learning the basics of combat medicine, how to carry the wounded and twist on tourniquets.
Okay, and what kind of things are you learning how to do?
To stop bleeding and to stop blood loss and to help the injured soldier to breathe.
Now, President Zelensky calling on everybody here to help, and civilians so critical in this resistance. I want to show you what they're using here. In addition to packing on these sandbags, this is an old Soviet mine. It has been rendered safe, but they hope to try to use it against Russian tanks should they advance. But across this country, they are losing hope that they can actually stall this Russian invasion. They say they can't keep fighting with old Soviet mines and Molotov cocktails. They need more weapons. They need more training.
It's incredible, though, how people have stepped up to protect their own towns and cities. Matt, thank you.
People saying stop filming resistance forces, but like, that's not going to change anything. You know what I mean? Like, Russia already knows. So, see, the moment that's made Clarissa Ward stop reporting and help, I'm fucking not. I'm not watching that.
Now I want to go to work.
Anyway, I want to show. Yeah, I don't care about like CNN using this as an opportunity to make their own coverage. Like the bravery exhibited by our people is also as important to understand. You know what I mean? It's like, no. Latest defense intelligence update on the situation in Ukraine, March 2022. Find out more about the UK government's response. Russia's proposed ceasefire in Mariupol was likely an attempt to deflect international condemnation while resetting its forces for renewed offensive activity. By accusing Ukraine of breaking the agreement, Russia is likely seeking to shift responsibility for current and future civilian casualties of the city. 100%. Now, there is information about because there's a lot of Greek people that live in Mariupol, if I'm not mistaken, right? Doesn't Mariupol have like a big Greek population as well? The thing is that like some of them have died, and yeah, Greek news report it's around 100K. I think it's like 125,000 is what I heard. It's a city of 400,000, and like that's a lot. 120,000 Greeks living in that city. A minority of a few 10,000s? No, I don't think so. No, I've heard numbers up to like 100,000. People say the native speakers are 20,000. But Greek news reports it at 100, so I don't know. But they could just be...
When can I use my new chat?
They could just be Greek native speakers versus... Yeah, you just heard a number from your chat? What? No, I did not hear a number from my chat, you fucking dingus. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? This is the 20,000 coming from the 1989 census, okay? But the full number, according to Greek authorities, is around 125,000. So I don't know who's right here, okay? Greeks are probably overestimating.
Steve Bloom is watching, helping them fight, guiding our
regardless
in the black and the white dot all teams.
100K including families and second generation people. Yeah, that's like, you know, they're Ukrainian and they speak Ukrainian, but are probably like ethnic Greek. Anyway, regardless, the thing that I saw in Greek news was this. I mean, it's probably not real. This is probably not real, but the thing I saw in Greek news about the dude talking, I'm sure you guys have seen it. This was a week ago where they were saying like, oh, the Azov battalion's not letting us leave Mariupol. They're not letting us leave Mariupol. That's what Russia is going to use as propaganda to claim. And that's probably what they're going to use to say that we created an evacuation corridor for humanitarian evacuation to happen out of Mariupol, But the Azov Battalion forces did not allow, the Azov Battalion National Guard forces that are stationed in Mariupol did not allow that to happen. And that's why we have to fucking bomb it no matter what. That's why we had to bomb that's why we had to violate the ceasefire. And that's why we had to, continue bombing, which is what they're going to say. Okay. Why was that propaganda? The guy was a local. I don't know the veracity of those claims. Just because someone is a fucking local doesn't change that their perspective could be completely guided by their overarching POV. I have a few extended family in Kharkiv. No joke. That's the reason at the moment they can't leave. We're trying to organize safe transfer. You're saying that like the actual security forces on the ground, the Ukrainian security forces, are not allowing them to leave. Is that what you're saying? Of all the time. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I'm just gonna fucking hit you with a ban here. Stop giving Putin ideas, seriously. Stop making jokes about this, please. I feel worried when I hear the media saying things like civilian resistance is important for Ukraine to win, because when civilians start resisting, they're technically no longer civilian. Yes, I know. I agree. I've been saying this for a while, and I do think that that's terrifying to consider. I'm not saying it's the case overall, but for that one family member, I have no idea. We're literally scattering. Western propaganda and one-sided discussion on the crisis is not going to end this war ever. Yeah, that's what they are saying to themselves as well for safety reasons, they claim. I have heard reports. I've seen reports about people not being allowed to evacuate. Part of the reason why they don't want people to evacuate. Part of the reason why they don't want people to evacuate is because if they do evacuate, then Russia will literally fucking level the city. Okay? If humanitarian corridors are opened and every civilian leaves in a 400,000 city, then they could just fucking level it and claim every single person on the ground in Mariupol is now Azov Battalion, is now fucking enemy combatants, and that it's gonna get fucking leveled. Okay.
This whole thing make me so sad.
You don't know that?
Keep strong, hassle.
What? What do you mean I don't know that? That's the perspective. Why else would they not want fucking? Why else would the security forces not allow civilians to leave in that situation? Because it's dangerous and might get killed. Even if civilians don't evacuate in its entirety, if enough people are evacuating the city, they could just, the Russian forces are going to say, hey, look, everyone left. Everyone remaining is an enemy combatant. Boom. Time for artillery to come in. Okay. But isn't that using civilians as a human shield? Yes and no. The reason why I say no is because it's fucking bullshit. Because there would be no human shield conversation because if Russia was not invading. So the only reason why there is something to be shielded from is because Russia is shelling or is going to increase its shelling. So it's still fucking bullshit. And Russia is still at fault. Russia is still 100% at fault. There is no instance where Russia looks good when they are the invading forces. Okay? The civilians would not need to fucking leave if Russia was not bombing the fucking shit out of the country. If Russia was not invading the country. Please understand that it does not matter. Okay?
Shield is sussy.
The whole like civilian shield argument is really fucking stupid because it makes it so that in a weird way it acts like the invading force is absolved of the sin of and the crimes that they are committing. You know, there is no such concept. You know what I mean? As someone also correctly pointed out in the chat, notably, all the civilians fleeing Nazis are still heading west. Exactly. It's not like the civilians that are fleeing the Azov battalion or whatever are not fucking going into Russian hands and going, please save us. Okay? Save us from the Azov battalion by bombing my fucking school and my hospital and my roads and the apartment complex that I live in. You know, that's not how you save a nation. Okay? So it's fucking bullshit. But the humanitarian point here is to absolutely allow civilians to evacuate, like immediately.
Our senior international correspondent Sam Kiley, he's near that nuclear power plant seized by the Russians.
Russia should have waited another 8 years of Donbass genocide for Minsk 2 to happen, Kopega. I love this fucking take that these idiots have where they're like, oh yeah, there's a genocide in Donbass. Totally, dude. Yeah, is totally one-sided. That's how genocides work. Genocides is when one side is getting gear and weapons and armaments from the Russian military that they privately purchased on their own, okay? And able to kill almost half the fucking casualties. If you're going to recognize that civilians that are now armed are considered enemy combatants when trying to defend the actions of Russia, then you also have to literally fucking understand that it's not a genocide if both sides are fucking armed and fighting one another for 8 fucking years. And yes, excuse me for believing that some kind of peaceful negotiation that even Western leadership, with the exception of the United States of America, would have eliminated a large chunk of the problems that you're experiencing currently. There's a difference between a genocide and a difference between a proxy war happening inside of Ukrainian borders with the Russian ethnic minority constantly fighting against the Ukrainian National Guard, the Azov forces, and trying to maintain its autonomy. And I have made no excuses for the Ukrainian government's handling of that situation either. I have criticized the Ukrainian government numerous times for Donbass in the lead up to this war. But now it's over. The balance is shifted. It's irrelevant to at this point have that conversation unless you're talking about a potential off-ramp for Vladimir Putin where concessions will be made that at the very least make him look somewhat good, and then that he will be happy with, which I don't even know if he will. And even if Putin's ambitions are empire, Russian empire, building the Russian empire, taking over the entirety of Ukraine, building a Russian empire, taking over the entirety of Ukraine, as many people have been saying since day one, even if that's the case, there's no reason not to. It 100% is that is so fucking stupid. You don't know, and neither do I. Okay, we have to admit to ourselves that no one knows. His actions are fucking insane and certainly indicative of overtaking the entirety of Ukraine. Certainly, in the last 10 days, has he ever talked about Nazis in Ukraine before this invasion? Yes. Are you kidding me? You think this propaganda point came out yesterday? Just because you haven't been paying attention to what fucking Putin has been saying doesn't change the reality. Of course, for the past 8 years, he's been talking about fucking Nazis. He's been using that as a talking point, dumbass. Greatly overemphasizing it, but still, of course. Just because you are just dude, I've talked about the fucking Azov battalion in like the past 4 years multiple times. Why are you being mean? Sorry. I'm being mean because he's just like... So ignore the fact that he's indicated restoring the Russian Empire to be his motivation. I don't get your take here. Bro. Vladimir Putin speaks out of both sides of his mouth on every fucking every situation. He says he hates the USSR, but then says the collapse of the USSR is the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 21st century. He says he has no interest in invading Ukraine, and then he says, no, I'm going to invade Ukraine to fucking denazify Ukraine. Okay? He says he hates Nazis, but then utilizes the Wagner Group. You are picking and choosing what you believe is the appropriate and adequate take here from everything he's saying. That's the whole point. You can't... He fucking says both sides of the argument all the fucking time. The point is, you're picking one of the arguments that he's making. Dude, you're unwatchable at this point. What does that even mean? Bro, you're so insecure. Relax. Chad is allowed to ask questions. We don't know everything. That's not a question. There's a difference between asking a question and a difference between Shaklon, who is routinely said... like bullshit in the chat, okay? Of course, Vladimir Putin and everyone else has talked about fucking the Azov battalion multiple times. That does not mean that is not reason enough to be able to fucking justify invading Ukraine, though. That's bullshit, okay? Just like, by the way, the conversation started because I was dunking on someone who was pro-Putin and actually fucking saying that there was a genocide happening in Donbass. But now everybody who misunderstands what my perspective is all the goddamn time, when I'm trying to reach this from as balanced and as realist as a point of view as I can, while also claiming that I don't know what the fuck is inside of Putin's mind, you're like, no, hold on to one fucking element and keep hammering that talking point over and over again. You can get that everywhere else. Okay? Let's continue.
Ukrainian President Zelensky, he called that attack, and I'm quoting him now, terror at an unprecedented level. What are you learning, first of all, about the situation there now?
Well, at the moment, the Russians are saying that they seized it to prevent it falling or continuing to be in the hands of terrorists, as they put it, describing the Ukrainian authorities who've been running that power station for many decades now. They are currently under the control of the Russian military. The power station, according to the International Atomic Energy Authority, is okay. There has been no leak. It is functioning normally. There can be no shift change, though, with the people who are being held by the Russians there to run it. And Wolf, we just obtained video of the moments before the control room fell.
New York Times found the video from inside of the facility, which is like tragic, it's sad, it's scary, but also in a weird, dark way. It's kind of funny because they're literally confused. They're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Into Russian hands. Quite an extraordinary exchange that I'd like to kind of, I think we've got, and we can play you. And if we can run that a bit, I can do a sort of, we've done a simultaneous translation. I just think this is an absolutely staggering moment when the fate of the planet boils down to an exchange between the control room of a nuclear power station and armed men shooting at it. So Wolfers, as this begins to unfold, he's saying, stop shooting immediately. You threaten the security of the whole world. The work of the vital organs of the Zaporizhzhia station may be disrupted. It will be impossible for us to restore it. And he goes on, you're endangering the security of the entire world. Attention, stop shooting at the nuclear.
To put this Ukrainians Nazi argument to rest for all, once and for all, the latest UA presidential elections, parties representing far right extremism got 1.8%. That's almost as much fascist parties. Okay, dude. Brother. My friend. Listen. Sorry. I don't know why they didn't fucking subtitle this, but listen, there are more Nazis in America. Okay, there's a larger percentage of Nazis and neo-Nazis that are either hiding in plain sight or somewhat involved with the fucking, or somewhat sympathize with Nazi ideals in the United States of America. Okay, like. No one is saying that the entire country. Well, anyone who says that fucking Ukraine is a Nazi country is insane. Okay, they're lying. They're absolutely lying, and I've said this already. Okay, there are probably more. There are more neo-Nazis in Russia than there are fucking in Ukraine. Okay. Anyway, here.
Stop shooting at a nuclear hazardous facility. Stop shooting at a nuclear hazardous facility. Attention. Stop it.
All right, and joining us now, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg.
Will Putin attack NATO? Nations see NATO's top official response. Jesus Christ.
6 months losers.
Okay.
Let's go.
Listen. Putin should invade Russia. Putin should invade America, dude. Okay.
Brain rot coming soon.
So is Ukraine the next open-air prisoner state? I just don't really understand. Every analysis I hear is just from Western media, including you, not using this as an insult or propaganda from Ukraine or Russia. How do you know which random Twitter thread is correct? You don't. And you will not know until the dust is settled. And even then, you will not know what the full, scale of the brutality look like on the fucking ground. Okay? I've covered this numerous times, the Ukrainian Nazi thing, the Nazis in Ukraine, whatever, okay? All you need to know is this. Before World War II, there were 1.6 million more Jews living in Ukraine than after World War II. Part of the reason is because a lot of the Ukrainians, the bulk of the Ukrainians went and fought in World War II. Okay, but some stayed behind.
Thank you for being second best to secular talk for news.
And those who stayed behind decided Nazi Germany will allow Ukraine sovereignty, okay, from the USSR, and collaborated with Nazi Germany. Do you understand? Major genocide occurred during the Holocaust in Ukraine. And and it was led by Bandera, this man named Stefan Bandera, a 5'4" balding fuck. Okay? That's why I keep saying Ukraine has an incredibly complicated history with nationalism. The Ukrainian nation-state building project has complicated backgrounds. It also goes back, those actions and those interests also go back to the 3.9 million Ukrainians that died in the Russian famine, okay? In the USSR famine. and their interest in wanting to build a nation state free of the USSR. So there has always been, just like with Poland, just like with Ukraine, which, by the way, two countries that also fought one another historically numerous times. On the one hand, you have Germans. On the other hand, you have the Soviet Union, okay? Some people still consider Bandera's involvement of the United Ukrainian Nationalism, United Ukrainian Nationalist Forces, to be a liberator, although he was literally a fucking fascist. Okay? And for the record, that's the reason why I'm saying that it's terrifying. That's Bandera in the background, by the way. This dude literally has a pickup truck that says 1488 on it. Like, this dude is a fucking Nazi, straight up Nazi. So much so that when he was elected in Konotop and posted a fucking a banner of Bandera on like one of the malls there, the Jewish people living there said, "What the fuck is this? Is unacceptable." Okay, 1488 is a numeric indication that you are a Nazi. It's the fucking signal to the Nazis. 88 is HH. 14 is the 14 words. Okay? That's why when people say, oh man, like Ukrainian Nazis, whatever, like, that's not a big deal. Like, you're fucking wrong. Of course it's a big deal. Of course, it's a major deal. Stop talking about Nazis. They don't exist anymore. This is just Russian propaganda. Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah. No, don't talk about the historic precedents of why nationalism could take root in Ukraine in an incredibly devastating, and incredibly scary way. And that the American mainstream media and the American State Department, the CIA, has actively stoked these people, and the final fucking fight, the final fire that you needed for that powder keg to completely explode was an imperialist force like Russia invading the country and totally legitimizing the claims that the nationalists made. Okay? But Putin is no, so Putin is right. Ukraine needs a denazification, but the Ukrainian government needs to do this, not a foreign country. Dude, there is no denazification that an outside force can do unless you're like literally talking about World War II, okay? If we're going to start talking about nationalism countries justify invading, it's not a justification. Let's start with Syria, Turkey, India. Those have way more Nazis than Ukraine. Again, no one is saying it's a justification. As a matter of fact, I've said the exact opposite multiple fucking times, okay? So please stop misunderstanding the point I am making. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose, or I don't know if it's like too complicated for your brain to fucking hold these these two different conflicting informations on at the same time. Yes, I know the outgoing president Viktor Yushchenko in 2010 awarded Bandera the posthumous title of a hero of Ukraine, but because he was technically considered nationless, they decided to revoke that title. Okay. Yes, that is a big fuck you to the Jewish people living in Ukraine and Jewish people in general. There was also not a single fucking Nazi collaborator that was tried in the Nuremberg trials out of Ukraine. These are all things that you can learn if you learn about the history of the Holocaust, okay? Despite the massive pogroms, despite the massive fucking genocide that occurred in Ukraine during World War II at the hands of fucking Nazis and Nazi collaborators, not a single one of those people were actually tried or investigated. The Ukrainian government definitely turned a blind eye to its fucking actions. But that doesn't change the reality that it's a growing nation, it's a new nation that has had a nation building project for a very long fucking time, and that they're trying to make their own way and they do have it's a tinderbox for it's a powder keg or a tinderbox for nationalist movements to hold root, okay, to absolutely become way more prominent. But a country would be able to deal with that if they weren't being invaded, and a country would be able to deal with that better if they weren't being agitated by other larger Western nations. Okay? So you're saying due to the fact that the Nazis got away with shit 60 years ago, that means they're deeply infested in Ukraine today? An adequate analysis that I can point to you is, yes, first of all, that is deeply infested. Nationalism is deeply infested in Ukrainian politics and Ukrainian culture, for sure. And yes, part of that is because they are understandably and justifiably fearful of Russian invasion, which all of those fears are now realized in this very moment. But two, it's like the South. White supremacy is a fundamental institutional attitude in the United States of America and its nation-building project. The reason why white supremacy still pops the fuck off in, for example, the South, is because the Southern states were not raised, and that we made concessions to the fucking slavers rather than kill them. Okay? This is a consistent attitude that I've always had. So yes. More Southern slavers should have been murdered for America to rid itself of its white supremacy problem, whereas, of course, it did not happen because there were white supremacist attitudes and white supremacists in the North as well. It's way more complicated than the way you can approach it, okay? The way you approach it and think like, oh, dude, it's fine. Reconstruction was a failure, largely in part of Northern concessions made to the other capital owners in the South by Northern capital owners who also had white supremacist attitudes. Anyway, Ukrainian does not have a big Nazi problem, but Russia denazifying and the U.S. media propping up the Azov battalion, a consequence of the war would be them getting power through them being seen as heroes. Yes. So in the next 10 years, we are going to, in the next 10 years, I hope not, but that's what I'm afraid of, and that's what we're going to see. Creating basically white ISIS and legitimizing white ISIS in Eastern Europe. Cool. Incredibly cool stuff that the American government is currently doing openly. Okay? It would be much easier for Ukrainian anarchists, Ukrainian trade unionists, Ukrainian leftist nationalists, like not nationalists in the same like Bandera nationalists, but Ukrainian conservatives even, to fight back against the fucking Nazis if they weren't constantly worrying about Russia invading them or worrying about fighting back against an invading force, which forces their hand and actually builds a coalition amongst those people who would normally be enemies to one another. Okay? You'll be holding hands with every fucking Republican if all of a sudden we were invaded by aliens, okay, or a foreign nation. Obviously, I say aliens because America is the hegemonic power, so it's really hard to fucking comprehend a situation in which like America is threatened by a much larger superpower. Okay? Russian influencers TikTok defend the invasion of Ukraine by giving the same exact propaganda speech as each other. Let's be real, hogs are probably bricked up at the thought of white ISIS. No, the irony is that hogs are not. Hogs are weirdly on the side of Russia.
More brain rot.
That's the funny part about this is that a lot of the hogs are on the fucking Russian side. They think Putin is doing a good job fighting against New World Order. And that's why everyone's canceling Putin. That's what they literally think. That's the hilarious part about this is that like the hogs don't even realize like, man, these Azov, them Azov battalion boys, they're fucking, yeah, they got some good ideas. Like they're not saying that. It's a weird political realignment. Anyway. I live in Kyiv. What do I do? Survive, bro. Get the fuck out and survive. Don't risk your neck like that. Do you think they will ban you for bullshit reasons now? No, I don't think they will ban me for bullshit reasons now. Don't be ridiculous. Bandera was killed by KGB style, hitman style, KGB spy, hitman style. Yeah, in Munich, I think. That's true. They did execute him. KGB did. Anyway, it just sucks that like I constantly have to bring this back up because people ask me questions and then everyone's like, dude, you're doing this because like you fucking pro Putin. I'm not, okay? And I don't think NBC News think is pro Putin either. They just came out with a new article. Ukraine's Nazi problem is real, even if Putin's denazification claim isn't. Not acknowledging this threat means that little is being done to guard against it. Like, you think they're doing fucking pro Putin apology and pro Putin propaganda as well? No.
Secretary General, thank you so much for being with us. Overnight, we saw the Russians take control of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. It was set on fire in an attack overnight. We've never seen anything.
Okay. One fun fact about this, by the way, is that the U.S. Embassy tweeted out that it's a war crime to attack a power plant. And there were internal memos that were released, that were leaked to the media, immediately saying, do not, if you're an American embassy member or if you're an American politician, do not retweet the embassy's tweet. We are conducting our own internal report on seeing whether or not this is considered a war crime or not. You know, and then you can tweet it. They were like, if you've retweeted it, unretweet it immediately. Hasan, people are doing this on purpose, so they clip it and make it look like you agree with Putin with how much you talk about it. I think most of the chat gets these points. Now you don't have to focus on answering these dumbasses. Yeah. Half of us in chat and you are already in a certain information agency watch list. A ban can't be that bad. No, it would be terrible. I think the issue is that you keep focusing on it over and over again, so it sounds similar to Russian propaganda, even if it isn't. You tend to say Putin is bad, Russia indefensible, then spend 2 hours talking about Ukrainian Nazis and how bad the State Department is. The framing looks more pro-Russian than, even though that's not your intent. Yeah, the reason why I'm talking about that, though, is because we're talking about Ukraine's future. I'm a political commentator doing 10 hours of coverage on this. Obviously, I can't fucking keep repeating, like, Russia bad, Russia bad. And also just showing you new bombing videos, poggers. Like, there's a reason why people come here, and that's because they want to get a better understanding of what's going on and what might happen in the future. And an internal dynamic here, an analysis of the internal dynamic here is exactly what the fuck I'm going to cover in this circumstance. Okay, here, let's look at some of the foreign fighters joining the war.
Newest refugees are flooding in. We spot several men dressed in military gear, walking with purpose out into the cold, while most everyone else is trying to come in. We wondered who these men.
Like, that's the other thing is, like, people want what? Like, you want to fucking hear what you're hearing on CNN? Like, I agree, Putin is bad. You know what I mean? You're not even remotely interested in what might happen in the future or what the other consequences are of war. I don't get it. Like, you can get this coverage on MSNBC if that's what you wish. You could just watch the YouTube videos.
Purpose out into the cold.
What the fuck is that? The SGRW? What is that jacket?
At the Przemysl Poland train station, where the world's newest.
What? SGRW? Wait, what?
And where the world's new.
SGRWA?
Refugees are flooding in.
I'm too bothered by the present crisis. Think about the long-term future of Ukraine. Yeah, but the present crisis we are already covering nonstop.
We spot
it's a
several
firefighter.
men dressed in military gear, walking with purpose out into the cold, while most everyone else is trying to come in. We wondered who these men are who can only speak English and are itching to get to the border with Ukraine. They agree to talk to us, but first names only, and they ask us for help finding a ride to the border, 20 minutes drive away. Can you tell me what it is you are doing here in Poland, very close to the border with Ukraine?
Just trying to help, protect freedom. Simple as that.
What is your biggest concern? You're also here. Are you going in? How many people? What's your biggest concern? And where are you going?
We don't really know right now.
There are 6 men total. They say they are strangers who met here in Poland. Mike is from Clearwater, Florida. AJ is from South Dakota. Matt is from Nottingham, England. What does this remind you of, this time in history?
1936, when fascism rose in Spain. A lot of people went over, but not enough.
Dude, oh my God, my accent is fucking fire. That's exactly how I sound. Simple as. That's right. It's like Nottingham over and over again. That's right, bruv. Simple as. We're going in. We're going into the Ukraine. We're going to defend it. Just like we're going to defend the rest of Europe.
If we'd have crushed fascism in 1936, we could have avoided 1939. That's what this feels like. If we don't stop it now, it's going to be our kids fighting this fight.
They all came for...
Dude, oh, I love that. I'm sorry. That's right. We're going to defend Europe from fascism.
One purpose, to fight for Ukraine. Most of these men say they are veterans of war, but Matt makes clear he has no military experience. But they say they all left once they saw the brutal attack on Ukrainian citizens, jumping into action a day before President Zelensky called for more foreign fighters to join him.
If I wasn't impressed, I'd be very offended. Lamau, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
In the fight against Russia.
Україна вже зустрічає іноземних добровольців, які йдуть в нашу державу. Перші 16 тисяч, вони їдуть захищати свободу.
Bro, 16,000 motherfuckers with God knows what kind of background and God knows what kind of training coming into your country and being armed by your government is a terrifying prospect. Clearly, the most terrifying prospect in this circumstance still is the ongoing Russian invasion. But goddamn, dude, if you do not see how devastating and terrifying that's going to be, / what the implications are in the future for the other countries when they return back to their countries, holy Lord, dude, holy moly, okay.
Захищати життя для нас, для всіх.
You're going in without a plan. Why?
Those people also have family and friends, and somebody's got to stand up for them. And it's not just the U.S., it's not just Britain, it's the whole world.
I mean, this dude brought his skin tight Oakleys and everything, dude. He's ready to fucking go.
It's coming together.
It's 3 a.m. with no plan, no one to pick them up on the Ukrainian side of the border, and little equipment. Some don't even have a heavy jacket in below freezing temperatures. They jump in a taxi, head for the border, and disappear into the night. And they weren't the only ones. This French-Canadian who goes by the nom de guerre Wally says he received a call from a friend asking for help in Ukraine.
I'm a veteran, but I'm programming, right? So last Friday,
someone said this Quebecois was the Quebecois here was kind of a piece of shit, and he talked about going to Afghanistan as a volunteer, and he sniped a bunch of people there. Is that true or not? People were saying he's not a good guy. Tabernacle. Yes, it's a racist. Well, I know. I know that already. Hon. Don't you worry about that.
My friend who is in the Jeep, he called me and said, okay, we really need you because you're next sniper, and can you join? I said, yeah, okay, I'll do it.
They and the other foreign men all heading into war without the might of their country's military to back them up. I mean, you guys are going into war without a huge plan. What's your worry?
Not getting there.
Not getting there. The biggest worry is the top of the hour when there's a 60-second ad break on the HasanAbi broadcast. That's right. But they say all you need to do in Nottingham in order to avoid those ads is subscribing, which you can do for $5 or you can do for free with a Twitch Prime. As long as you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you'll get one free Prime subscription a month. You sound Rasta, Scottish, Irish. What is this? Yeah, it turned a little Irish. You're losing it? I am losing it a bit. I'm losing it a bit. I'm losing it a bit, mate.
Ukraine is ultimately no match for the top of the hour ad break.
That's right. But the ad break is here regardless. Here's the ad break now. Ukrainian children will be taught in schools, but Hasan, the Great of Twitch, who told the invasion would not... What? Ukrainian children will be taught in schools about Hasan, the Great of Twitch, who told people the invasion will not happen yet. Putin makes a warning over any Ukrainian no-fly zone. Is this real? What is this? This is like Putin was like making jokes about playing with joysticks and shit. I saw this earlier. I don't know what the fuck this is though. It's impossible to do so with the territory of... Wait, hold on. Let's start from the top because I missed the beginning. Now we're hearing that a no-fly zone must be established over the territory of Ukraine. It is impossible to do so over the territory of Ukraine itself. It's a green screen? Wait, what? It is possible only for the territory of some neighboring countries. But any move in this direction will be viewed by us as a participation in the armed conflict of whichever side whose territory will pose a threat to our service members. The very second we will view them as participants of the military conflict, and it would not matter what members say they are. Why are people saying it's fucking a green screen? You guys are so stupid. What the fuck? Do you think you're on Russia's Russophobia list? Maybe. Probably not, though. I'm too tiny to fucking... I'm a non-entity. What is denazification? I speak with my Western colleagues. They say, yes, we have to. Yes, we have, but we don't have any radicals in the government, and everyone admits that they're in Ukraine. They have. Yes, maybe we have some fools who run around with swastikas. But do we support that on a government level? Do we have people with torches walking around in the thousands in our capitals, whether in Moscow or our regional capitals? Dude, that's a green screen for sure. Uh-oh. Is Putin saying he's going to denazify America next? What the fuck? Don't listen, it's a Reddit conspiracy theory. They're literally Boston bombing level pixel analysis because of some weird artifacting. Yeah, dude. Please stop. Please fucking stop. Oh god, I hate that. I hate that so much. Oh god. Fuck, abolish Reddit, dude.
Beyond the outskirts of Kiev, roadblocks everywhere. Even deep in the countryside, local farmers stand guard with nothing but their hunting rifles. Many civilians are fleeing the capital, but Ukrainian troops are moving to strengthen their front. A brief stop to fill up with petrol before heading off to reconnoiter Russian positions.
The Russians thought it would be easy, like when they seized Crimea. They could occupy our Ukrainian soil without firing a shot. But that's not how it's working out. I'd like to tell the Russian soldiers, come here, guys, and you'll see what kind of a reception you'll get.
30 kilometers outside Kiev, where Russian tanks have yet to reach, Sergei is spending the night in a hotel. He's decided to return to Kiev despite the bombardment. Not easy to explain his decision to his parents.
Why Putin do this? Why he made all mothers of Ukraine crying? We have a conversation today with her, and she understands me that I want to stay there because so much people go away, and she told me that some people must stay and defend city.
Sergei is an engineer, but focused now on helping the defense as best he can.
In my opinion,
look at the Twitter. It's a green screen. You can see the mic go through his hand. People don't understand what a green screen does, I think. When I hear people say it's a green screen, look, you can see the mic go through his hand. But what you're failing to recognize is, like, one, what difference does that make, even if it's a fucking, even it's green screen? And two, that's not how green screens work. Like, what? So do you think he had like a green thing in front of him and then they just like changed it into a microphone or something? Because what you're green screening is usually, more often than not, the background. I do not want to continue with this conversation. It's completely fucking irrelevant.
I haven't tried to kill another man, but if it will be need in future, if Russians really comes and
Dear Santa, this year I wish for Hasan to stop doing his dog shit English accent. Just this, nothing else, not even peace in Ukraine, just this.
Don't touch us, please.
Up at the crack of dawn to go back to Kiev. He and his friend...
By the way, this is actually really interesting, the show. And it kind of shows you the difference in perspective with like the random average Ukrainian civilian versus like the security forces or the police or the more trained Ukrainians that are goading and they're saying like, come and take it, like, fuck you. Whereas like the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians are in this dude's shoes where they probably want to get the fuck out. They probably want to leave Ukraine. They probably don't want to be caught up in this fucking war. They obviously, first and foremost, do not want Putin to invade Ukraine. But secondarily, they want to not be a part of this. Okay? And that's completely understandable. It's completely understandable to not want to fucking die and to want to protect your family. Okay?
Friends plan to take food and medicines to the frontline troops.
Watch One Piece, you damn weeb.
My friend who must take me from this place not answered on my call. I don't know what can happen with him. Maybe he's dead.
Have you read Mersheimer's take on what's going on? Seems like you disagree with him, but why exactly? Wait, what? No, I don't disagree with Mersheimer's take. I don't know if he has like a new and updated version of what he has said thus far in the aftermath of the invasion, but his prediction on like, Putin will raise Ukraine as a consequence of NATO involvement if you step over the red line and like even goad, not take Ukraine's NATO membership off the table in its entirety, then, he was right about that. I don't know if he has like new takes or something like that, but...
Because he is from territorial defense of this city. Everything can happen. I will go by my legs to Kiev.
He leaves alone, trying to hitch a lift back to a city under siege. Like so many Ukrainian civilians who have been thrust into this war, he's ready to pay any price to defend his country.
Also breaking tonight.
You're saying that Ukraine does not deserve to be in NATO? Oh, I'm sorry. Is Ukraine in NATO? Are NATO troops defending Ukraine right now? Why do you think that's not happening? It's not up to me, you fucking jackass. It doesn't matter. Whether I believe Ukraine should join NATO, whether I hate NATO or love NATO, or your take on NATO does not change the reality, okay? So if that was always going to be the reality, why even fucking dangle it as a carrot or try to act like that could ever have happened?
Russia is now blocking access to Facebook amid the Kremlin's...
Lindsey Graham had a fucking take about like someone needs to assassinate Vladimir Putin, and you know, people were dunking on him for saying that.
Censorship and their propaganda campaign. Russian lawmakers are even moving ahead on pursuing jail time for those who publish so-called fake news reports
The
about...
double standard for news when it comes to covering Palestinians under Israel's takeover versus Russia taking over Ukraine is surprising coming from you. Wait, what? What double standard? No, I completely disagree with what Israel is doing to Palestinians, and I completely disagree with what Russia is doing to Ukrainians. What, dude? There's no. That's a 13-month subscriber. There's no fucking way that person's baiting me.
About the Russian army. And Senator Lindsey Graham, well, he's been attacked ever since he made some remarks on this program last night and saying that...
I personally don't care about Lindsey Graham being attacked, if we're being real. Okay.
The sanctions against Russia have sent its economy into free fall and brought global condemnation.
73% of refugees from Ukraine are 20 to 30-year-old Middle Eastern men and not Ukrainians. Lamau. Wait. Sometimes I get a take in the chat where I'm like, wow, what a fucking, like, what a horrible and completely incorrect take. And I always want to know, like, who's using, where did this person, please tell me where you got this info from. I mean, it's a troll, and it's a racist troll. This is a person who's like trying to use the fucking invasion of Ukraine for his like Islamophobic, I guess, or like anti-Middle Eastern sentiment. But I need to understand.
Long time watcher, 2-month brain rotter.
Okay. It's just so wrong that I just like, I love, you know, I love fucking unique, broken brain takes like this. So it's wonderful to see that in the chat. At least it's unique. I have not heard that. You know what I mean?
Of President Putin. Now the Biden administration is considering new sanctions that could hurt consumers here at home. Natalie Brand is at the White House with the very latest. Natalie, good morning.
2 years has passed.
Good morning, Dana. Ukraine, as we know, has pleaded for more help, and the White House has now asked Congress for $10 billion in emergency defense and humanitarian assistance for the country. And this morning, U.S. senators have been invited to a Zoom meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky.
We're committed to helping Ukraine defend itself.
At the White House Friday, President Biden talked security with the president of Finland, a non-NATO country which shares an 800-mile
Div, thank you for the 5 Get the subs as well.
long border with Russia.
The support for Ukraine is real, profound, extensive.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Belgium for emergency NATO meetings warned that Russia's onslaught will likely get worse.
Fortunately, this is not like flipping a light switch. And President Putin's Russia.
For the Ukrainians to decide their future and what relationship they want or don't want. Okay, I mean, so Ukrainians currently want a no-fly zone instituted over Ukraine. Is that happening? I understand that they have every right to demand certain things or want certain things, but you also have to understand the consequences of certain demands and the likelihood that whether they'll happen or not. You're right. It would be great if no one had fucking nuclear weapons. Okay, if no one had nukes, it would be wonderful if there could be more nice straw man with a no-fly zone. That is not a straw man. The Ukrainian government has asked for a no-fly zone numerous fucking times. And the reason why America is not doing that is because they understand, unlike the fucking dumb brain diseased Zoomers in here who completely fail to understand what a no-fly zone actually is, is that a no-fly zone has to be enforced. A no-fly zone has to be enforced by another country, specifically a NATO country. Specifically, a NATO country, just like putting boots on the ground, would have to send fucking airplanes from NATO countries into Ukrainian airspace and fly around and drop Russian planes that are flying in that area. That is a direct act of war. There is a reason why, since World War II, we have not had two nuclear superpowers in direct conflict with one another and exclusively had proxy wars like what is going on currently in Ukraine in a little bit. I think people are just saying you're full of shit just to get my attention, and that's pretty much it. We like because there's less people in the chat now. We lowered like the safeguards. We lowered the safeguards a little bit, and now it's just like people are.
A country that is prepared to go to excessive means to achieve its results.
Friday, Russian troops attacked Europe's biggest nuclear power plant in southeastern Ukraine, sparking worldwide fears of a catastrophe much worse than Chernobyl's nuclear accident in 1986. There have been no reports of radiation leakage, but the U.S. has called for Russian forces to withdraw from the plant, saying nuclear facilities cannot be part of this conflict.
It was incredibly reckless and dangerous, and it threatened the safety of civilians across Russia, Ukraine, and Europe.
As economic consequences for Russia continue to expand, the Commerce Department announced new regulations aimed at cutting off Russia's oil refineries from getting access to U.S. technology.
I honestly don't get the nuclear angle. I mean, I do, but like if Putin used nukes, it wouldn't be our fault or justifiable, implying otherwise like a battered woman brain. Wait, what? It doesn't matter if someone uses nukes. If one nuke is launched, all nukes are launched. Why don't you recognize this? This is what I've been saying. What? Who cares who's at fault at that point, you fucking weirdo? What are you, is your brain so broken on the internet about like winning online debates or something that like what? So when the fucking nukes are flying over, when the intercontinental ballistic missiles are flying in the direction of fucking Europe, are you going to be there and stating, hey, I was right, by the way, this was all Russia's fault? Yeah, okay. Who cares at that point, dude? The world is done. The world is over. It's nuclear holocaust. Are you going to go to your fucking bunker and tweet out from the bunker that you're in that like, this was actually... Make no mistake, this was not the fault of the United States of America. Who cares? Who cares about the optics in that point?
And lawmakers across both sides of the aisle are calling for a ban on Russian energy imports.
I'm all for that. Ban it.
Ban the oil.
Ban the oil company.
I'm fucking, I'm collecting bottle caps and fighting, ghouls in the nuclear swampland of the Great Lakes. As I tweet out, I want everyone to know that this was not America's fault, and it was entirely on Russia. To the 150,000 other survivors on what is now the fucking nuclear crater of the United States of America. Okay? Everyone will fucking say, yes, Queen, you are so right.
I'm from Russia, yep.
This will be a significant blow to Putin's war machine.
The Biden administration says it's looking at options to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy, but worries about the impact to consumers.
If you reduce supply in the global marketplace, you are going to raise gas prices.
Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris is scheduled to travel to Europe next week to visit Romania and Poland, where thousands of U.S. troops are positioned in support of NATO.
Dude, more of this. Yes. Yes. All the leftist men talking about how Ukraine and NATO provoke Putin are really sending up red flags about how they behave in relationships or what they'd like to be able to get away with at any rate. Give me this, dude. Inject this directly into my fucking veins, baby. That's what I love. I love the level of analysis, okay? I love the analysis from rad libs, rad femmes, just radical people alike. It's fucking incredible. It's my fucking favorite, dude, okay? You look at like an incredibly complex a geopolitical war with nations and competing interests, and you say, this is exactly like my boyfriend. This is exactly like my ex-boyfriend that hurt me. Oh, it's fucking awesome. It's fucking dope, dude. I love that. We talked about this. This is actually really, really interesting. Ukraine's security service has reportedly shot and killed Denis Kiriv, a member of the Ukrainian negotiating team, pictured far back on the right of the photo. He was apparently killed while resisting arrest on suspicion of treason. The Ukrainian Pravda news reports. There it is. Always translate Russian. SBU shot dead Ukrainian negotiator in Homel during detention, says sources. High-ranking interlocutors in the power bloc and political circles. Direct speech, he's already dead. Details. According to the interlocutors in political circles, the security service had clear evidence of Kiriv's treason, including telephone conversations. From another source, he was an agent. You yourself know why agents are killed. Kiriv participated in the negotiations between the delegations of Ukraine and Russia in Gomel in February 28th. How he ended up in the Ukrainian delegation and what he was specifically responsible for is unknown. It is known from open sources that Kiriv was a banker. In 2010 and 2014, he worked as the first deputy chairman of the board of Oschadbank before he was a member of the supervisory board of Ukreximbank. Plot twist about the agent. Wait, what? And now it's suggested Kiriv may have been a double agent killed while performing special tasks for Ukraine's military service. Wait, what? Denis Kiriv, one of Ukrainian delegation, we already talked about that. We'll wait for more, but it's perfectly plausible that Kiriv was indeed killed by the SBU. The former director of Ukraine's military intelligence told me that after 2014, he spent almost as much time hiding captured GRU assets from the penetrated SBU as he did capturing them. What? The Ukrainian special forces, like the Ukrainian intelligence, assassinated one of their own negotiators.
Hassle.
The plot twist. Now Ukraine's military intelligence sends Denis Kiriv, a member of Ukraine's negotiating team with Russia, who was reported killed today, was of GRU officer and was killed in the line of duty. So what? He was a double agent, and actually, they accidentally murked him because they thought that he was like they had bad intelligence or something. I don't know. It's just
smile.
It's called a triple agent, not a joke. It's a thing. Ukraine versus Middle East crisis, how the world reacted differently. We're going to get to the...
So here you go.
I'm trying to go through the bulk of these like new... oh, here's the economic... Let's look at what the actual victims are. Not the Ukrainians, but the actual victims, Americans. Let's take a look at what the economic impact of Russia's invasion has been in our wallets.
Money now and the economic ripple effects of the war in Ukraine. Americans feeling the pinch...
Explain this to me, bro. Where do you draw the line? Then by your logic, NATO shouldn't defend its smaller members from Russian aggression because it can lead to a nuclear war? No, the current position is that NATO will, as a consequence of Article 5, defend the smaller nations. So those smaller nations are technically nuclear nations as well, despite the fact that they don't have nukes themselves. Okay? Which is precisely why the likelihood of Putin going into Poland is significantly lower than the likelihood of Putin going into Georgia and Ukraine. As he did.
Keep up the good work, Hassie. We appreciate it, Hassel.
Ukraine is not a member of NATO. And that is the reason, because of what's happening right now, and what happened back in 2014, and what happened back in 2008, after George W. Bush said Georgia and Ukraine should join NATO. Because of all of that, German leadership and other European leaders had never we're never going to allow Ukraine to join NATO. Regardless of what Ukraine wants, all the other NATO members have to vote in Ukraine and accept Ukraine's NATO membership. Germany and France did not want Ukraine in NATO, partially because they have trade relationships and partially because they understand that Ukraine was the red line. Georgia was the red line for Russia. Okay?
As prices surge with gasoline hitting a record high in some places. ABC's Deirdre Bolton joins us to break it all down. Deirdre, good morning.
Good morning. So from gasoline.
But that approach failed since Putin invaded anyway. I mean, that approach did not fail. Negotiations never came to fruition regardless. It's not an approach. That's just a reality. That's an abject reality, okay? You can't say that that's an approach. The window of opportunity for Ukraine to ever join NATO passed once Russia was back to at least some level of power and had like a standing military, okay? The window would have been when all the other Eastern Bloc post-Soviet countries were joining, potentially.
To travel, to food, many costs may move higher as a result of Russia's incursion. The most noticeable place Americans are feeling the effects of the conflict at the gas station. Oil trading at its highest level since 2008. If you look at gasoline alone, as of Monday, national average at $3.61 a gallon. Just 5 days later, up by more than 20 cents a gallon at $3.84 per gallon. As for the near future, Gas Buddy telling us we're probably going to hit $4 a gallon as soon as Tuesday. Russia, among the world's top oil producers, any reduction in global supply driving prices higher. One expert even telling us that prices could stay at current levels for a month or more. In that case, airfares will go higher.
If Baltic states never joined NATO, do you think they would have been invaded by now? I don't know. I think if Baltic states, maybe, actually, to be honest with you, potentially. And is the reason for those Baltic states would they have been invaded by Russia if they had not joined NATO? Is it because they wanted to ensure security and they thought like even joining EU or other side of like diplomatic relationships with European countries would have been seen as like statecraft that would harm Russian interests? Like what would they use as an opportunity to invade? I don't know, but probably.
Across the board, because jet fuel, the #2 expense for airlines, basically there is no alternative way to power most commercial aircraft. Bottom line, waiting to book any travel is likely to cost you money. In addition, experts also looking at food prices with a 3-month view. So right now on global markets, wheat, corn prices, they are surging 37%, 21% higher so far this year.
Like any country that has Russian minorities could be used in a similar capacity unless they were being protected in another way. Or any country that was historically a part of the Russian Empire, historically a part of the USSR would be used in a similar capacity to defend the interests of the Russians living within the borders. These are stateless Russians. And yes, that means Finland as well. But the reason why Finland was able to maintain a neutralized status and Sweden as a consequence of Finland, which is like the twin partnership, is because they are protected by the EU. European Union also has defense agreements in place, and therefore they were able to maintain a neutral relationship and not join NATO. Is that a justification for NATO? No. The point is there are different ways of diplomatically being involved with Russia, but all of that is now, it's wash. It's gone. It's thrown out the window, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Okay? Do you understand? Like having this conversation over and over again makes it seem like I'm defending Russia or saying that they're operating with different interests, and it pisses people off whenever they hear that. But the defense agreements of the EU are much weaker, if I recall. Yes, they are, but ultimately, it was successful enough for many, many years.
Ukraine called the breadbasket of Europe. The nation accounts for 12% of the world's total wheat exports, 16% of the world's corn exports. While the U.S. doesn't directly import a lot of wheat or corn from Ukraine, the longer the conflict lasts, the more fears of global shortages will drive prices higher, eventually production becoming more expensive. Food producers could feel that, pass those costs along to consumers. Most experts saying that the Russian-Ukrainian conflict has to last months for the average American to feel more, let's say, in buying cereal or any kind of bread as a direct result of the conflict.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Deirdre, we know you will stay following this for us. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here.
Okay. What is the point of NATO? Is USA, Germany really going to risk nuclear war to defend Latvia or Lithuania? Isn't it more likely they would dissolve NATO rather than get nuked? No, I think that once that's NATO, it's over. It's a wrap. That like Russia also. Here's the thing, okay? If you want to believe Vladimir Putin is a psycho and has no like tangible, clear method and is just like violently lashing out, you can. But that is a terrifying way to do foreign policy, because then you will just personally believe that then you have to believe that like Putin will literally go and fucking invade Latvia and invade Estonia and invade the Baltic states in a similar way, because you know he's liable to fucking throw nukes. He's gonna do that. He's gonna fucking do that regardless. So like, why would NATO defend them? That's what you're opening up the conversation to. So the alternative there is like, so what are you supposed to do? Okay, the alternative there is what are you supposed to do? Like, you're just, so what? Nuclear first strike? Is that what it is? Anyway, let's see. Second Thought had some interesting thoughts about this. Apparently,
is made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. Fun fact, this is only the second time I've ever released a video late. It's an important topic, and I wanted to cover the conflict from an angle I haven't really seen yet. So I moved some release dates around to get this one out in a timely manner. Anyway, this episode is absolutely going to get demonetized. So if you appreciate the work I'm doing, please consider becoming a patron on Patreon. Is Putin crazy? Probably. Most likely at least a little bit. Does it matter? Also yes. That's the short answer for this video that's going to end up being around 20 minutes long. The long answer, well, it's obviously more complicated than that. Let's talk about mainstream coverage of the conflict. Because this situation is fraught and constantly evolving, here's your disclaimer. Hit pause before you start fighting in the comments.
The video was written on February 21st and March 1st.
In case you didn't read it, this video isn't going to be defending Putin or Russia. The invasion/war in Ukraine is unequivocally wrong. Even if you were to take Russia's rhetoric about NATO expansion at face value, which, yes, NATO has been kicking the hornet's nest for some time now, this conflict is a dramatic, dangerous, and horrific overreaction. My heart goes out to the people of these two countries who will suffer terribly in a war they did not want.
Second Thought is really fucking, I love Second Thought, man. I mean, listen, it's just like right off the bat, straight to the fucking point. None of that bullshit, none of the fucking posturing. 100%, you know, I agree with our boy here.
In this episode, I'm going to try and answer a couple of questions, like the one in the title, is Putin crazy? But I'll mostly be looking into why that question gets asked in the first place, how useful it is, both in the short and the long term, and what focusing on that question leaves out of the picture. This video is going to try to understand this whole situation a little bit better without getting into the specific details of the conflict. We're not going to rehash the whole history of Ukraine.
Stop sucking his cock. I will suck his cock as much as I want, dude. Okay? You listen to me, and you listen good, motherfucker. I will suck whatever cock I want to suck on this broadcast. You got a problem with that? You can take it elsewhere, okay?
Ukraine or Russia. We're not going to go into the details about Euromaidan or Crimea. We're going to look at the way we tell the story of the conflict, not the conflict itself. Significant chunks of this video will be speculative. Most analysis of the conflict is at this time. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. And I invite you...
Of course, the difference is when you are speculating alongside the overarching Western media narrative, then you're good and right. And even if you're wrong, it doesn't matter, because you're doing it for morale reasons. But if you are ever getting outside of the common consensus, immediately fucking people are like, oh, fuck you, you're doing propaganda, you're doing apologia, fuck yourself, you piece of shit.
You to respond to this video and critique it to your heart's content. In any case, this video won't come down on a single conclusion for each topic, but rather put out a couple ideas and leave it up to you to decide what you want to take away. So, let's get back to Putin. Recently, this is the kind of coverage he's been getting.
He is just basking in his own hubris.
Do you think that he has it in him, and Putin in particular, to actually pull that lever, so to speak, or press that button?
Well, I personally think...
Dude, Sushi, I am so close to banning you. Like, so close. Stop linking Gray Zone. Stop linking every kind of fucking article you can, okay? Max Blumenthal... Much like Russia is, much like Ukraine is Russia's red line, Max Blumenthal is mine, okay? Stop it. You are greatly fucking exhausting the charity I have, okay?
I think he's unhinged.
Senator Marco Rubio posted a tweet that caught my attention. He said,
like when you say Max Blumenthal is spitting, okay, when you say Max Blumenthal is spitting, it's like, okay, dude, well, you know, come on.
Wish I could share more, but for now I can say it's pretty obvious to many that something is off with Putin.
Like, even if they have the right take on this, which I'm not saying they do, but even if they did, there are 11 better sources that you could say are spitting than motherfucking Max Blumenthal, okay? Like, how about you know, how about you find someone else, okay, to make that point, rather than someone who has already exhausted what little credibility they may have had. And no matter what happens, here's the thing. No matter what happens, like, of course, people who are outside of the mainstream narrative, especially when it comes to foreign conflicts and foreign policy, especially are going to be vilified regardless. But Max Blumenthal has done way more than that, okay?
He has always been a killer, but his problem now is different and significant. It would be a mistake to assume this Putin would react the same way he would have 5 years ago.
Putin turns out to be far, far crazier than we had any idea.
Because he's a crazy psycho that is now a terrorist, a #1 terrorist in the world.
This is different. He seems erratic. There is an ever-deepening delusional rendering of history.
For a lot of observers, Putin does seem crazy. And there's some evidence that, in the short term, talking about the Russia-Ukraine conflict by focusing on Putin being crazy has had some advantages. As we've seen, it is one of the factors that has brought a lot of nations together in supporting Ukraine, leveraging their military resources, economic power, and diplomatic platforms to criticize, deter, and weaken the Russian aggression. At least, that's the hope for the alliance led by the West. The positive outcome being, hopefully, a swift end to the conflict and to the immediate violence on the ground. A negative peace. Both within Russia and in cities all over the world, we've seen protests against the war and against Putin himself. There's no doubt that that kind of public support is justifying and being used as justification for the response to Russia. It is fueling the image of Putin as a deranged maniac that needs to be stopped right away. So far, that framing has been effective in souring public opinion on the conflict and pushing for peace talks, though with some important limitations we'll get to in a second. There's also the nuclear issue. The fear that has been stoked by Putin's escalating rhetoric around nuclear weapons. Specifically, the idea that a deranged Putin could press the button no one with any shred of sanity would ever press has likely contributed to the haste with which bystander countries have pushed for diplomatic resolutions to the conflict. It is incredibly scary to imagine nuclear warfare breaking out, and people know that and will do anything to avoid it. This, again, will hopefully mean a quick return to a negative peace between the two countries, but is of course a net positive for Russian interests, which can leverage this situation for an upper hand in negotiations. That upper hand might force Ukraine to make significant concessions, ultimately giving Russia territorial or other gains without the invading country needing to get them through the more quote-unquote conventional use of total occupation. There is a chance that Putin knows this and is exploiting what's called the madman theory. He knows that threatening nuclear warfare is not credible to anybody who rationally balances out the pros, minor territorial, symbolic, and economic victories, with the cons, the annihilation of the human species. So he is purposefully playing up the image of a madman who can't rationally balance these two sides. Acting convincingly crazy gives him the upper hand in negotiations because it makes nuclear warfare seem like it could be real, even though it is utterly irrational. For the West and Ukraine, this poses a challenge of how to respond to Putin. On the one hand, treating the nuclear threat at face value gets countries to the negotiation table quickly.
This is basically your take, to be honest? Yeah, well, I mean, fucking smart and cool and handsome minds think alike, you know? Yeah.
But on unequal terms. On the other, it makes military support and intervention complicated. In one theory, it's slow.
The West just had to nut up and call Putin's bluff. It's scary as fuck, but it has to be done at some point. Yeah, dude. Let's bluff about nuclear weapons. Dude, this guy solved the Cold War. We didn't need to do any of that, man. We could have just listened to Twitch chatter Serial Killers 22. You know? It's just interesting because, like, all of these otherwise warmongering American intelligence assets, American military, like, defense contractors, all these guys who would love for more war to break out, for some reason, are being incredibly careful about this one particular situation. If anything, knowing everything that you know, by the way, I'm not, like, dunking on this guy. You know, I don't want it to come across like I'm just, like, making fun of them. But but if you don't know anything about the situation whatsoever, think about that. You know America loves war, okay? So why aren't they doing it? Just think about that. What is America? If America that loves war normally is not waging one and hasn't done it throughout the Cold War, then you got to understand, like, it's a serious fucking situation.
Slows down any sort of Western military action. If Putin is crazy and his biggest perceived threat is NATO, pushing his buttons will lead us straight into nuclear Armageddon, so the West should not intervene. According to another way of thinking, if Putin is crazy, everything is on the table to stop him, so the West has to intervene. The latter, by the way, is the kind of logic that comes up when people are asked how we should deal with terrorists. According to an experiment by Princeton researchers, if test subjects are told that terrorists are bloodthirsty fanatics, maniacs ready to spill the blood of millions of people, they are more likely to advocate for unilateral military responses and, removal attempts. When terrorists are presented as rational, they're more likely to advocate for negotiation. These two ideas, the madman theory...
And by the way, this is why people get so mad at me. Even though Putin is behaving in a way that is erratic and irrational, this is why people get mad at me whenever I say negotiations have to happen, Because they're like, in their minds, and it's understandable that they feel this way because Putin is acting in an irrational capacity, that like, you can't negotiate with this guy. He's fucking crazy. We can't negotiate with terrorists. He's a terrorist. He's a madman. He doesn't care. Okay, well, if he doesn't care, then he's going to fucking nuke regardless. You see what I'm saying? So why don't you just still try to exhaust? If nuclear war and nuclear holocaust is inevitable, then how can you justify not trying to exhaust the diplomatic option to its final place that you can exhaust it to? You see what I mean? This is why I've always talked about the NATO approach. This is why I've always talked about the neutralization approach from day one. Is that if it's inevitable, then if it's gonna happen no matter what, then what? Like, what are you trying to save face? He's pretending not to care, bro. If you had actually watched the video, I can't.
Theory and the terrorist example are contradictory. In one theory, being crazy gets you to the negotiation table. In the other, it's being sane that gets you negotiating. The big reason for that difference is nuclear weapons. When you have to factor in the death and destruction of everyone and everything you love, How you treat an irrational actor is very different. This puts the West and its media institutions in a complicated position. Treat Putin as a madman, and you can justify your role in this war. You can play off the fear and frustration that gets ordinary people to start thinking about what would happen if Putin was removed tomorrow. But it also means you'll have to negotiate against the guy with the upper hand. Treat him like a rational actor who would never ever detonate a nuclear weapon, and you risk getting it wrong like you did with this invasion. Except this time, the consequence is nuclear annihilation. Because remember that less than a month ago, Putin's threats to invade Ukraine weren't thought of as very credible to many outside observers. Even for those who warned of Russian aggression, the idea that so much of the country, including Kyiv, would be bombed didn't seem likely. Putin knows this. He knows how his unpredictability shapes the responses he gets, and is purposefully leveraging it. That, or he's genuinely deranged. We might never know. I'll give you my thoughts at the end. Overall, treating Putin as a deranged warmonger seems to have been a rough net positive, at least up to this point and in the short term. More important caveats coming soon. On the whole, it has been a key factor in stopping nuclear warfare from breaking out, assuming that threat was at the very least possible, and it has created urgency around diplomatic resolution, even if on extortionary terms. That is certainly better than the alternative: nuclear annihilation or never-ending conflict. Unfortunately, the forest might start getting lost in the trees depending on how the rest of this short-term response is carried out. In the scramble to arm Ukraine, Western countries may be creating a new Afghanistan. The West could be arming paramilitary organizations which, once the immediate conflict is settled, could pose an internal threat, and would inevitably be used to justify more lethal aid, more interventions, and more imperialist aggression. The kind we've seen ravage the Middle East.
Damn, what a good take from this guy. Wow. That's wild.
For decades. What Western countries see as the most reasonable short-term response, giving Ukraine the means to defend itself against a much more powerful aggressor, may lead to unintended consequences. Or hell, maybe they are intended, I wouldn't be surprised. Consequences that could bring proxy imperialist wars back to the forefront of international relations in the long term. There's also a concern that treating Putin like this has actually done the opposite of the escalate to de-escalate strategy, with some still very minor today, but nonetheless present voices calling for a preemptive strike or a full-scale NATO involvement. Again, this is highly speculative. Thinking about the short term with so many competing narratives and the uncertainty surrounding Putin's mental state leads to an impossible number of forks and alternative histories, many of them terrifying to imagine. When thinking about the long term, then, it may be beneficial to subscribe to a different way of telling history. Instead of focusing on the individual, and therefore subscribing to the great man theory of history, the idea that history is shaped by great leaders above all else, it may be better to understand the conflict from a more institutional, economic, and materialistic approach. A historical materialism of some sort, if that was even a real thing. I've certainly never heard of it.
Yeah, what is that? That's such a weird take. I've never heard of that either.
And before we do, just to be clear, focusing on Putin at a time like this is not entirely wrong. Putin sits at the helm of a country he has profoundly shaped for over 2 decades. The way Russia acts in most affairs does usually boil down to whatever Putin says, because his status as an autocrat grants him far more decision-making power than any one person should ever have.
Yep.
The point of a historical materialist approach isn't to deny that, but to explain how it is that he gets to have such a strong decision-making power in the first place, and what factors exist that guide and constrain, or alternatively give him carte blanche when he is exercising it. At the time of writing, some people are predicting that the heavy costs of sanctions and military operations against Russia will make Putin incredibly unpopular at home and abroad, possibly ending up with him not leading Russia anymore. If that is the case, if Putin does leave office, our fixation on him and him alone may lead to an overconfidence in the stability of whatever peace we hopefully get on the other side. Just because Putin is out of the picture doesn't mean everything is okay. So our analysis of the conflict must also take into account what will survive after Putin is gone. Let's give that a shot. Thus far, the analysis of the Ukraine-Russia conflict has been done on 2 big lines. According to the liberal philosophy of international relations, this conflict has been driven by ideas.
Oh shit. Shots fired at Johnny Boy. It's just like, it's the idealistic version of these events are so fucking, oh God, I don't even want to get into it. Like, it's so frustrating. It's so incredibly frustrating. Like, oh yeah, he hates a Jeffersonian democracy. That's why he invaded. That part of liberal international relations is literally fucking stupider than even just saying with outright that Putin is a madman. Who knows what the fuck he's gonna do? Like, if there's one type of analysis in this circumstance that is more childish and dumber than saying outright, Putin's a madman. He's got nukes. Who knows what he'll do with that? He wants to institute the Russian Empire. Is literally the liberal version of saying he hates our freedoms. Okay,
brain rot.
It completely is devoid of any sort of understanding of the reality on the ground in these like Baltic states. It is completely devoid of any sort of analysis whatsoever, and is just saying like his motivation is he hates democracy.
Thanks for everything.
Anyway.
Ideas and international institutions. Putin is committed to the idea of a unified Russian identity inherited from the USSR and the greater history of Russian nations. Putin wants Ukraine, or at least part of it, because he is interested in uniting all people who are tied to the Russian identity and history they share. Debates in liberal circles are over the degree to which Ukrainians in the east of the country are really more like Russians, and whether that's sufficient justification for the breach of international law. Usually, in the West at least, their answer
I love how you protect Putin so woke. Yeah, dude, I love Putin. I'm always trying to suck him off to avoid war. It's just fucking idiotic. Like, what democracy? What? We barely have a fucking democracy in bourgeois capitalist nation states. It's a theory, okay?
Is no. The other line of thinking, what is usually called the realist philosophy of international relations, sees this conflict in terms of military power and influence. Russia is invading Ukraine to keep the country as a barrier to NATO expansion and the threat of being undermined by a strong military at its borders in the future. Likewise, the realist analysis on the other side is that Russia is taking over Ukraine to expand its own influence and destabilize the EU. Debates here are about what threat NATO or Russia actually poses in terms of influence and military power. While there is an element of truth to both these philosophies, especially because different political leaders are desperately trying to make either one seem more true by acting as if it was, the third, less popular approach to this conflict is through the Marxist analysis of international relations. That's the historical materialism I mentioned earlier. This analysis tends to focus on the way in which economics and economic institutions play a role in explaining this war, and more generally sees economic motivations as the foundation upon which politics generally, and liberal and realist philosophies more specifically, can play out in the first place. Each theory is basically competing about which one comes first, not really about which one gets it right. They all kind of get part of it right in one way or another. Marxists see this conflict as being the consequence of an accumulation of economic and political power into a few hands. Following the fall of the USSR, the liberalization of Russia was dominated by the privatization of industries previously under state control. In their place, oligarchs who were either well-connected in the former USSR or exceedingly capable of navigating the newly liberalized economy consolidated major sectors of the economy.
Gangsters, dude. Straight fucking crooks, criminals, gangsters that literally robbed, cheated, raped, pillaged, whatever you want to fucking call it, the Russian economy. And Putin is exactly like them. He's one of them. And that, by the way, is entirely our fault. But, you know, that's a longer story.
Economy, notably fossil fuels, into their very few hands.
Like, literally entirely our fault, okay? Entirely our fault.
Thanks to this concentrated economic power, they were able to have a high degree of influence on politics, carrying Putin and his support for their endeavors into the highest office, from which he could carry national economic policy in a few key directions, specifically to enrich his buddies, while they both kept one another on a tight leash. It shouldn't be surprising that this is an unstable economic system, especially given how central a few key non-renewable resources are.
Us in the chat, fuck did I do now? No, man. I mean, America, Western foreign policy. How do you think these guys, well connected with the West as well, were able to fucking command the entire economy of a fucking previous world superpower? I don't mean like you specifically. When I say we, is the royal we. I'm talking about America, baby. I'm talking about the Western nations.
To the whole operation. Unlike the countries to its west, Russia did not benefit from a Marshall Plan that would have bolstered its capitalist economy within a strong network of cooperation with the big daddy of global economics, the US. Russia's privatization and primitive accumulation came with all the pitfalls and punishments of liberalism unadulterated, creating a punishing austerity for the general population, but
in the immediate aftermath, there was a literal fucking dip in the average life expectancy by 3 years, dude. That's how fucking devastating liberalization was for post-Soviet Russia.
Lucrative profits for a few at the top.
Or was it 4? I thought it was 3 years, but
this
maybe it might be 4.
This allowed for and promoted a single figurehead with visions of expansion at its helm. Because when domestic crises begin in a capitalist society, they'll often turn towards nationalism and look at outward expansion for solutions. Of course, Russia isn't in a vacuum. While all this is happening, Ukraine is modernizing its agriculture and energy sources, cutting off Russian gas slowly, taking its role as a channel for Russian gas for the rest of Europe slowly off the table, and proving the value of its rich black soil, an incredibly fertile ground and a major source of profit. These are trends that Russian oligarchs have kept an eye on for a long time, threatening their profits the further away Ukraine gets from them, and a big reason to keep courting Ukrainian politicians. And look, I may not have all the details. Like most of you, this wasn't on my radar just a few weeks ago, and
bro, to be fair, unironically, out of all the videos I've seen thus far, this is why Real Life Lore's video was one of the absolute fucking best videos I've ever seen in the West, in Western media, in independent media, from a dude who's like a liberal too, I think, right? It was so fucking good. Talking about the material interest that Russia has with respect to like an oil-rich region that it wants to control. Talking about talking about the competing interests of like utilizing Ukraine as a way to stabilize and control Russian pricing and OPEC pricing of petrol. He doesn't sound like a liberal. I mean, no one. I don't believe anyone who does like international relations videos like that are fucking leftists usually, unless I know that they're not. I thought Real Life Lore was like straight up. I mean,
and the quote real motivations behind this war are anybody's guess at this point. But if you think this sort of materialist analysis has some weight, you can see how focusing on Putin alone might pose an issue for the future. Once Putin is gone, that is, if Putin is gone, the economic relations between different countries in Europe and within Russia and its oligarchs will not disappear. There will be a tense relationship.
Sorry. I have to read this.
Thanks for everything you do, Hasan.
Hasan, would it be agreeable to say you tend towards Marxist ideologies? What makes you say that, chatter? How dare you?
Relationship and within if Putin
I
is
love
gone,
capitalism. I love capitalism and I hate socialism. Ew.
Economic relations between different countries in Europe and within Russia and its oligarchs will not disappear. There will be a tense relationship between Russia, a country with an economy dependent on resources many countries are trying to make obsolete, and the rest of Europe, increasingly wary of the influence and economic struggle Russia can create by turning off the gas. In that sense, while the character of Putin's invasion of Ukraine is entirely his own, the motivations that have pushed Putin into war precede him and any recent changes in international politics. He made the decision, an awful one, but the prevailing economic system and the specific way in which it was imposed on the post-USSR countries, with highly concentrated economic and political power in the hands of a few oligarchs, created the conditions in which Putin could make his decision and hope for it to be a good one for his economic interests. Really awful economic interest at.
By the way, yes, Real Life Lord did say NATO is defensive and only allows democracies into its allegiance. That's why I said he's a liberal, but he's a liberal who nailed the materialist reasons behind Ukraine's interest or Russia's interest in controlling Ukraine beyond the political interests in the defensive interests that they have. So that's right. And also, that's also why I always tell you, like, it's kind of suspicious that OPEC nations, right, a lot of which are supposedly America's allies, including America's greatest allies, Gulf nations and whatnot, why did they not engage in price stability that would cut out Russia from the equation? Like, why did America buy $700 million worth of gas, oil, and commodities from Russia the day before they fucking sanctioned Russia? If you can't comprehend these sorts of things, if you can't apply a leftist, i.e. a materialist analysis to this circumstance, you're going to think that's really weird. That's some fake friendship, brother. What the fuck? I didn't know this was happening. Oh, what the fuck? Are you doing Putin propaganda? Right? Why? Why haven't the OPEC nations who are supposedly, idealistically on our side, good versus evil, why haven't they fucking engaged in price stability to ensure that, like, they could cut out Russia from the rest of the world? Because they like maintaining the fucking cartel that they have. They like maintaining the oligopoly they have over energy. That's it.
At that. To summarize this whole video, personalizing this conflict and making it about Putin makes sense in the short term. Over the long term, it doesn't become irrelevant, but it isn't nearly so central. Putin and the Ukraine-Russia war can therefore also be seen as a warning call for other countries with increasingly monopolistic capitalist economies and political systems prone to autocratic co-optation. When the scramble for resources begins, a network of genuine solidarity between ordinary, working people has the best chance of staving off war. The same can't be said of a global network based on maximizing profits and national competition with a handful of all-powerful people calling the shots. We can make pragmatic decisions in the short term, but should never lose sight of that fact. For what it's worth, I don't think Putin is crazy, but I do think he's been in power a long time and has grown accustomed to doing whatever he wants, regardless of what his advisors have to say. Finally, as a last addendum, don't try to use bits and pieces of this analysis to justify any sort of imperialism, whether that's whatever Putin's Russia is doing or sending Western intervention into Ukraine. There is no justification for the violence we've seen and for calls to escalate. We can understand the motivations and economic context that has made our current situation more likely without falling into deterministic thinking, that is, assuming all this was destined to happen, or believing these actions are justified. They are not. War isn't a spectator sport as the internet would have you believe. It's not a Marvel movie with clearly defined good guys and bad guys. We should.
Zelensky fans want Jeremy Renner to play the Ukrainian president in a movie. Exactly. This shit is so fucking lame, dude. People are dying and they're like, oh my god, he's Captain America.
For one army
but
to
for
massacre
Ukraine.
another. Those soldiers don't.
Also, those people don't even know that Zelensky himself is a fucking actor. Like, he could play himself if he wanted to, and he has. He's so.
Stand to gain anything from this conflict. They're normal people just like you and me. The only people who will come out on top are those at the levers of power of the bloodthirsty imperialist nations. All we should be calling for is for this conflict to be resolved quickly, without a ransacking of Ukraine, without nuclear weapons being detonated, without the expansion of NATO, and through diplomacy.
Yep.
No war but class war.
What do you think about Israel's prime minister visit to Moscow? Are they settling Israel as the mediator? That's extremely funny. No, it's not extremely funny. Israel has deep ties to both Russia and Ukraine. So it's perfectly understandable that a country that is not immediately Western, is not seen as a Western nation, that because both countries obviously mistrust Western nations and Western institutions, that has deep ties to both countries, can remain kind of like a neutral party in that situation. So of course that's the reason why they're doing it. The irony, of course, is that like Israel is doing annexation and an apartheid is an apartheid state, but nobody gives a fuck about the irony. Okay, so here let's look at Wendover Productions' new video, The Failed Logistics of Russia's Invasion of Ukraine. This motherfucker loves logistics. Okay, so I trust his word on logistics. This man is the #1 logistics man on the planet. Okay, he loves logistics. He loves planes. This is the same guy that does real life lore, by the way. That's what people were saying, is that this is insane. Mersheimer is being accused of possibly being a Russian asset. See note about funding and all these insinuations. University of Chicago students circulating a letter calling for the cancellation of John Mersheimer over Putinism and anti-Ukrainian ideology and spreading Russian disinformation like that. There was a coup in 2014 and it included fascists. No, it's fucking dope, dude. It's like straight up. Everyone's losing their fucking minds. That's what it's. God, America is disgusting.
Quickly. On February 24th, 2022, just after 2 a.m. Ukraine time, Vladimir Putin, the autocrat of Russia, announced in a pre-recorded TV address a, quote, special military operation in Ukraine.
Мною принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
To the rest of the world, that meant war.
No, what we should do is literally fucking ban, and even fuck banning, just jail anyone that is not towing the line, okay? Is not towing the line, no matter what it is, even if it's like war between two other nations, but we have a stake in the war. Like, that's the appropriate thing to do. By the way, I fucking despise every motherfucker that does shit like this, okay? It's so stupid, it's so fucked up, it's so insane. Someone said, like with Israel, Pepela. Are you fucking kidding me? I've never petitioned for someone to be banned for saying pro-Israel shit. If anything, the exact opposite happens. Whenever people are heterodox or even speak out against Israel, it doesn't even matter if they're of a Jewish background. It doesn't even matter if their fucking parents were literally murdered in the Holocaust. Okay, their immediate family members were murdered in the Holocaust. They still get fucking blacklisted. And the people that are engaging in that blacklisting are people like fucking Dershowitz, who literally has defended and is known as a friend to one of the most prolific pedophiles on the fucking planet, a child sex trafficker, Jeffrey Epstein. There are literal laws in like 30 states in the United States of America that say that if you have ever participated in a boycott, divestment, and sanction movement against the state of Israel, okay, that means you cannot work with the state government. Get the fuck out of here, man. Holy shit. There are literal organizations, NGOs, called the Canary Mission, for example, that specifically and actively work to fire anyone and everyone that has ever said anything that they consider to be anti-Semitic, that they consider to be anti-Zionist, okay? They literally are like, oh, this person has said anti-American shit, this person has said anti-Zionist shit, that means they're anti-Semitic, that means they're unpatriotic, that person should be fired. And they actively do fire people as a consequence of that. It is grotesque.
Within minutes, the shelling started, the skies lit up, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine had begun.
The tangent off this, how do you explain to someone that anti-Zionist rhetoric is different from anti-Semitic rhetoric? I don't know. Do you hate all fucking Muslims if you criticize the Saudi Arabia's ongoing genocide in Yemen? No one thinks like that, right? That would be unfathomable. That would be the most insane thing that anyone could ever fucking say, right? And that's it. All Jews do not belong to Israel, okay? the interests of Jews around the world do not always align with the interests of Israel. That, in and of itself, is unironically an anti-Semitic take, claiming that all Jews are a monolith and claiming that the Israeli project, especially in the way that it is fucking currently being done, okay, is at the behest of every single Jew, and that all Jews have a loyalty to Israel is literally anti-Semitic. But when Israelis say that, or when hyper-Zionists, hyper-nationalists say that, that's considered to be the norm and normal take. But you hear it from Nazis and the hyper-Zionists alike. Does that not make you question that a little bit? Does that not come across as weird? It's insane. It's absolutely preposterous. Anyway, let's continue.
To many Ukrainians, though, this was perceived not as a beginning, but a continuation of the conflict that began some 8 years prior in the spring of 2014. Ever since Russia and the rebels it backed overtook Crimea and swaths of eastern Ukraine, the country has maintained an enlarged and active military presence along Ukraine's borders. In 2017, for example, Russia re-established the famed but disbanded 8th Combined Arms Army here in Novocherkassk. Revived under the pretense that it was a defensive decision, the 8th Combined Army has since grown, adding artillery, missile subunits, and even, some analysts believe, incorporating separatists into its own ranks. This is hardly an isolated development. From Sevastopol on the southern tip of Crimea to Klintsy along Ukraine's northern border, Russian bases, staging points, and general military infrastructure have grown to increasingly surround Ukraine since 2014. This extension of military might was made possible by the physical seizure of the land and, in the eyes of Russian leadership, justified by the threat that Ukraine could retaliate or try to seize back occupied territories. This extension has also, in turn, quite literally paved the path for Russia to amass an extraordinary 75% of their principal combat units within striking distance of Ukraine. On Wednesday, November 3rd, 2021, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry announced that 90,000 Russian troops had encircled the country's borders and occupied territories. The Russian forces that were in the region for supposed exercises simply weren't leaving. Not only were they not going away, but as the next few months would reveal, their numbers were growing. This is a satellite image from outside the western Russian town of Yena in September, and this is the exact same spot on November 1st. From an empty field and a dirt road to the staging area for the Russian 41st Combined Army, normally headquartered some 2,000 miles or 3,000 kilometers away, suddenly sat north of 1,200 tanks, howitzers, towed artillery, and support vehicles. And November only marked the beginning.
Part of the reason why I got this wrong when I said Putin will not invade, despite all of this information that showed that he would, was because this type of staging had been done time and time again since 2014 as routine military exercises, okay? That's why, along with the reasons why Vladimir Putin is getting his shit pushed in many different ways by the rest of the global economy, sanctioning it, and also the Ukrainian forces that haven't even gotten to the insurgency part yet, have been able to push back against the Russian invasion very adequately and successfully, was the reason why I thought it would not happen. It was the reason why Zelensky did not think it would happen. The reason why many Ukrainians did not think it would happen. Okay?
Satellite images and social media posts tracked soldiers and supplies pouring into southwest Russia across December. But what alarmed analysts most was the fact that along with the soldiers and supplies, there were medical units, hospital tents, and fuel reserves. The Russians were amassing the infrastructure for war. The likelihood that this was a simulation plummeted. In January, Russian forces rolled into Belarus for joint exercises. Weeks later, it was announced that the soldiers would stay. Established staging areas like Yena further expanded, while new ones popped up, forming an increasingly foreboding arc around Ukraine. Now, behind the scenes, what made this massive domestic mobilization of troops, weapons, and supplies possible was Russia's vast rail network. This rail network's extent.
Oh God. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Think about that. Look at that again. Oh fuck. Look at those rails. Look at those railways. Oh my God. Oh. Trains all around the goddamn country, baby. Oh. Sorry.
Russia's vast rail network. This rail network's extent, earning its status as the third largest in the world, is a byproduct of the country's size, sparsity, and the suspect nature of its road network. Meanwhile, the degree of state control, with the government owning some 20 of the country's 21,000 locomotives, is a legacy of the Soviet era. This control and extensiveness combined means that Russia's military is able to rely heavily on the rail network. It was trains that moved the troops, tanks, and trucks to and from Jena.
Okay, stop. Oh God, stop showing me this. I'm close, dude. I'm fucking close. Look at all those trains, dude. Look at all those beautiful tracks that are cutting through the land. Normally, I'd say borders are a scar on the face of our beautiful planet. Yet these fucking railways, they're showing something else. It's a beauty mark. Okay. God damn. Get me hot and heavy thinking about these fucking trains, dude. God damn. Moving big pieces of equipment. Ooh. With ease across hundreds, if not thousands of fucking miles. Oh, I'm bricked the fuck up right now, dude. Fuck. Making me forget that the top of the hour is here. 14 minutes in. Making me forget that you can avoid those ads. You want an ad-free broadcasting experience by subscribing. I believe that only shows the main lines too, not the branch networks. Fuck! There's more?
I can only coom so much.
Stop it! You could also avoid, if you don't have $5, you could also avoid the ad break for free with a Twitch Prime. Or if you're lucky, you get gifted a sub. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Into Kursk and across the Bryansk and Smolensk oblasts. Digital forensics have shown that it was also trains that moved supplies from eastern Russia all the way to Belarus. And it was largely thanks to these trains, or Russia's reliance on them, that outsiders were able to so precisely document the military buildup as dashcams filmed transiting tanks at rail crossings, videos which then ended up on TikTok and circulated the world over. Trains set the stage. In the first weeks of February, under a curtain of clouds, Jena emptied out. Its troops and supplies tracked south. As these Russian forces pushed ever nearer to the Ukrainian border, tanks appeared in Kursk, just a 140-mile or 220.
The people saying USA has the world's largest rail system, yeah, unfortunately, it hasn't been updated. And one of the biggest problems is that inside of our cities, we have very little to no adequate public transportation. Even though I do love America's trains as well, I've been on them, specifically the one from San Diego to Los Angeles. Fucking dope, dude. What an experience. Oh my God, dude. It is such an incredible, wonderful experience to just be able to get into that big fucking train and just sit there and watch I don't know. I mean, going at 40 miles an hour, unfortunately, but, you know, still awesome.
20-kilometer drive from Kharkiv, while additional troops and trucks amassed near Gomel, Belarus.
Damn, look at that.
20 miles or 32 kilometers away from the border. Across 3.5 months, 175,000 Russian troops had stacked up all along Ukraine's border, ready to unleash death and destruction in the country they believed they were there to liberate. In the opening hours of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the invading force worked to cripple Ukraine's military infrastructure. Some of the first volleys of the conflict involved airstrikes on Ukrainian air bases in an effort to help.
Someone said Chinese hypertrains got me busting every day. Dude, are you kidding me? I would never lose social credit. If I was in China, dude, I would never, ever lose social credit, dude. I would have the best social credit nonstop. because I know one of the things that you can lose if you have shitty social credit is access to the fucking high-speed rail system. My lord, dude. Oh my god, I'd be like Xi Jinping. I'm picking up trash on the street. I'm bribing local officials, whoever the fuck is the creditor institution. I don't give a fuck.
Russia quickly gained air superiority without strong resistance. 11 were destroyed across the first day of hostilities. By noon, focus shifted from anticipatory defense to offense as dozens of Russian helicopters landed troops at Hostomel Airport mere miles from Kyiv. This was seemingly in an effort to create an air bridge, seizing control of the airport to allow planes to bring in more troops who would push out into Kyiv. An air-based supply line could assure a certain level of logistical support regardless of conditions on the ground between the border and Kyiv. However, also recognizing this, Ukraine tasked its 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade to retake the airport, which it successfully did by 8 p.m. Across the same day, as fighting reached the Chernobyl exclusion zone and troops poured in from every direction, work continued behind the front lines to support.
Bro, how the fuck did he? Damn, dude, he like went and got incredible amounts of footage from the Russian Ministry of Defense. Like I haven't seen all this stuff, and I've been monitoring the situation actively. Like except for that one guy who was shooting that manned rocket. Like half the stuff I have not seen. It's crazy.
Continued invasion. In Brest, Belarus, Russian forces could be seen unloading supplies from rail cars and assembling into a convoy configuration facing south towards the war zone. In Koniki, near Belarus's closest point to Kyiv, satellite imagery captured a road that Russians converted into a helicopter base with an X marking each landing zone. To the east, in Russia itself, a field hospital could be seen ready to treat early casualties.
I don't know if we should trust anyone with this much access. What? Dude, he's literally getting it from Russian PR. Like the Russian Defense Ministry is releasing all this shit. And the other stuff is on Telegram. It's like public information.
Nearby, another makeshift facility home to artillery and rocket launchers used in the opening hours of the conflict stood ready for more. However, despite all the well-planned war infrastructure constructed around Ukraine, things inside the war zone were seemingly going less to plan. As the sun rose from a bloody night onto the second day of battle, Russian forces set their sights on Kyiv, the country's capital, home to its government and lauded leader Volodymyr Zelensky. Under the assumption that Russia's ultimate ambition was to install a puppet government, Kyiv was the grand prize for the invading force, and yet they only made it to the city's suburbs. Still there, they met fierce resistance and made little progress, turning the night that many feared would mark the capital's fall into but a night. As day 2 became 3, photos and videos emerged that started to paint a more cohesive picture. Russian tanks were running out of fuel and left abandoned.
There wasn't anything TOS there, but I was a little scared regardless. I wanted to be sure.
Strewn across the country. The invading troops were seen looting stores for food, potentially due to a lack of their own. Stories emerged of Russian forces asking Ukrainian civilians for supplies and directions, seemingly unaware of the average person's opinion on them in the country they were attempting to conquer. Across the board, as they approached the urban areas that could only be taken with the most tactful coordination, the Russian military was looking disorganized and disconnected. Just a few disparate forces tasked with going in, guns blazing, to induce a quick and easy surrender. Of course, that is not what came to fruition. The Ukrainian defense included a recognition of what the Russian offense seemingly missed: the importance of logistics. In the famous words of General John J. Pershing, quote, "Infantry wins battles, logistics wins wars." So, Ukraine went—
And this is where Wendover comes in. Mr. Cream his pants over. Wendover, it's time to bend over to talk about logistics, baby. He just, I love his channel. I love his approach to these sorts of things. He's just such a fucking weeb for trains, planes, and logistics in general. Awesome.
For Russia's logistics. On social media platforms adapted to organize the country's guerrilla-style defense, posts circulated stressing the value of destroying fuel trucks. Of course, if you stop the fuel trucks, you stop the tanks, and unlike tanks, Fuel trucks are typically unarmored and can be destroyed with cheap, accessible bullets or Molotov cocktails.
Wait, he's not gonna say that fucking Molotov cocktails are the ones that effectively dismantled their resupply, right?
When the Russians started disguising their fuel trucks to look more like traditional transport trucks, posts and messages quickly followed, making the updated target profile clear. Ukrainian forces also destroyed 2 key bridges into Kyiv, allowing them to focus on defending a smaller number of choke points, and similar tactics were used elsewhere in the country. The Ukrainian military also destroyed all connections between the Russian and Ukrainian rail networks to prevent the invading force from taking hold of them to ramp up their supply lines. Elsewhere, across the country, towns and cities dismantled their street signs, or in some cases, painted over them to read "Welcome to Hell," making it harder for Russian troops, many of which relied solely.
Okay, this part I don't. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think like the entirety of the Russian military's like logistical operation was dismantled by Molotov cocktails and like road signs changing like they don't know how to fucking read a map. You know, like they don't know how to read a map. They have no way of like using. I mean, I don't believe that. I think that that's like a little bit. I think that that's a little bit on the propaganda side that I thought there was going to be more information here. He didn't say entirely though. No, I think that that stuff is irrelevant. What's relevant is the Bayraktars, okay? Not to fucking juice up the Bayraktar a little bit too much. I'm not getting Turkish with it. It's just what is relevant, of course, is the 12 drones that Ukraine has been able to use. What's relevant is the Ukrainian air support that was not destroyed by the Russian military in the first fucking night when they were launching their special operations. And, you know, that's what was legitimately fucking destroying their refueling efforts, I think, rather than, you know, driving around and being like, oh, where is Ukraine?
Solely on paper maps to navigate around the country. Meanwhile, with the Russian military relying nearly entirely on analog, unsecured radio communications, amateur radio enthusiasts and hacktivist organizations like Anonymous work to block and surveil enemy radio frequencies. Some even went further to broadcast pig sounds, thematic music, or written messages that would appear when analyzed on a spectrogram. Russia countered this with strategic disinformation, purportedly spreading this post listing fake frequencies across social media, but the Ukrainian side quickly caught on and spread the corrected frequencies across their means of communication. Now, to experts, the Russian military's logistics difficulties.
I don't think that this was this level of crowdsourcing was actually as disruptive. Maybe I'm wrong, but it does feel a little bit like it does feel a little bit like, yeah, we did it, Reddit, you know?
Were hardly surprising. In fact, they represented a historical through line. When analyzing the disastrous Soviet-Afghan War of the 1980s, poor logistics performance is an oft-cited reason for the USSR's failure to achieve its objectives. According to tacticians, their logistic support forces were inflexible and under-equipped, which left the fighting forces too under-equipped to perform their jobs. Of course, thanks to their vast railway network, which nearly entirely falls under state control, Russia's military has that incredible domestic mobilization capability. In fact, some 30,000 of their personnel serve in the Russian railway troops, whose task involves the defense, use, and construction of railways for military purposes. This force, larger than that of most countries, is indicative of just how crucial this one infrastructure asset is to their military machine. However, this domestic advantage, this reliance on
small arms and a Molotov will definitely take out fuel trucks. Yeah, but you need to have an organized operation. Untrained babushkas, you know, and like random Ukrainian people finding Russian fuel trucks and having Molotov cocktails on hand, readily available, is not the reason why you are going to be able to strategically destroy the resupply of an entire invading army.
The rails simultaneously represents an Achilles heel when conflicts take place beyond their borders. When war stretches past their furthest rail yards, Russian military logistics
I'm gonna have to watch this after.
At best, mediocre.
Finally.
In the case of this invasion, the primary advanced rail yards being used are in Belarus and Russia itself, so for any further supply lines, especially any stretching into Ukraine, Russia had to resort to trucks. And simply put, Russia doesn't have enough trucks. Each of Russia's combined arms armies, the largest organizational unit.
There was literally footage of someone tossing Molotov out the window at a fuel truck and she got fire on her arm. I know, I did. We watched it on this broadcast. But do you think there's one Russian truck that is doing resupply? Or do you think there are hundreds of trucks that are doing it? Like, that's my point. There isn't enough. I don't think that the untrained, I don't think you really don't like Ukrainians defending themselves. Dude, I cannot understand how you can reach that conclusion. Like, I genuinely don't understand how you reach this conclusion at all. Okay? Like, this level of thinking and looking at anecdotes on the fucking ground is going to lead you to believe that, like, you know, Ukrainian farmers are successfully destroying the Russian military operation because you saw that video of one farmer plowing an artillery, and you saw a tractor pulling an artillery and another tractor pulling a fucking tank.
Of their ground forces is typically supported by one material technical support brigade, essentially their logistics support forces. Each of these brigades is composed of around 1,000 personnel operating 408 transport vehicles capable of hauling 1,870 tons of cargo. This, it turns out, is rather inadequate. According to retired US Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vershinin, a conflict modeling and simulations expert, Russia's forces, under their current configuration, are simply incapable of properly supporting a fight more than 90 miles or 145 kilometers from supply dumps, in this case, rail yards. And these assumptions were based on a 45-mile or 70-kilometer-per-hour average transport speed, which is likely only attained when territory is firmly within Russian control, something that proved elusive in the opening days of this invasion. A highly active conflict reliant on rocket artillery fire, which accurately describes this war, is even more resource-intensive on the logistics support forces, as each individual rocket requires a dedicated truck for transport to the launcher. With the frequency of artillery—
People have a set narrative of how things are going based on Reddit posts, and whenever you go against that narrative, they go ape shit. I'm not even entirely going against that narrative either. Like, I recognize that that Russia is taking an L, like, truly, because they, I think, underestimated Ukrainian defenses. They underestimated the power of Javelin missiles and NATO weapons and you know, surface-to-air missiles and the defense that Ukraine was able to, at the very least, launch towards protecting certain air bases so they can have some air defense, all that sort of stuff. I recognize. I'm just saying the extent of which we think Ukraine is winning the war versus Russia is I mean, I don't know. I think that they are. I think that Russia is taking a way fucking a bigger L than they originally thought, logistically and militarily, but that still doesn't change the reality.
Artillery fire in the early days of the
invasion,
I'm a little bit
more skeptical
of it. A large chunk
of
Russia's material technical support brigade's capability was certainly tied up in supplying ammunition to launch sites. This general incapability seemingly reflects in Russia's strategy in Ukraine. Currently, the predominant characterization is that Russia believed that through a combination of dramatic airborne and land-based attacks in the opening hours and days of the invasion, the Ukrainians would quickly capitulate. They'd either surrender or Russian forces would quickly reach Kyiv, topple the government, and install a puppet government.
I think this part is adequate and true, by the way. Like, Russia's underestimation of Ukrainian defenses and overestimation of its own logistical aptitude is certainly true.
A belief
Demonstrably
that was
true.
supported by nearly all independent analysts prior to the conflict's start.
Yeah.
Analysis suggests that when invading, Russia's forces can operate largely self-sufficiently without logistics support for about 3 to 5 days.
And I do agree. That assessment, I don't know. They might not have enough trucks, for the record. And I think that Wendo is probably correct. That military analyst guy is probably correct about like Russia's bare army and how hard it is for them to like adequately resupply their gigantic forces. I do agree. It's probably true. I don't know enough on that front. I was just taking an issue with saying that like Reddit, we did it, Reddit, hacktivists are fucking hacking their frequencies and communications, or, sending them astray by changing signs and stuff like that.
When the conflict did not conclude within that time frame, the Russians found themselves scrambling to regroup and resupply. Now, most Western forces, which are generally much better equipped from a logistics standpoint,
this is also
operate
true.
on a pull-based system where fighting forces request resupplies as needed based on what actually occurs. Meanwhile, the Russian military operates predominantly on a push-based system where forces are resupplied on a more predictable basis as determined by leadership. This means that, in practice, there is more strategic decision-making and prioritization of which forces most need or warrant resupply, and which materials are most important to resupply.
Again, America's forces, look, guys, you want to know why? You want to know why American forces often don't run into the same logistical hurdles? Because they over-prepare, okay? Why? Because we don't have healthcare. Why? Because we don't have fucking free college. Why? Because we don't have any of those nice things that other countries, no matter how poor, no matter how starving, are working their very goddamn best to ensure for their own citizens, okay? And if you have a disagreement with that, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. The reason why we don't, the reason why we win wars, baby, even though we do end up losing wars, but at least while we're losing with fashion, is because we don't have fucking any of the nice things that we could have, okay? We can't afford those nice things because we're affording the other thing, the Lamborghini of militaries, okay? Which still ends up fucking losing after 20 years to a bunch of dudes wearing flip-flops in the desert.
So, in Ukraine, it's likely that ammunition was prioritized ahead of, say, fuel for tanks on less strategically important fronts. In the context of perpetual logistics limitations, as is the case for Russia's military, this is likely the more effective approach, but in the grand scheme of things, it's certainly less effective than the Western pull approach, which focuses on flexible logistics that adapt to real-world conditions. In short, Western forces let strategy lead logistics, while Russian forces let logistics lead strategy. The single factor that can best address these issues, however, is time. The Russian military does have the capabilities to set a war zone up for a more prolonged conflict. Its material technical support brigades include tactical pipeline battalions, for example, that can quickly construct networks in Ukraine to bring fuel and water closer to the active fronts without the need for burdensome supply convoys. Russia's railway troops can do the same with rail infrastructure, mending or constructing networks to support a long-term conflict or occupation. And the country can take—
How do you get mad over a Wendover Productions video? I'm not getting mad at Wendover Productions. I'm getting mad at the situation at hand. You know, imperialism, the final state of capitalism, is 100% alive and well. And we know we do that real well, but we do that at the opportunity cost of like killing our countrymen here for conditions of poverty that are completely avoidable in the wealthiest nation on the planet.
A page out of the Soviet playbook, leveraging the full might of the public and private sectors to support the military's operations. What the opening days of Russia's invasion of Ukraine have done, however, is exposed a weak point in the nation's military might, or perhaps demonstrated that the weak points of the Soviet military are still present. Logistics capabilities are arguably one major strategic advantage of many Western militaries, especially the US's, whose global network of military bases and massive sea and airlift capabilities allow it to properly supply conflict truly anywhere on Earth. For Russia to have failed so visibly mere miles from its border exposes its Achilles heel to any future adversary. Tragically, however, These early struggles appeared to make the Russian military only more desperate.
So there's two things here. One, their original decapitation methods were limited. They were limited in strike capability. They were limited because I think that they truly were looking to target exclusively military locations. They weren't doing the shock and awe shit that we did in Baghdad. Okay, decapitate the government, immediately put your own puppet state in a position of power. And that way, with the least amount of civilian casualties, that occupational force is less likely to fight against a much larger insurgency. Okay? Because if you start fucking bombing locations, then boom, you're in a 20-year... You start bombing everybody, all of a sudden, 20-year war, baby. You know? You're fighting against Ukrainians that look exactly like you for the rest of time. We can do that because we don't have healthcare. Not to say that like Russian healthcare is great or whatever, but you know, they're much poorer, but we can do that for 20 years because that's how our economy works. Their economy still relies on, you know, selling oil and energy and Bitcoin farmers and dashcam videos and parkour videos to the rest of the planet.
As the conflict prolonged, the invaders resorted to looting, to shelling civilian areas, to increasingly destructive weaponry, and to more deadly techniques to compensate for their lack of strategic tact. Therefore, the true cost for Russia's failure is borne on the innocent casualties of war.
And cyber crimes.
Ukrainian defenders, Russian conscripts, and perhaps most tragically, the Ukrainian civilians who were displaced, injured, or killed simply for staying in the place they called home.
Okay, now let's watch this tactical military guy.
All right, everyone. There's a 40-mile-long Russian armored convoy headed for Kiev right...
Because every single person has been telling me that you have to watch this video. This guy's really good. This guy's really good. His analysis on it is like really, really fucking good.
Now, what does that mean for the Ukrainian army's defense? It's upside down. How am I supposed to cope with Putin's threat of nuclear war if all the vodka's being pulled off the shelves? And where do I go to pick up my towed Russian tank? Hello, Spare Parts Army. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Today I'm continuing our ground-level analysis of the Russo-Ukrainian war, now in its 7th day.
Skull built like the average infantryman. Look at that.
Open source intelligence networks on Twitter were able to intercept these low-level Russian unit communications, which weren't even encrypted. So anyone with a radio could listen in or
okay, that's wrong, but you know, whatever, let's continue.
Jam their signal in the middle of combat. Communications that have been translated reveal Russian soldiers' call signs as they curse each other in the middle of combat. They're angry over the lack of...
Bro, this is such like soy Reddit soy shit. Like, oh yeah, they're talking just like a COD lobby. Like, I saw that stuff. It was like very... I saw that. They sound exactly like a CSGO lobby soy.
Supplies, and we have reports of their KIA and injuries, all from listening in on their communications. Here you see the Russian infantry using a tactic called recon by fire, where they just go down the road shooting everything in sight. So I guess it's a good thing that I went ahead and changed the password to the channel 3 times yesterday to protect from Russian cyber attacks. One Reddit user pointed out that the Russian invasion so far has been like Putin's version of Firefest, a huge disaster. But a lot of people are getting their analysis from Western generals, who look at all the Russian casualties and they think that's a sign that they're losing. A lot of people don't understand the Russian military though, and I've been studying it for years now. Historically, the Russian army has always been more comfortable with taking high levels of casualties. You look at the Georgian battle, you look at Granzy, they always take higher casualties. We would assume Putin and Russian generals would be horrified by, like we would. But that's not the case. The fact is the Russian army has viewed war very differently. And there's a chance that the Russian army did what the old Soviet Union army used to do, and they sent in their conscripts and their worst equipment first. Captured Russian POWs confirm that they had no idea they were going into a war. They thought they were going into a training event. But to be fair, this could just be Ukrainian propaganda. or it could be what the Russian military told their soldiers to say in the event of being captured. But is that the reality on the ground, or are there parts of this story that the media is missing here? Let's look at the open source
Let's go.
Intelligence tool, the live conflict map, where the marked red areas show us live, up-to-the-minute visualizations of all the areas that are completely in Russian army control. This area here has grown slightly since Sunday, where they started to try to flank the city from the west down to the south to the city of Mariupol, which was in Russian control as early as last night, but as of today, the Ukrainian armed forces have recaptured it. According to the United Kingdom Ministry of Defense analysis, they're predicting that the Russian troop movements over the next few days are going to look like this, where the Russian army is going to try to move from the east to the west to Kiev and from the south all the way to the north to Kiev. The new 40-mile-long Russian convoy has now reached about 30 kilometers outside of Kiev, near a town called Ivankiv, which is a choke point on the way down to the capital. This town has seen heavy fighting in the past few days. Matthew Bolig is an expert in Russian warfare at the Chatham House, a policy institute in London, and he said, quote, "What we're seeing is basically phase 2, which is a shift to the much more brutal, tactless, unrestricted warfare, which will lead to many more civilian casualties and bloodier battles."
By the way, the irony of this dude saying that, like, Russia cares less about throwing their meat at the problem, like treating their citizens as meat, and then like talking about how the American military doesn't do that, is hilarious, because yeah, part of that is, it's true, okay, but part of that is because the American military have a cop skull. Like, they literally operate like cops. Your life is infinitely more important than any sort of interest you have in controlling that territory in perpetuity. Okay? Never heard him say that? But no, he just brought it up. He brought up the Russians don't have a problem with like throwing human beings at the problem, and like letting a lot more people die. Yeah, of course, because America cares significantly more about their own military's well-being and the lives of American service members rather than like any sort of additional goals that they may have of controlling territory. The fuck are you talking? Did you not hear him literally say, okay, here, let's show one more time. Okay. They've been historically
from Western generals who look at all a huge disaster. But a lot of people are getting their analysis from Western generals who look at all the Russian casualties and they think that's a sign that they're losing. A lot of people don't understand the Russian military though, and I've been studying it.
He said the USSR did the same. He also said the Russian losses are not perceived the same by Westerners, implying that the Westerners themselves see this level of casualties as a gigantic military disaster. That's what I mean. Your stands expect you to say America doesn't care about its military? No, America care. It doesn't. They don't. America doesn't care about its military because it fucking sends it all over the place. But it still cares more about its military than it does about the people that it's fucking militarily defeating. America doesn't care about, America doesn't have like ethnic Americans living in Iraq and therefore have like a political interest in their neighboring country of Iraq, making sure that they can occupy Iraq for 20 fucking years. Okay? That's the difference. America can launch a puppet state and install a puppet state in Iraq and fuck off. Okay? And retreat most of their fucking forces and still be able to command that region. Versus with Russia in their fucking neighbor country with ethnic Russians living there, they want to maintain, and they're wrong to try to do this, by the way, just for the record. They want to maintain some kind of control over that territory with an occupation, extended occupation in mind. That's part of the reason why they didn't fucking go in guns blazing in the same way that America has time and time again. That's a bad take though, because Russians don't care about enemies either. No, Russia cannot fucking do a 20-year occupation in their neighbor country in the same way that America can in Afghanistan and Iraq. That's the point.
Most advanced tracked infantry fighting vehicle. Each one carries 8 infantry, which can dismount once they reach urban areas. These vehicles fire a 30mm autocannon, which are massive explosive bullets. It's estimated there are 15,000 additional Russian troops in total in this convoy headed to the capital. There are also hundreds of Ural supply trucks carrying food, fuel, and ammo. I heard a lot of misconceptions in the media around this movement. In order to really understand what this long Russian convoy is actually doing here, we need to turn to a 416-page paper written in 2017 by Dr. Lester W. Grew called The Russian Way of War. It's an exhaustive breakdown of modern Russian army tactics and doctrine. In the section on Russian logistics, it points out that the Russian military will aim to set up refueling points along the route ahead of time, which is what I think they've been doing over the past 6 days in the initial invasion movement. According to the refueling standards, Russian tanks need to stop during the second half of a 12-hour-long march day. I believe this explains the periodic slowdowns and the stops along the convoy route. So the media is saying that the convoy is going slower than expected. They flat out do not understand convoy operations of this size, and they've never had to coordinate something at this scale before. For instance, they've probably never had the pleasure of having to go out into the freezing cold woodline on a tactical pause and take a tactical piss, like this guy had to. If the initial intelligence reports here are accurate, if you were to walk from one end of this convoy to the other end at an average walking pace of 18 minutes per mile, that would take you 12 hours to walk from one end of the convoy to the other. That's a lot of tanks. By the book, the max range of a Russian Material Technical Support Battalion, MTO Support Battalion, is 80 kilometers. When you look at the map, they've gone slightly further than that, which explains some of the slowdown that they're operating just outside their max limitations of fuel and equipment. We have to understand that the Russian army doesn't have their headquarters right on the border of Belarus and Ukraine. They have it some 50 kilometers to the rear of the border. So they're traveling at least 150 kilometers total to their staging area for the assault on Kiev. So by the Russian army doctrine, by the book, the brigade assault element gets close to the objective that they plan on attacking, in this case Kiev, and then what they do is they set up a designated safe distance at the edge of the enemy's defenses. We see on the live Ukraine conflict map, liveua.com, the Russians are currently 15 kilometers outside Kiev, where they are clearly setting up an assembly area, after which they will conduct a line of attack on the city. To be sure, they have faced heavier resistance than they expected from the Ukrainian armed forces, who are putting up a hell of a fight, and it's my hope that they will prevail. But I want to remain realistic about our expectations here. To the untrained eye, it looks like the Russians have stopped, but if you understand
that staging area was obliterated, I haven't seen it, but I believe it.
Russian army doctrine, they're setting up a forward operating base outside Kiev to begin artillery strikes, if need be, because the max range of their 2 S-19 self-propelled artillery tank is 24 kilometers. And 20 kilometers max range for the majority of their multiple rocket launch systems. We see this is exactly
it could have happened. This video is old now. I mean, it's a lot happens in war in 3 fucking days. It's a 3-day-old video.
How far away they've stopped outside of the city as they're setting up their headquarters to launch their attacks from. They are softening the defenses with artillery, and this is supported by our live map, which for the first time in 6 days, the majority of the reports from Kiev and the other cities.
Dude, some dude in YouTube says he knows better than the media who most likely have interviewed real experts. Wait, what? Dude, I think you should know by now that like a lot of the fucking people within the media are just as clueless as you are. What the fuck does CNN know, dude? What do you think Anderson Cooper knows? Anderson Cooper is in Lviv interviewing a guy that hasn't left Virginia in like 10 fucking years, talking about like Putin's crazy. It's actually a crazy thing that they're doing and they're losing pretty hard. Literally looking at the same fucking videos that we are looking at. They look at the same exact live streams that we look at. You know that, right? They're getting info from the same OSINT guys that we're getting information from. This isn't to say that this guy's informed, but it's to show you that, like, no one is fucking informed, okay? Just remember that.
It's all about incoming artillery and rocket fire. That doesn't mean we can't get lucky every once in a while. Like, the enemy forgot to put the handbrake on this artillery vehicle and it goes rolling down the hill into the tree. Ivan casually walking over there like he doesn't give a fuck. In the first few days of the invasion, the Russian army appeared to be holding back their full air force. They holded back on their full rocket artillery power. There was no shock and awe campaign like many of you might remember in the US-run invasion of Iraq, where we softened the targets and we caused many Iraqi units to surrender before even fighting. Russia appears to want to cause as little damage as possible.
That's wild to hear, by the way. Like, it's wild to hear a Western dude, especially one who's fucking served, admit that. When I say it, I'm a fucking Putin propagandist. But this guy's the most hoorah motherfucker you'll ever hear. And he's right. I mean, even when he's talking about it, he says, soften the targets. Like, you can understand what his perspective is. But he's right, though. Like, he's right. He's 100% fucking correct when he's saying Russia did not soften the targets by fucking shelling the entirety, the absolute entirety of Ukrainian cities. Not mentioning the 6K civilian casualties. Wait, what do you mean? 6,000 civilians have not died in Ukraine thus far. I've never heard that. If you're getting that number, I don't know where you're hearing that number from. Oh, you mean Iraq? Sorry. Yeah. No, it's 300.
In the beginning, when the Ukrainian armed forces proved very formidable in their defenses, the Russian army has now begun to change their tactics and lay siege with a more destructive kind of warfare with weapons like the thermobaric warhead.
I agree
There's
with all
some evidence
this.
for this in the way that they coordinated their attack. This could likely be a miscalculation due to the Russian army military generals being reluctant to tell Putin the reality.
300 civilians is low. It's 10 times higher. Dude, what are you talking about? That's the Ukrainian number. It's not like... Or no, the Ukrainian number might be higher. That's the UN number, I think.
The situation on the ground that they're going into. No one wants to bring the bad news to the big bear. The other possibility is Putin knew how bad it would be on the ground, but he felt that the alternative of not going in would be worse for him. I conducted some meme warfare myself yesterday on my Instagram, pointing out how Putin is acting like the Tinder swindler, scamming just about everybody from
Oh
football
God,
incidences
I'm
when he
throwing
grounded
up.
After teasing us for 6 long days of the Belarus army giving us tactical blue balls, they officially decided to join the fight to back up Russian. You might remember the Belarus president from such incidents as when he grounded a civilian plane that was flying over his country's airspace so that he could arrest a journalist on there who was critical of him. This is the same guy that was quoted as saying, "I am the last dictator in Europe." The Belarus president appeared to be giving away future
He also famously said, "What COVID? All you need is vodka and sauna."
plans for them to be attacking neighboring countries of Moldova after this in a televised appearance. Oh yeah, excuse me, brilliant Supreme Leader. Shouldn't we avoid giving away our attack plans? And shouldn't we supply our troops with enough food and water?
This is a real fucking... I've been working on this story for 10 years and he just fucking leaked it moment. You know what I mean? He just tweeted it moment. I've been working on the story for 10 months and he just went and tweeted it.
1 year of brain rot.
I mean, this is some batshit shit, but it did, you know, that is real. That did happen.
Oh, and why are we looking at a printout of a map? I'm pretty sure I saw a laptop laying around here somewhere and a projector. Couldn't we use that? It's clear the Russians have pulled out of the cities, they're encircling them, and they're now using the tactics of artillery strikes. It will become a war of attrition, slowly grinding the enemy away to the point of giving up. Unfortunately, the Russians understand this type of warfare well. In Kiev and Konotop, they're applying an old Soviet Red Army tactic of encirclement, and this actually helped them win World War II against Germany. Once Kiev is encircled, it'll be cut off from receiving additional NATO supplies and weapons. At that point, the realities on the ground will change very quickly. The Russian army has now committed 80% of their roughly 170,000 total troops that were stationed on the Ukrainian border, after an initial embarrassing failure from Russian special operations attempting to take Hostomel airfield just outside Kiev. Here we see Chechnyan soldiers replace the Ukrainian flag at the airfield with a Russian one. They have now secured this key airfield, and 200 Ukrainian soldiers were KIA attempting to defend it. This will allow Russia to airlift their higher quality troops directly to the front without having to worry about the complicated, difficult, and costly logistics of coming in from Belarus. Capturing of airfields and then flying in reinforcements was key to the US invasion of Iraq as well.
The two areas where the Ukrainians have fucking overperformed is one, defending at least like some launching platforms for their own air teams, and two, retaking key airports. Like Russians have not been able to maintain control over an airport long enough to be able to fucking launch their own bombing campaigns or like bring in their own planes and shit. And of course, war propaganda too, but that's, you know, that's a given.
Troops arriving at this airport will be more fresh, and they will not have gone through the exhausting 200-kilometer trek. There is something that I want everyone to keep in mind as we manage our expectations here. In the West, we're seeing a lot of propaganda on social media from Ukraine. In many instances, it's true propaganda. So for instance, videos of Russian columns of tanks getting destroyed are real, and the Russians are taking heavier losses than expected. But we have to remember, we have to temper our expectations because we're not seeing Russian soldiers uploading videos of destroyed Ukrainian tanks and their victories. I believe people are expecting a fast Russian retreat, and they have a skewed view of the war right now.
Yes, this is key. This is important. This is important to understand. Like, don't get over fucking confident. Don't get overconfident and think that like that you know that they're gonna be able to they're fucking crushing ass, beating cheeks.
Believe me, I want that to be the case, but it's wishful thinking at this point. The real scary part for the Russian army at this point is the evidence of how difficult any occupation attempt would be.
Strong defense because Ukraine got Canadian military defense training. Shut the fuck up, dude. I knew someone was gonna say that because I was making fun of the Azov battalion getting training in Canada. I was waiting for that for like a week now. Some Canadian is going to remember that I made fun of the Canadian Special Forces training, and he was going to bring it back up and be like, that's right, eh? The reason why they're beating ass cheeks is because, that's right, eh? Because us folks over in Canada, we showed them. When I was fighting, I've been pissed if I was lied to about the state of the war, even if it was our propaganda. No.
If they attempted to stay in Ukraine. In eastern Ukraine, we're looking at the live map and we can see a Russian brigade attempted to go into the city, and once they met resistance, they left. To the media, this appears to be a retreat, but really these Russians are following their military doctrine and they're encircling the town instead, which is a classic Soviet Red Army move. Once the troops left, they actually had a soldier go in holding 2 live hand grenades to negotiate a surrender of the Ukrainian armed forces. He was holding these hand grenades above his head with the pins probably pulled just in case somebody tried to take him out on the way to the negotiations. The Ukrainian mayor told him to fuck right off, so he left those grenades held up high so he could get out of the town. Someone's been watching too much of the Joker. Yesterday, looking at the live map, we can see in the south of the country near Crimea, the Russian attack plans, their entire invasion plans, fell into Ukraine's hands. The documents were captured by the 810th Brigade of the Battalion Tactical Group of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, their Marines. It was likely taken off a captured high-ranking officer. The plan was from January 18th, and it appears to say that the Russian army expected their initial invasion to take about 15 days. So this is actually evidence that according to their own timeline, they are potentially not that far behind their own expectations for progress, depending on how long Kiev can hold out. The spreadsheet that we see here looks like a comms plan for changing radio frequencies and call signs for each unit, because you never call anyone by their actual name over the radio net. In this map, we see each of these symbols.
Couldn't they just back up a little and shoot him? Good take, man. Yeah, just explode a fucking grenade when the guy is liable to like run towards the crowd of civilians surrounding him. Yeah, Hurt Locker. Dun dun dun. Damn, bro. We don't even need movies like Hurt Locker. We got Twitch chat in here.
Are a mechanized BTR rifle battalion. The flag is where the Material Technical Battalion is, or where the supply unit is, headquarters. The Russian army sets up a headquarters just outside their enemy's defenses. They push supplies from headquarters down to the subunits on the offense. These red lines here, these archers, they indicate where the subunits line up and assemble for attack, and then where they push through. This line up here, it indicates where the objective is for the battalion. There we saw what happens when Russian troops run out of supplies and decide to start looking into local Ukrainian stores. There's even a video of them robbing a bank and looting stores using shopping carts. They look like amateur airsoft teams going shopping after a good match. One user pointed out how they took a long break from doing war crimes so they could have time to do regular old crimes. Truly horrifying part about this is that it means that the Russian army is engaging in scorched earth warfare. And this brings me to something important. One person commented on a last video pointing out, how could I joke about war? How can I make light of these situations? Is it because I'm desensitized from having been to war myself? Am I some kind of heartless asshole who likes war? First of all,
yes, the answer is he's gonna say yes.
First of all, you're right to ask me that. It's a reasonable question. Why am I making jokes on this sensitive topic? I promise you, behind every joke is anger and disbelief that this was even allowed to happen. I know my
It's like, I'm angrily making jokes, okay? I'm making angry jokes towards the Russians. No, I mean, it is that. It's that. Yes, a lot of veterans have a very different sense of humor about this sort of stuff, considering that they have been desensitized. I do the same shit too. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not a veteran, obviously, but yeah, I mean, I'm not a veteran. I'm an armchair general. It's a little bit different. Everybody makes jokes about it. The people that fucking cry about the joking is like, they're ridiculous.
myself, and if I don't laugh every now and again, the fear.
Sorry, that's not true. I am a veteran of the Korean War, baby. Both sides.
And the pain will get me to a point where I'm paralyzed by it. I won't be productive. I won't make videos trying to make sense.
Okay, I don't care about the individual personal side of this.
Region, and my jokes are going to be funny anyway. I think a lot of people don't understand why the Russian forces in the Donbass region in the east haven't moved forward. Why haven't they overrun the enemy there yet? And this is the region where analysts say it's most friendly to Russia, so they should hypothetically be making a easy pass through there. The theory is that Russia is pinning the Ukrainian army down, holding them in place.
What do you mean? No, they're holding it because part of their operation is literally to secure the Donbass region. And the other reason is because 50% of the fucking troops in Ukraine are stationed literally here. So their goal is to overtake Mariupol and like cut off the rest of the Dnieper river. Or I'm gonna fuck up the names here, but basically the goal is to take over Kharkiv and cut off the rest of the Ukrainian forces from the other side. But also the other reason why they're not doing it is because they're because the top of the hour is here and they know that a 60-second ad break is coming. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe and protect yourself from the top of the hour ad break. I was so horny to execute that I just like fucked up. I couldn't get it out correctly and fast enough. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's the reason why they're doing that though. Like they're defending themselves against the top of the hour ad break, which you can do as well if you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Get fucked.
These Ukrainian forces located here are called the rear guard action. Rear guard means that they're defending the capital of Kiev from being encircled from the south. Kherson is the first major city on the way from Crimea up to the north. Let's take a look and see how things are going on the ground there. Okay, the Russian soldier really hates that door. Is a techno house an electronics store or a dance club? Right after that, he actually realized that the door was unlocked the whole time. But my poor taste in jokes about the Russian army aside, the assault on Kherson is not going as planned.
Thank you, Matt NLT.
The Russian army only a few hours ago just released some initial figures, admitting what their losses have been so far. They claim to have lost 498 servicemen and nearly 1,600 have been wounded. The Russian Ministry of Defense, their estimates of the Ukrainian losses are that the Ukrainians have lost 2,870 soldiers KIA, 3,700 wounded, and the Russians claim to have captured 572 Ukrainian servicemen. The Ukrainian armed forces claim to have taken out over 5,700 Russian soldiers. They claim 200 Russians have been captured, 29 planes destroyed, 198.
What the fuck? 5,000 killed, 200 captives? That distribution is psychotic. Anyway.
Tanks destroyed, 846 armored personnel carriers destroyed. And that might sound like a lot, but when you look at the estimates,
Was a 10K die by now? I don't believe that. I do not believe that.
Of the amount of tanks and soldiers that Russian military brought to the fight, it's barely anything. It's likely that both sides are lying a little bit about the casualty figures. We won't know for sure for a long time. But I understand that we can't get swept up in emotion. The news is reporting Putin is a madman, he's deranged, and I understand why. But the truth is he's much worse than that. These are the same people that force us to take vodka off the shelves because they're afraid. Stoli had to apologize and say, oh, we're actually not imported from Russia. And those are the type of people that they don't know how else to help. So that little bit makes them feel like they have control again in the world.
This dude has like, through all the hoorah shit, he does have like a lot of moments of clarity and sanity, which is surprising. I guess my expectation is when I see like anyone who's like even a little bit hoorah, or uses like tactical potty as like a joke, you know, like uses that kind of language, is immediately to expect them to just be like, yeah, fuck yeah, baby, get some, you know what I mean? Sitting on the fucking helm of M60 shooting at like the rice farmers in North Vietnam. Like that's the image that I have in my mind. But he's doing like a relatively decent job of being even-handed when he's covering this stuff. He's a very good dude. He's a very good dude. Yeah, I just thought he was going to be a boot.
Where we clearly do not. I remember we did something very similar in Iraq when we called French fries freedom fries because France wouldn't help us with their military. Listen, at the lowest levels of fighting, your average infantryman on both sides...
Veteran, not a LARPer? Dude, what do you mean? There's a lot of veterans who are like that. The fuck are you talking about? Also, someone said he doesn't eat crayons. Well, yeah, he's not in the Marines, dude. I don't think. I think he was Army infantry.
Almost a necessity for your own sanity and survival to turn off your critical thinking, to switch it off, and to reduce the enemy to they're just insane. Troops on both sides oftentimes have to view the enemy as having no valid reason for war.
People think that like the only LARPers, people unironically feel like the only LARPers are outside of the military. No, dude, there's plenty of LARPers in the military too. Half the time they're joining it so they can LARP, you know? There definitely tons of fucking LARPers, like Airsoft Andes turned fucking, you know, Marines that keep that level of hoorah fuckery after the military.
But when we zoom out to the level of analysis that involves military generals, officers, then finally geopolitics at that point becomes extremely important to truly understand the enemy in order to never underestimate them. That is what wargaming is at its heart. And that's what makes a good general. They attempt to hold two conflicting ideas in their head at the same time. They need to understand how their own forces operate, but they also need to be able to switch and understand the enemy's position, their logic, their rationale, because then you can more accurately predict the enemy's movements. Writing the enemy off as a madman does not help with that. When I was a lowly 19-year-old PFC in Iraq, I turned to my best friend Colin, and I said the enemy was a bunch of cowards for planting landmines and doing hit-and-run tactics. He told me something I'll never forget. He said the insurgents are not cowards, they're smart. They're fighting with us the only way that they can. They're trying to exploit our weaknesses. If they stood toe-to-toe to us, we'd destroy them. I sat there stunned. And then he said, are we cowards for dropping bombs on them from 30,000 feet high where they can't even see it coming? And that opened my eyes up. You can't underestimate the enemy.
He didn't say it, but yes.
Military force that you definitely don't want to underestimate is the Chechens. The Chechen forces have joined the fight on the other side, with the Russians sending 10,000 soldiers, as we see in this video. The head of the Chechen Republic, Kadyrov, said, as of today, as of this minute, we do not have one single casualty or wounded. Not a single man has even a runny nose. The President Putin took the right decision. And
Bad take, Chuds are most vocal, but definitely the minority in the army. Dude, you are insane if you think Chuds are the minority in the army, or you're just in the Air Force, or just the Navy. Like, dude, what the fuck? Are you serious? chuds are the minority? What? Dude, the entire fucking military training revolves around breaking you down until you turn into a fucking boot, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah, motherfuckers out here like, yeah, I was in the Coast Guard, and the Army is very different than the way you're presenting it right now. You don't understand, okay? Let me tell you something. You're so wrong to say that. I mean, yes, there are a lot of libs in the Army. They're fucking in this chat right now, active duty. There are a lot of veterans who are now leftists. There are a lot of veterans who are libs. Okay, straight up. But by and large, the way that training is designed is to make you a fucking killer and not think twice about pulling a trigger when you need to, or, you know, moving a joystick and hitting a button when you need to. And that demands you to be a chud. You have to be a chud. The programming has to be so severe that when you're literally in conflict, when you're in the Korengal Valley, when you're in Baghdad, when you're all around, when you're in Kabul, even when you're shooting at people who don't want you to fucking be there, even when you're shooting at people who clearly are like, get the fuck out of here. What are you doing? Why are you invading us? We didn't do shit. You have to still think like, I'm here for good reason, brother. I'm here to do, you know, I'm here to do justice and you know, fucking protect and serve, baby. Those who want to pose a threat to the Americans, both foreign and domestic.
Carry out his orders under any circumstances. You heard the man, no boo-boos in the Chechnyan army. When I was in Iraq, there were Chechen soldiers that were fighting with the insurgents against us. At the time, the Russian military and the Chechens denied being involved, so it's great to see that we've finally taken off our masks, stopped pretending like we're not arming the opposite side with money and weapons to kill each other. Gone are the days where we had any class with our proxy wars. In the Cold War, the Russians and the US would secretly arm opposing forces. Now it's out in the open. In a way, I kind of feel like this conflict was inevitable. The Baltic state countries near Russia, like Latvia and Estonia, they naturally—
How are they cowards when dropping bombs from 30k feet? What else are they going to do? I don't know. Not fucking do that at all. Not invade. That's a good way to go about it. It's straight up true, though. It's true. It's 100% fucking true, dude. You know, you get fucking shot at, you sit in a trench, and you order air. You immediately ask for some kind of air support to just go in and fucking clear out the fucking tree line or clear out the mountaintop, and that's it. By the way, the attitude that you have towards American invasion is literally the attitude that you would fucking lose your shit over if the average Russian was saying that to you currently about Ukraine. I hope you understand that. It's very difficult to you know, break through the nationalism that you're learning. Easier said than done, dude. It literally takes $0. It takes no, actually, let me take that back. Not $0. It takes -$6 trillion to not do the war on terror. Like, straight up. If you want to put a price on it, more than $6 trillion at this point. $8 trillion. You save $8 trillion fucking dollars. So that would have been cool if we didn't do any of that, you know? Straight up. What do you think, like the pedophile goat herder in fucking some mountain in Afghanistan was going to pose a threat to your freedom of speech? Is that what you thought was going to happen? If we didn't go there and kill his cousins and then gave him fucking piles of cash and then continue killing his cousins and then gave him another pile of cash and then continue to kill his other cousins? A lot of cousins were killed. Thank God we did that, dude. That was really good.
Join NATO as protection against Russia expanding and trying to take them back, because it would be awful for them economically and socially to be under Russian rule. But Russia, on the other hand, they can't allow what they perceive to be NATO expansion with those countries joining NATO right up to their doorstep. And NATO does have a history of overthrowing authoritarian rulers. Whether we would actually do that or not doesn't matter, because this is the Russian perspective, and we have to understand what we're up against. For me, this is like when an unstoppable—
That last one, he just stuck right in there, dude. That's the brainwashing. Is the military brainwashing working actively?
Unstoppable force hits an unbreakable wall. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong before, and I'll be wrong again. I'm just an old former average infantryman in my sweatpants, trying to make sense of what's happening here in this tragedy, and trying to laugh through my tears. If you have a different...
I was in the U.S. Army. People forget that fighting the U.S. military is starting the COD match with the enemy having fucking gunships overhead that can murk everything in 2 kilometers. Yeah. Yeah, it's pay to win. It's straight up. In COD terms, it's pay to win. Imagine, like, you start with a tactical nuke, dude. You didn't get 25 kills. You don't have any kill streaks, but you have literally the map hack. You have the map open. You have wall hack, map hack, unlimited fucking superior firepower, air support, gunships, AC-130 inbound. It's like, you know, you're just fucking farming at that point. And the people that you're, it's not cosmetic. It's total pay to win bullshit. No, I did not watch Johnny. I'm going to watch it now. Now we're going to watch the most lib one out of all these videos, okay? The most lib one of all. Johnny motherfucking Harris.
Еще раз подчеркну, что Украина для нас это не просто соседняя страна. Это неотъемлемая часть нашей собственной истории.
You can bet Johnny's gonna put himself like reacting to all the events that are taking place and like how much it's disappointing him in the entry sequence. Dude, I love him. I love him so much. Johnny Harris was like built in a lab, okay? A laboratory, okay? A liberal laboratory to be the ultimate Brooklyn liberal. He is awesome in every way, shape, or form, okay? Look at that. He's like making Russia bigger. Look, watch the editing. Maps, baby. He's working on maps.
Hassle.
He's hard at work. He's doing his part. I love him. There's a reason why so many Mormons are intelligent. What's wrong with liberals? Just curious. I love liberals. What do you mean? I'm a liberal, dude. I hate socialism. I'm a lib.
Это наши товарищи, близкие, среди которых не только коллеги, друзья, бывшие сослуживцы.
Why are you doing this? Why are you fighting this needless war? This war of conquest that will...
God, I love him! I love him, dude. How can you not love him? Dude, this is incredible. Is there TOS in this? Did any of you libs watch this already? Dude, this is literally the why wasn't I your mother, Vladimir Putin, but in like long video format, okay? Yeah, it's the if I was your father version of the if I was your mother. Dude, I gotta run it back. God, I love him. I love him. I love him.
Why are you doing this? Why are you fighting this needless war?
The only thing missing from this is literally spontaneously busting out into some kind of spoken word poetry, okay? Is he gonna graphic design the war away? Fuck yeah, dude. He's gonna fucking map it out so hard. I love him.
This war of conquest that will topple so many lives. He sent his forces, his missiles, in the middle of the night. These are the troops, hundreds of thousands of them, that had been camped out on the border for months.
21
Troops
yeah, he's mapping out troop activity at the border, dude. Look at him.
Had insisted were there for a routine military exercise.
Yeah, he's gonna start singing Hamilton to Putin. No, he won't do that, actually, because if there's anything that Putin fears most, it's the Jeffersonian democracy. That's right. So he wouldn't dare risk that because that's nuclear annihilation. If Vladimir Putin hears one fucking line of Hamilton being sung in his direction, in his vicinity, oh my God.
And that the US and UK intel swore were actually preparing to invade. Many around the world, including in Ukraine, thought that this was just the West being dramatic, stoking the tensions. But the intel was exactly right.
Dude, this is so much of a self-insert. Oh my God. Like, I love him. How do you not see hyper-individualism in display when you watch something like this? Dude, American liberals, Jesus Christ. It's like this entire war is playing out for his benefit, for his sake. And, you know, this is not simply about Vladimir Putin's war. This is a war that I've had with my own mind every single morning since the war started. This is how I cope with the realities happening right in front of our eyes. You know, what can he do? It's not like he's going to arm himself and go to fucking, Lviv and then move over to Donbass by hailing a fucking cabin, paying them like $5,000 or some shit to go fight in the front lines. So he's fighting in the front lines of the information warfare by making maps.
Most of those troops crossed the border last week and are now inside the country.
Russian military vehicles, including tanks, entering Ukraine.
The invasion, the attack that Russia promised would never happen, has now started.
That's it. I'm flying out to fucking Ukraine right now. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna have bags full of, you know what I'm gonna bring with me? The Constitution. And I'm going to show that to every Russian soldier that's invading right now, and I'm going to tell them, stop it. You fucking stop it right now. You stop it, and they will.
He's being attacked from all directions.
Hours after this invasion started in the middle of the night on Thursday morning, Ukraine's President Zelensky appeared on TV.
Why make a comedy out of this? Because I'm making a comedy out of this editing. Okay? And this is the other side of that. The other side of me making a comedy out of this is this. Like the overdramatic way of talking about it and how it's like affecting you personally.
Just to talk to his people, but to speak directly.
Is literally milking the news for 9 days straight with max viewership of career. First of all, no, this is not the maximum viewership of my career. Secondly, I'm literally a fucking news commentator. Of course, I talk about the news every day. The difference is this is the first time you've been here because this is the first time you've ever cared about the news, you dumb, pathetic little bitch. And now, for the first time ever in your life, you've cared about the news, so you're in here. It's like making you upset that someone else who's been covering this shit and covering everything that's going on for the past however many fucking years that I've been doing this, every single fucking day, you're like, oh, it seems like you just, milking this war. You're a first-time viewer. You're milking the war, dumbass. You're the one who cares about it for the first time ever in your fucking life.
To Russians themselves.
Я обращаюсь к российским гражданам как гражданин Украины.
We share a border of over 2,000 kilometers, and along this border, your troops are stationed, almost 200,000 soldiers. Your leaders just approved them to make a step towards us, into the territory of another country. This step is likely the beginning of a massive war on the European continent.
Russia again warned its nuclear forces were on high alert.
Several cities were hit in residential areas, resulting in dozens of civilian deaths.
Wait, oops.
This is a war unlike any war the world has ever seen. It looks like a war from like 1830, but it's happening in 2022. Putin's army is much stronger than Ukraine's, at least in terms of numbers. If he really wants to, he probably is going to be able to take over the country's major population centers and oust the Ukrainian government. The US and NATO can't send troops for fear of starting a clash between two nuclear nations, something we simply do not do. It's a red line that no one crosses. I want to tell you exactly why Vladimir Putin and his army are here. The story behind this invasion is the story of this one man's worldview, but it's also a story of a bet that he took, a bet that Ukrainians would give up, lay down their arms, and see the world the way he does. But if there's anything I have learned in the past week, it's that even if Putin conquers a big portion of this country, something he has the military hardware to do, even if he does that, he still won't win this war. In fact, I'm here to argue that he's already lost.
There are big explosions taking place in Kiev right now.
People here are going to be waking up to a very different country than the one they went to sleep in.
We are getting just non-stop reports of attacks and Russian strikes from all across the country.
Vladimir Putin has already lost this war. And to understand what I'm talking about, you have to look at two things. Number one, what Putin said right before the invasion. And number two, what actually happened once he invaded. I want to show you both. So a few days before the invasion, Putin gets on TV and addresses the nation.
I love him, even with his like hat and his Henley shirt, you know what I mean? The disheveled look. He's just awesome. You need to hire his editor. He's his editor, dude. That's his whole shtick, is that he's like an incredible editor. He is so fucking good at editing. Straight up. Like,
Дорогие друзья,
it's this unsurprising hour-long history lecture where Putin lays out his grand, intricate argument as to why Ukraine, in fact, isn't a real country.
Итак, начну с того, что современная Украина целиком и полностью была создана Россией.
Instead, Ukraine was created by the authors of the Russian Communist Revolution 100 years ago. And now Ukraine, this invented country that's just an extension of Russia itself, has been hijacked by the US and Europe, who have installed neo-Nazi thugs to run the show. Seriously, he said all of this. You can go watch the hour-long lecture if you want. According to his story, the West did this to eventually force Ukraine into their military alliance called NATO, which they will use to defeat Russia. Just like, and seriously he says this, just like Hitler did 80 years ago. But this time, Putin will make sure that Russia is ready for the invasion.
Второй раз мы такой ошибки не допустим.
Oh gosh, there is a lot to unpack here. The neo-Nazi thug thing, I will get to that in a second. But the message was clear. Putin was basically like, Ukraine, if you're gonna disavow communist Russia and all of the things that it gave to you, you don't deserve the land that you got from communist Russia. And in fact, all of this land still belongs to Russia and we're gonna take it back.
Вы хотите декоммунизацию?
I mean, he did say that. Like, so his analysis on this front is not wrong. I mean, this is pretty much what he said.
Ну что же, нас это вполне устраивает. Но не нужно, что называется,
like, what do you guys think that we'll show you decommunization? What do you think that meant? That's what it meant. I mean, that's what he was saying.
На полпути. Мы готовы показать вам, что значит для Украины настоящая декоммунизация.
But this warped historical framing of who rightfully owns this land isn't quite enough to justify an invasion, maybe in like 1860 or something, but not today. So Putin needs to really emphasize the villains in his story. So he makes a big part of his story this idea that Ukraine, this fake country, is being run by American-backed anti-Russian neo-Nazis who are holding the Ukrainian people hostage.
Неудивительно, что украинское общество столкнулось с ростом крайнего национализма, который быстро приобрел форму агрессивной русофобии и неонацизма.
Okay. It's easy to poke fun at like the delusion of Vladimir Putin, but let's talk about the facts here and what Putin is actually basing this off of, because it really matters for understanding why he went in and why he's gonna lose. First, let's just clear up the fact that Ukraine wasn't invented by Russia. Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, was a thriving city long before Moscow was even on the map. Ukraine has a very old culture. But what Putin has done is twisted modern history to make a claim that Ukraine actually isn't a legitimate country. And he does this because it's a very key part of his story, one that supports the second major argument, which is that Ukraine is run by neo-Nazis who want to exterminate the Russian-speaking population. So let's get the facts here. Within Ukraine, there is indeed a faction of far-right neo-Nazis who have a political party.
I love the latest coverage of Azov Battalion ranged from Ukraine, like every single fucking outlet, including like the Atlantic Council. You know what I mean? Like the people that are very much at the helm of like regime change and like favorable Western influence in Ukraine. All these people that are like also admitting that like Ukraine has a gigantic Nazi problem. To the NPR broadcasters like this week being like, what is that swastika that you have in your hand? What does that imply? And the guy being like, I can't say. I cannot say. It straight up went from like, this is a real issue. This is a real issue. This is a real issue to like, you know, PBS fucking interviewing the dude with the Bandera poster behind him to like, to NPR being like, is that a swastika? Like, why do you... He's like, I cannot say.
And a militia force.
One guy said it's just a sun sign. Yeah.
This militia force has actually joined the Ukrainian army in the past 8 years to fight Russia back from annexing any more territory in the east of the country. You may have remembered that Russia took over a big part of Ukraine called Crimea 8 years ago.
Ukrainian forces have set up a perimeter.
Bro, I swear to God, literally the same. I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. I'm losing it, okay? Same guy. Same hair. They're all sexy. Same person. Why? Well, how? Where do they find the hot generic war reporter, dude? I'm fucking losing it. Are they in like... Are they being built in a lab? Are they cloned? What the fuck? Is this like a... Why are all the fucking war reporters the same, dude?
But it's clear that we are completely surrounded by Russian forces.
Yeah, these neo-Nazi fighters, sort of nationalist guys, came up as a resistance to that. And yeah, Putin's got one thing right. These are not good.
Okay, first of all, they didn't come up as a resistance to that. How are you going to talk about like Kievan Rus, but then not talk about Bandera or talk about like the nationalist movement within Ukraine? Like, motherfucker went back. He was like, at first, you know, we were just a gas cloud, okay? And then we were like a toad-like figure that was able to walk away from the water and then skipped like the most fundamentally important part about Ukrainian nationalism that makes it such a significant fucking, a significant problem, a unique problem, if you will. They are like 3% only. Who cares? No, it's not. It's not just Svoboda and it's fucking 3% support in a 44 million person country. It is the history of Ukrainian nation building. Oh my God, I can't talk. 3% is all you fucking need, okay? It's going to be more than 3% regardless, but like, what do you mean? It's just 3%. America has done more with less support. You understand?
Good people. These are literal neo-Nazi white supremacist soldiers that commit all sorts of atrocities and train.
Like people are failing to comprehend something incredibly and profoundly important here, okay? And that is that, one, nationalism doesn't fucking work the same way that it does in America, okay? Two, we are funding, training, and legitimizing the 3%, okay? Or those who represent the paramilitary branch of the 3% that are actively operating within the military, okay? Within the National Guard. That is the problem, okay? I don't know how you guys are not seeing that that is going to be an issue, and it is an issue already, and it's going to be even a larger issue.
Children in their ideology and fighting tactics.
Oh, you did it! Oh. Wait, hold on.
That commit all.
Okay, dude, thank you for this. Fucking finally, dude. Oh, what? I didn't even see myself in the middle. Fuck you. Actually, fuck you, dude. I didn't even see myself in the middle of this, but what is this? They're the same guy. Especially these two, and then there's a third one that looks like them too. And then this guy maybe too. There's like a couple that look exactly like this model. These guys don't look that similar. I'm on Fox News. What the fuck?
Or late and above.
It's not that it's just 3%. It's that historically we have utilized that 3% to take over many, many times over. Okay.
All sorts of atrocities and train children in their ideology and fighting tactics. So yeah, Putin, I get it. These are bad people, neo-Nazis. We don't like them. But Putin is claiming that these are the people running the country, running Ukraine. When in fact, if you look at the data from the 2019 election in Ukraine, you'll see that the country's ultra-nationalist far-right coalition gained barely over 2% of the vote and 0 seats in the parliament. They are a small group of extremely fringe far-right fighters that Putin has latched onto. Oh, and there's a more obvious bit of data here, which is that the Ukrainian president is Jewish and has family who died in the Holocaust.
By the way, the mega brain lip take when you're talking about like definitely not having neo-Nazi ties at all, when you point to a guy who is on the record doing Holocaust revisionism, Bibi fucking Netanyahu, who abso-fucking-lutely has aligned with fascists at the global level time and time again. So like this does not absolve you of anything, okay? What the fuck? Zelensky is not a Nazi. That's it. He's not. Anyone who tells you he's a fucking Nazi is ridiculous. The capitulation that he does to Nazis is the same level that you see in every government, okay? Every single government. We have Nazis in America. There are Nazis in the AfD in Germany. There are Nazis everywhere. Unfortunately, that ideology is growing, partially because we just keep happening to, you know, help them out all the time. It's very weird. It's just, we just keep doing that, okay? But he's a lib. He's a liberal. Stephen Miller is a Nazi, and he is Jewish. So what the fuck does that say? That's an American Nazi. Anyway. But again, it's just crazy fucking to be like, oh, dude, look at him hanging out with Bibi Netanyahu. Like, dude, here, let me talk more about this really quickly one more time, okay? I mean, here. Dude, what? Wait, dude, Israel, obviously, they would never arm Nazis. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. What? God damn it. Fuck. I was so wrong about that. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Netanyahu, who is aligned with fascists all around the fucking world, has... Oh, no. What did he do? Wait, what? That's crazy. Human rights activists petitioned the court to cease Israeli arms exports to Ukraine since some of these weapons reach neo-Nazi elements in Ukraine's security forces. Oh, fuck. What? No shot, dude. What? That's crazy. Of course. This idea that like, oh, dude, he's Jewish, like he can't be a neo-Nazi is ridiculous, but he isn't a neo-Nazi, okay? Stop. Also, none of this, once again, justifies invading Ukraine.
Ukraine is not run by neo-Nazis. Listen, to balance my view on this, because I'm in the West and I'm getting all Western media, I have actually been watching Russian state TV to like see what the narrative is on their side. And I can tell you that they actually believe that the country is run by Nazis.
Okay, dude. The other part of this, again, if you don't mention Ukraine's history of nationalism and Bandera's work with Nazi Germany and the 1.6 million according to some estimates, all the way down to conservative estimates claiming 900,000 Ukraine Jews dying in the Holocaust, being brutally fucking violently murdered in the Holocaust at the hands of Nazi Germany that was working side by side with the Ukrainian nationalists who thought that Germany would offer them a USSR-free sovereign nation, okay? And how in 2010, the Ukrainian government literally wanted to offer a heroic medal, the highest honor, to Bandera, the guy who did that. You're missing a big chunk of the plot. That's why you can get away with saying, oh, Svoboda, 3%. That's nothing. It's nothing.
It is reminiscent of the practices and methods of Nazi Germany.
And we're seeing a full revival of Nazism and fascism in Ukraine.
I've tried to dig into this to try to understand, like, is there more, like, meat on the bone here? No, there's not. A fringe group of militiamen in the Far East are what Putin is basing this off of. Over here... that's not true. That's literally not true. You said you just did your research and you looked at, what, like 3 Russia Today clips? Obviously, those guys are doing fucking propaganda. Who gives a fuck about what you're doing there? Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. Anyway. Yes, Bandera was thrown into a concentration camp and then released from the concentration camp. But Bandera's Ukrainian nationalists continued doing purges while he was in the concentration camp and also after he was freed from the concentration camp. Bandera's reasons for being thrown into a Nazi concentration camp was not because he was, I don't know, fucking bravely fighting against them or something. Okay, there were fucking Slavs that were in concentration camps for, what's the term? I think that was because they were not collaborating enough with Nazis, because Nazis didn't see Slavs as fucking human either. They thought Slavs were also subhuman. They needed to be servile. Okay. Ukraine's Nazis literally just causes belly. They need something to say when they invade. I don't believe that. Even Putin really thinks that. Yeah, I mean, the idea that, like, oh, you want to denazify a country, that's why you have to invade them and make them all fucking super nationalistic, understandably, because they see it as like a liberation from a imperial power is idiotic, self-defeating, stupid, foolish, made up. Okay. Where did you read that? Absolutely not true. Where did I read what? Disinformed, not true. Where did you read that? Absolutely not true. Where did I read what? The history of Bandera? Is that what you're saying? Stefan Bandera? In reality land, Ukraine is a nation of 44 million people with its own culture that is thousands of years old. It is a country.
Hundreds of Ukrainian nationals march in honor of Nazi collaborator Stefan Bandera-led Ukrainian insurgent army, which fought alongside Nazi Germany during World War II, killing thousands of Jews and Poles. %, though, bro. You know? Times of Israel, lol. Wow, dude. Wow. Motherfucker said Times of Israel. Dude, yeah, dude. Yeah, you're right. Say it, bro. Say it. Say Jews are not capable of writing adequate reporting on Nazis. Say it. Just be as anti-Semitic as you want. Come on, go ahead. Let it all out. Let's hear you. Let's hear you say it, dude. That Bandera was a Russian too. Classic. The other side of this the other side of this problem that, you know, it gets lost in the fucking sauce is also, I mean, fuck Bandera, obviously. I mean, a significant number of Ukrainians died. A significant number of Ukrainian Jews died. The most conservative estimate being 900,000, okay, all the way up to 1.6 million. And like 7 million Ukrainians died fighting the Nazis, okay? So clearly, it's a little bit more complicated than just thinking every single person is like, every single person is a fucking Nazi in Ukraine. Of course not. This was 80 years ago. Does it really have any bearing on today's situation?
7 months of being a gaming frog.
Why are you talking all the time about Jews when you mention Bandera? I mean, he made a lot of atrocities, but you mentioned only Jews. I don't know, because I think that's pretty significant to mention. Why are you so mad about that?
Thank you for over a year of amazing.
Why does that
content.
upset
Never
you?
Would have heard of Elden Ring without you, and I wouldn't have such great talking
Dude,
points.
also, slavery was 100 years ago, dude. Get over it.
Thanks for always bringing up Palestine as well.
Jim Crow was 100 years ago. Fucking the civil rights movement happened already. You know, get over it, dude. Fucking get over it. Get over it, dude.
Hee.
The point is, not a single one of those people got fucking any sort of. There was no investigations conducted. There were no punishments doled out to those who actually did that, to actually collaborated with the Nazis. And not only that, but in 2010, he was afforded the highest honor. But it was so goddamn controversial that that they had to rescind it by using like, well, technically he wasn't a fucking citizen of Ukraine, so we can't give him the highest honor shit. Okay? So that, if that doesn't indicate anything to you, I don't know what to fucking tell you about like how easily certain areas that are fearful of imperialist invasion too, by the way, justifiably fearful, can very quickly turn into hyper nationalist, ultra nationalist people, and turn to ultra nationalist parties as the emancipatory force, who have not, you know, done enough research on how this stuff works.
Country where fewer and fewer people like Russia. In fact, it's a country that ousted the pro-Russian leader in 2014.
Wait, what? What is this?
With its own culture that is thousands of years old. It is a country where fewer and fewer people like Russia. In fact, it's a country that ousted the pro-Russian leader in 2014. The people don't want Russia and Putin anymore. They've moved on. But all of these facts are explained away very conveniently by Putin's bigger conspiracy, which is that it's actually...
The South has multiple statues of Confederate generals. I still don't think everyone in the South is racist. Dog, I've made that analogy and it works against you. I hope you understand that. Of course, everyone in the South is not racist, but yes, you were... Exactly. That's... Oh my God. I made that analogy earlier today. Yeah. Exactly. What, you think the fucking Southern officials are not upholding white supremacist values, attitudes on a daily fucking basis? Exactly. I would go so far as to say, by and large, if Ukraine was able to fucking be a sovereign nation without any sort of outside influence from the West or from Russia, they could have fucking probably dealt with this problem a little bit better on their own. Okay? That's right.
Actually outside forces that are pulling the strings, and that the people of Ukraine have been brainwashed by the West. And yet there is one thing that Putin is absolutely right about.
Это наши товарищи, близкие. среди которых не только коллеги, друзья, бывшие сослуживцы, но и родственники. Люди, связанные с нами кровными семейными узами.
These two countries are deeply connected through culture and language and history and exchange.
I did mention the Poles as well.
Ukrainians
Polish chatter
would not sit well with the Russian people. And this explains why Putin needs to frame the war in a very certain way. Not an invasion to take over a sovereign nation of Russia's brothers and sisters, but rather a rescue effort to save the Ukrainian people from these aggressive villains who are really controlling the country.
В курсе ли всех этих управленческих методов сами украинцы? Понимают ли, что их страна находится даже не под политическим и экономическим протекторатом, а сведена до уровня колонии с марионеточным режимом?
Okay, I'm about to jump
into... Oh, by the way, for the record, do you know who Bandera worked with when he was in Western Germany? Originally with British intelligence, and then, if I'm not mistaken, Bandera and his supporters, this might actually surprise you a little bit, three-letter agency that still gets brought up in this broadcast quite a bit. So, you know.
To the maps and look at how the war is actually playing out and help us understand.
Yeah, the Homeowners Association.
I really want us to keep in mind Putin's story because it really will make everything click. So let's just go over it really quickly. Putin's story is really four things.
No, he didn't collaborate with the KGB, unless you mean collaboration is when they put a bullet in his head. I don't know how they executed him, but KGB did kill him in Munich.
1. Ukraine really belongs to Russia. Number 2, it has been hijacked by the US and Europe, i.e. the West. Number 3, the West is controlling Ukraine with its neo-Nazi puppets, also that the West military alliance, called NATO, can use Ukraine as a bridge to get to Russia, who they want to defeat. And all of this leads to Putin must invade to free Ukrainians and protect Russia from the West. That is it. That is the justification that Vladimir Putin has been building for years, if not decades.
Повторю, наши действия – это самозащита от создаваемых нам угроз и от еще большей беды, чем та, что происходит сегодня.
Minutes after this second address last week, where he laid out all of his justifications, in the middle of the night, the rockets start flying and the tanks start rolling.
I love to rescue a country by doing this, by the way. It's what an incredible way to rescue a nation from Western influence by literally just galvanizing and legitimizing the absolute worst reactionary people by doing exactly this, and 2, again, legitimizing all of the help that they've gotten from the West to be able to purge back the invading fucking forces. Incredible stuff by Putin. I mean, holy shit! What a 5D chess player. What a strategic grandmaster he is. Holy fuck, dude! What an incredible way to denazify a country. Incredible stuff. Just straight America, baby. Like unironically, exactly the same as like we're bringing democracy to him, baby. That's right. That's exactly what this is.
This is how it started. What is becoming the most consequential.
Yeah, Putin stole America's flow, bar for bar, word for fucking word, dude. Straight up, incredible.
War in Europe since World War II, a pretend rescue effort framed as an operation to denazify the country. Russia comes in from all sides, quickly taking over mostly rural areas, but slowly moving towards the major cities.
The country is being attacked from all directions. Some of those Russian troops are heading here to the capital.
In addition to tanks and troops taking over land, Russia also starts firing missiles that hit targets all throughout the country.
This has come out of nowhere. Who resist? Oh, I tell you what, I just heard a big bang right here.
The invasion, the attack that Russia promised would never happen, has now started.
People who live in Kyiv are sleeping in underground subway stations. It's the only place they feel safe.
Ukrainians fled to basements, to bomb shelters.
Some people are adjusting to this new reality of living in a country now at war.
Hundreds of thousands fled to the borders west of the country, looking for safety.
Others are taking trains to the west to get out of the country.
They are fleeing into neighboring countries like Moldova, Romania, and Poland.
At the city's central train station, a frantic dash as people try to escape to the west of the country.
But wait, remember Putin's story? According to this story, after this initial invasion, Ukrainians were going to wake up from their slumber and welcome him with open arms. The neo-Nazi president was going to flee, and Ukraine would be returned to Russia, Putin becoming the savior of the Russian motherland. But that is exactly what didn't happen.
Outgunned and outnumbered, Ukrainian soldiers and civilians alike are mounting a stiff resistance.
I used to teach maths and physics, but 2 days ago the Russian army took control of my town, so I signed up to fight.
Every day Ukrainians are taking to the streets to fight for their homeland.
Let those Russian shits come here, she says. We are ready to greet them.
We are ready to fight. And fight like hell.
This is my city, this is my land, I have to protect it.
You do not feel they're going to succeed in taking out your administration and your government?
No way. As they will never take Kiev.
The response of Ukrainians, both military and civilian, is where Putin's story starts to crumble.
The entire world is witnessing the determined and brave resistance by the
Well,
Ukrainian.
down on a fuckload of weapons, baby. I mean, straight up. I mean, dude, fuckloads.
Army and population.
I have never seen Ukraine that united.
And as for the president of Ukraine, the alleged neo-Nazi drug addict thug puppet of the West, well, the US actually offered to airlift him out of the country for his own safety. Instead of taking the offer, his response was, quote, "The fight is here. I need ammunition, not a ride." Which, by the way, that quote has been turned into a t-shirt that you can buy on Amazon.
Ukrainians are fighting for love of country. Russians are fighting out of a fear of a dictator.
In the event of Russia opting for escalation, Ukraine will defend itself.
He then sent a video around to the country of him in central Kiev, making it known that he is staying, he is fighting. So despite being totally outmatched militarily, Ukrainians are fighting back, showing that the outcome of a war is as much determined by the courage and patriotism
There's a little bit of a body bag here,
by
man.
the number of missiles and troops that you have.
Будут наступать войска.
If they try to take this country from us, our freedom, our lives, the lives of our children, we will defend ourselves.
Наши жизни, жизни наших детей. Мы будем защищать.
We will defend ourselves. Wait, that wasn't even a fucking body bag. What the fuck? That was just a sandbag, chatters. Y'all were like, oh, they're carrying a body in a body bag. It was just a sandbag that they were carrying. It's all good. It's good to be paranoid in a situation like this, especially at the top of the hour when the ad break is coming and you're paranoid that it's going to come. Ukraine Olympic javelin team will allow you, 5 of you, to no longer see the ads. Okay. So, you know, if you're lucky, you could get gifted a sub, or if you're not lucky, you make your own luck by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. What is Johnny honestly adding to all this discourse? Nothing. He's just making like a good, cool, feel good, pretty lib approach to dramatically retelling the events that took place. And honestly, I mean, he's not wrong in a lot of the stuff. He's not wrong. Like maybe a little bit of downplaying and saying like, oh, the Nazi thing is not a big deal or whatever. But, you know, we'll have that conversation 20 years down the line. You know what I mean? It's not like a conversation to be had right now in this very moment. And people don't want to have that fucking conversation regardless. And they will never want to have that conversation. And people will continue to say the exact same shits that people say about Afghanistan now to this day. But other than that, I mean, he's right. You know, he's right. Putin has failed spectacularly with all of his stated goals, no matter how fucking ridiculous those stated goals were. And, you know, that's it. Like, he doesn't have to bring up the blatant mistreatment of African, Indian, Middle Eastern students, like in this video. Like, that's not everyone has to cover that, every aspect, every element of it. This video is done in a very narrow framework that covers the events that took place, Putin's goals, and what has happened and what has unfolded thus far. Maybe it's a little bit too heavy on the copium side. No, I ran the ad already. I think I ran it. Hold on, I might have forgotten. It's a little too heavy on the copium that, like, you know, Ukraine is like fucking crushing, destroying, absolutely comstering, and they're gonna win no matter what. They're gonna win no matter what. But other than that, it's like, I did run it. But other than that, it's good. It's when you attack us, you will see our faces. Not our backs, but our faces.
I've been talking to people inside Ukraine and seeing this devotion firsthand.
How is morale right now among you and among the people you're talking to?
Honestly, extremely high.
Ukrainians aren't letting this conquest happen, and in doing so, they are turning Putin's argument, his story, on its head, and foiling what appears to be his initial strategy for wrangling Ukraine back into his sphere of influence. One Ukrainian I talked to said that there's a waiting list for the Ukrainian army.
Our regional defense won't accept any more people because it's packed.
The queues are growing.
And you cannot even get in right now.
Men volunteering to fight.
Molotov cocktails for those who want to fight but don't have a gun.
A tweet from the Ukrainian Defense Ministry to prepare Molotov cocktails to throw at the occupiers.
Well, I'm here in order to protect my family, my country.
I mean, this is, you know what this is? This is a sexy way to, like, this is what the Podjons do, right? Well, they're like, we're independent. Like, we're not towing the DNC line at every step of the way. The Podjons do a really good job with this, where they make themselves seem as to be like more independent than the average newscast that you can get. That's exactly what Johnny Harris is doing here as well. He took every single thing that you've heard on CNN and turned it into a 27-minute video, and it's like sexy, it's zoomer focused, it doesn't offer any sort of like additional analysis, it doesn't really feature any kind of like it doesn't feature anything that you haven't heard before.
An incredible sense of unity here. The morale is very high.
Okay, this sounds all positive, and it is, but this is still war, and Putin can still conquer a lot of land. He can take over major cities, install a puppet government, and be the new ruler of Ukraine. He has the military to do it, and he seems to have the tolerance for bloodshed. He seems to believe in his fantasy story so much that he's gonna keep up this crusade. But I'm here to tell you that Putin has already lost this war. I mean, let's play this out so I can show you what I mean. Let's say Putin keeps going. He keeps sending troops in and missiles despite all of this resistance. He could eventually take over the major population centers, including the capital Kiev. All of this with the same goal that he's had the whole time, which is getting the Ukrainians to give up and realize that Russia is actually the country they want to align with. He's also kind of hoping that maybe the Ukrainian military will come to their senses and take over the government and negotiate with Putin. But let's say they never do. They probably won't. Instead, they keep doing what they've been doing for the last week.
And this is exactly what I fucking despise. Americans fantasizing about a war overseas without thinking about the repercussions. People constantly make comparisons to Afghanistan. Look at Afghanistan right now. It's not great, okay? That is the problem that I always have with ongoing war. We talk about Ukrainians and their potential for insurgency in these really flowery terms. Like that's going to be a good thing. Like an endless occupation that they have to purge year over year for 20 fucking years, dude. That's not a good thing at all. That is a horrible, horrible, disastrous reality for Ukraine. Just like it was a horrible, disastrous reality for Afghanistan and the people of Afghanistan. It's like romanticizing about the plight of the Ukrainians and thinking about them this way is great from afar when you're, 6,000, 7,000, 10,000 miles away. But these are real fucking people. These are real accountants, real math teachers, real math students, coders, HasanAbi heads that are getting fucking that are throwing their lives on the line.
resisting, defending, condemning, and broadcasting all of it to the world on the internet. So Putin has no choice but to drive the government out and install a pro-Russian regime. In order to do this, he's going to need a massive military presence to keep control of these cities and their people. It's now costing him tens of
Are you saying it's all America's fault? No, of course I'm not saying that. Why are you trying to fucking clip some shit out of context? No, I'm not saying it's all America's fault. If anything, the majority of the fault still lies with Russia, okay? That's the invading force.
Billions of dollars.
But the reality is, if America wanted to, they could fucking put an end to this like yesterday. Okay? They are the superpower.
Crippling his economy, which, by the way, is only like the size of Texas. I mean, one of the biggest knocks on Putin's plan is the sheer size of Ukraine. Let's zoom out and realize that Ukraine is huge. It's the biggest country in Europe, if you don't count Russia, the giant country that extends into Asia. Occupying this entire landmass would be basically impossible for Russia. So you have a map that maybe looks something like this, which gives plenty of space for Ukrainians to gather and mount their resistance, giving Russia hell for an indefinite period of time. Meanwhile, back home in Russia, they've now seen the imagery from the ground. They now see that Putin's story justifying this invasion is total BS. There's no Nazis, there's no brainwashing.
Are you a war hawk now? Wait, what?
Instead,
How?
in this scenario, Russians are thinking of deaths of our Ukrainian brothers and sisters, while also destroying the Russian economy.
What? No, America could put a stop to this yesterday doesn't mean put a stop to it by fucking instituting a no-fly zone, guys. What the fuck? No, what I mean is America is the soiling party at the table that is the secret party behind the Western influence that Ukrainians rely on. Okay? They are the ones that you see France and you see Germany trying to execute some kind of ceasefire, some kind of negotiation, some kind of neutralization. And the reason why it's not happening is because America is the party behind those, like the one with the actual fucking power to make concessions on behalf of Ukrainians. That's the unfortunate reality. That's precisely why Zelensky keeps calling for NATO to do a fucking no-fly zone. That's why he keeps calling for more ammunition. Thank you, Rogelio's dope, for the 7 gifted subs. A ceasefire means that you give up Ukraine? No, it doesn't. Especially because if you think that you are overestimating the power of the United States, no, I'm not, dude. You're crazy. I'm not. The way a negotiation works is both sides make fucking arguments, okay? Both sides make demands and concessions are made. You understand? Both sides make demands and concessions are made. Russia's demands, as it stands, literally according to the call that was made to the Chancellor of Germany and also the call that was made with Macron, neither of which were productive according to either party. The demands were as follows. Some kind of Minsk agreement being reinstituted and actually being followed, okay? The bulk of the Minsk agreement was recognition of the autonomy, not sovereignty, but autonomy of DPR and LPR, so that they can continue, learning in Russian, speak Russian without any fear. That will still be inside of Ukrainian borders. Okay, the recognition of Crimea being full-blown Russian territory, and lastly, or the last 2 arguments that are the fucking ridiculous ones, which is the denazification and demilitarization of Ukraine. Those last 2, that's not going to happen. That's never going to happen. But the concessions are ones that Ukraine has functionally signed on before. The NATO troops wanting to move back and all this other shit is that's just whatever. That's never going to happen. Like, of course not. So what is Russia giving here? An end to the fucking brutality. That's what Russia is giving here. Now, we don't know if Putin will actually fucking accept the concessions. We don't know. We don't even know if Putin will stop if all of the concessions are met. Okay? We don't know. And you can say that it's not going to happen and he's not going to stop. Okay, then it's the same as yesterday. It's the exact same as yesterday, and the war continues to wage. And you keep trying to apply pressure. Do you not understand? He won't. It's full annexation. How come you don't get it yet? Is so silly. I'm not saying Putin is not interested in fully annexing Ukraine, okay? I'm not saying that. What don't you understand? But even if it doesn't work, America coming to the fucking table seriously and saying, yeah, we got to do this. What's the harm in trying? That's what I don't get. Even if it's a total disaster, even if Hasan is pro-Russian, bad take. Yeah, totally. That's pro-Russian. Wanting to try to minimize harm for random Ukrainians is being fucking pro-Russian. Yeah, no, we should just sit from 10,000 miles away on our fucking goddamn couches and jerk off to this like romantic, fantastic Ukrainian nationalist defense brigade, okay? And not even nationalists, just the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian nation fighting against a fucking imperial force and dying. Cannon fodder. Let's just turn Ukraine into Afghanistan. You're not going to give a shit about that tomorrow anyway. You're going to forget about it because you live here. You live in the lap of luxury. You live in the imperial core. So you don't give a fuck. Of course you don't give a fuck. It doesn't touch you. It'll never touch you. Part of it is because, you know, NATO is not going to get involved. So it doesn't touch you. You don't get killed in nuclear holocaust. You got your shit situated. You got your shit sorted. You had a really good, you got a really good spawn point. So you're fine. And whenever someone even says like, well, you have to fucking exhaust all diplomatic options with the hope that it will turn into Afghanistan for Russia. Yes. And you're totally right because the West keeps supplying weapons to Ukraine. Wait, what? Yeah, but people always say it will turn into Afghanistan for Russia. Yes. Which, by the way, I haven't even talked about the dissolution or the destruction of the Russian state in the aftermath of Putin, a country with 6,000 nuclear weapons, and God knows a country that, as far as we know, does not even have a contingency plan, that has, 150 million people in it. And holy fuck, I don't even want to think about what's going to happen in the aftermath of Putin. But when you say it's going to turn into Afghanistan for Russia, you fail to recognize what's going on in Afghanistan for the people in Afghanistan, for the Afghan people. You think they're in a good situation overall? No, they're not. That's what I'm talking about.
Almost every Russian has someone from Ukraine. Either a friend or a relative or a colleague. This is a war between brother nations.
Part of what I got fucking deeply frustrated by with the Afghan invasion originally was Bush's unwillingness to fucking negotiate with the Taliban. Okay? The Taliban said originally that Osama bin Laden was a prisoner that they were holding on to, and that they were willing to make concessions and give Osama bin Laden to him as long as there was investigations into his wrongdoing and his involvement with 9/11. Of course he did 9/11, obviously. But the counter to that by George W. Bush was, we don't negotiate with terrorists. We're going to bomb you anyway. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Who knows what would have happened to Afghanistan if they did negotiate with terrorists? Those very same terrorists that we did negotiate with 20 years after fucking, fighting them over and over again and getting our shit pushed in for no fucking reason.
Protesters in the streets demonstrating against Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine.
On top of all of that, the rich Russian...
We can't get people to wear masks. And you think we can manage a global conspiracy? Ukraine is in Afghanistan. The EU isn't going to let a failed state happen on its borders. Yeah, the EU isn't. The EU doesn't want a failed state happening on its borders, dummy. America is not a part of the EU. If you look at who has been the most aggressive, if I were to draw a fucking chart of like proximity to reactionary attitudes towards like Russia invading Ukraine and like less likely to be fucking engaged in diplomacy, Canada and the United States are at the top of that fucking leaderboard, and then UK is like following closely. And the closer you get to fucking Ukraine, the more likely your leadership wants to make concessions and negotiate. I wonder why. Because they recognize what's going to happen. They recognize the displacement. They recognize the suffering that the people of Ukraine are going to get put through. Okay? America doesn't give a shit because we're so far removed from all the immediate and also long-term consequences of that.
Russian business guys who keep Putin in power, the oligarchs, they aren't happy because the entire world has cut Russia off.
Russian billionaires moving their yachts, scrambling their jets, and shifting their assets to prepare for a possible crackdown.
They can't access their financial reserves. Their ability to move money is made much more difficult. People aren't letting their trade vessels into ports.
New efforts by U.S. law enforcement to make Russian oligarchs feel the pain of Putin's war.
I mean, this is effectively what sanctions do. So the oligarchs are now like, dude, Putin, WTF. And they put pressure on him to stop this madness. But even still, Putin has enough power that he could still dig in his heels and keep trying to get Ukrainians to come under his rule. But by this point, Ukrainians are done with Putin. They see his true colors. Anyone who was on the fence before has now witnessed civilians being killed in Putin's war of choice. They won't come on his side now. The upshot here is that there's not really a scenario where Putin keeps going and gets what he wants. And that's because the story that he based this invasion off of is proving to be totally wrong. All of these assumptions that he predicated his war on turned out to be the delusions of a pseudo-history buff stuck in the logic of the Cold War, not the realities on the ground today. Add another point to the against Putin camp. Meanwhile, Putin's war has united the West and NATO like never before. NATO has a new sense of purpose, a new thing to rally around, something they've been looking for since the end of the Cold War. And Ukraine, who is currently getting tons of support and weapons and money and aid and refugee support from NATO countries, is now way more likely to sympathize with the West, because now they've seen the realities of what Putin has to offer, which is falsehoods and unprovoked conflict, all in the name of some ill-defined vision of former imperial glory. Nope.
It's my city, it's my hometown, it's my homeland, it's my country, and I'm not the one who should live. The Russians are the one who should live.
Russia is a great nation, full of beautiful culture, geography, history, and people. The vast majority of those people don't want imperial-style expansion and war. They want to live their lives, to prosper, to connect. And yet, the warped, delusional worldview of one greedy man has...
No, they're going to despise us using their lives as a political weapon? No, I don't think so. I think Ukrainians, by and large, think the West is on their side. I think Ukrainians don't have this like no, they won't. They won't. They're too busy fucking fighting. Like they don't see it as like America and some of the Western leadership dangling NATO membership in front of them when they know very well that that's not going to happen. They see it as like, thank God they're giving us javelins. And that's correct. Like, thank God they're getting javelins. That's the only way to fucking purge against, that's the only way to push against the violent imperial forces that are at their doorstep. As a Pakistani, I think you wildly misunderstand the conditions of Ukrainians and how they aren't perceiving it.
11 months and I don't regret it, Hassel.
What do you mean? But those are imperialist arming rebel forces? Bro, People who say I don't support Russia or U.S. imperialism end up supporting U.S. imperial actions like sanctions or NATO or no-fly zones. Fluent English speaker. Wait, what? The fuck do you mean, dude? No, I don't have a. I don't support imperial actions. What makes you think that I'm pro NATO? What the fuck are you talking about?
Cut off their ability to do that. How is that possible?
The Russian people.
I'm so glad we watched the Second Thought video first because it he already addressed the liberal idealistic version that liberals love talking about.
Have no say in the behavior of their government under the Putin dictatorship.
These incredibly brave people, often young people in Russia, who are out on the streets protesting.
You just said sending javelins were good? Yeah, of course. If a country is fucking invading you, the people on the ground are going to think, thank God I have javelins and man-pads against the fucking invading forces. What the fuck do you mean? Obviously.
Against what their president is doing.
This is not the war by the people of Russia. This is yet another military adventure by the unaccountable, unelected, increasingly deranged dictator in the Kremlin by the name of Vladimir Putin.
This situation is developing and certainly will take paths that no one can predict. By the time you're watching this, I'm sure some key development has happened that I haven't covered here. But I feel pretty certain when I say that Putin really doesn't have a path to the victory that he set out to achieve last week when he sent people and weapons across his border to attack his neighbors. Ukrainians, with their bold courage, have proved him wrong. I know that sounds very poetic and maybe even cliche, but in this case it's true.
If someone told me a week ago I would own an assault rifle, I would not believe.
So now the world will stand by and support as they continue to wage this battle for the future of their land that belongs to them, not to a Russian dictator.
Just for everyone to know, it's our land, it's our home, we will defend it.
13 Ukrainian border guards defiantly telling an invading Russian
Now, do one on U.S. imperialism law? No. Let's be fair. Listen, the modern liberal understands American imperialism as a bad thing. Modern liberal like Johnny will say America's in the wrong for invading Iraq. They won't say America's in the wrong for invading Afghanistan, but they'll say America's in the wrong for invading Iraq, and they'll say America's in the wrong for staying in Afghanistan for as long as they did. The modern liberal even admits some of the underlying events that we participated in that turned Afghanistan into what it is. Except the modern liberal will then turn around and say, that was old shit, that was wrong, but this time it's different. This time it's good. Okay? It's always hindsight that's 20/20. It's never foresight. And Johnny Harris has done plenty of videos about this sort of stuff, so that's not true. He has absolutely fucking criticized America invading Iraq, criticized America invading Afghanistan, criticized America in Vietnam, and numerous other places. He's talked about American colonialism or American imperialism a lot. Okay? How would someone defend the invasion of Afghanistan post 9/11 frenzy?
Yo.
So he's
ship to go F yourself when asked to surrender.
And we will win. Russian ship, go fuck yourself. Slava Ukraini.
Anyway, the only thing an American liberal and a Russian nationalist agree on is that some imperialist occupations were good, some weren't. Obviously, none of them were.
16 months of apologizing for my dumbass cringe jokes in chat.
Why is it that much of the anti-imperialist world is taking Russia's side? Why doesn't this get covered? All victims of U.S. imperialism support Russia. Does nobody find this important? Well, who isn't a victim of U.S. imperialism? Like, there are countries that are victims of U.S. imperialism in the positive side, that not positive, but like countries that are victims of U.S. economic imperialism, or Western economic imperialism, like Turkey, that is absolutely on the side of fucking Ukraine. So what are you talking about? Every country has experienced the negative consequences of U.S. empire because U.S. empire is empire. They're all around the fucking planet. It's just, it spans across the globe, okay? Don't be crazy now. All right, let's get back to the fucking order of business here, okay? Raising money for Ukraine and also getting my shit pushed in Elden Ring. That's right. It's time once again. Turkey seems neutral? What do you mean, dude? They're fucking selling Bayraktar missiles or UAVs, more of them now, to fucking Ukraine.
Let's go.
They're claiming that it's just a purchase, it's not aid, it's not for free, but it doesn't matter. Okay. So I asked Vati to collaborate with me on this, but he said, can you use that, can you use shit pushed in less often? No, I love saying getting their shit pushed in. So I was getting owned by Radan, okay? And I gave up on it. Last night I went and I got a couple items. Right now I am trying to get the... Right now I'm trying to... I got this helmet. I killed that fucking edgelord in the round table. And now I am trying to... I am trying currently to get the farming item that you need to have, which is the goblet or something. I forget. The beetle. But the problem is, the problem with the beetle is that it's impossible to get because there's a lot of rot down here. And I can't overcome the rot. The golden scarab or the golden beetle or whatever. Yeah, I killed some bosses too. Not like any big bosses, but oh wait, what the fuck? Am I stuck here? Oh no. Wait, no shot. No fucking shot. I can't fast travel out of here? Am I fucked? Oh no, I can. Thank God. Holy shit. Vati said he's not like ready to do a fucking video. No, I'm not soft locked. Use Bloodhound Step.
I smile.
Gotta jump on the mushroom to the left, jump, and the rot dissipates. Wait, what?
Is there Bayraktar in the
like this mushroom?
15 months of brain.
Wait, really? Oh, oops. Maybe you're just not in the rot. Wait, hold on. I'm not gonna get in the rot. Let me see something here. Get the mimic spirit that makes a copy of yourself. I want to, I just don't know where it is, so I can't get it right now. What is the serpent bow? This shit looks fucking fire. Oh my god, I almost have enough arcane. Oh no, I don't have enough arcane, but I almost have enough. I've been beefing up my intelligence, boys. God damn it, why? Yeah, I don't think that works. chatters that said hit the mushrooms. I don't think that works.
Yeah.
Not what they meant. Get the incantation, cleanse me. It cures rot status. That's not working. Okay. The rot in here is insane and impossible to avoid. Backstep with the circle to move fast. How are you reading chat while playing? Insane. I know. Try backstepping. Can't heal before the boss. I don't think you're ready for this dungeon. You gotta have health, healing, deal with rot the whole time. Yeah, jump off the ledge onto the mushroom. It will allow you to make it without rot status. There's so much more here though. Well, there you go. Fucking dead. The rot is symbolism for what happens every time you read the chat. That's true. Yeah, I think I need like... I think I just need to get like better armor basically. There's not much after the main pool. No, there is. Turn backwards and spam dodge buttons so you jump back and avoid rolling. Then wait at a safe spot until the rot goes away. The counter didn't go up. No, it'll go up for... The mods need to put it up. Get a spell that cleanses rot. No, I can't do that. Anyway, like I said... Not working. You should farm with the clean rot armor set. I should, but I don't know how to. Wait, did I go the wrong way? Oh my god, I went the wrong way again. I literally went the fucking wrong way. Okay, I gotta pee. Hold on. I'll be back in 1 second. I went the wrong way. Fuck. I did it. I'm gonna die. This way, right? I wish like standing in this water would help, would clean you, you know what I mean? Would cleanse you. You can use a dagger with a quick step move. Enemy ahead. I have a soap, but does soap help with the rot? No, I thought soap was for poison. And I don't know if it's a one-off or not. Let me see, actually. Where the fuck is my soap? Did I accidentally use it or something? What the fuck? You're gonna need more faith to get that anti-rot spell to beat this part. Fucking sucks. Yeah, I guess I dropped the soap. Literally. Or, I don't know what happened. The only thing I can do here, probably... The only thing I can probably do here is, like... is most likely just get the, like, spam the clean rod armor, try to find the clean rod armor, and then come back. You know what I mean? Wait, where's the fucking, where's the lantern? Like, get the clean rod armor, try to come back, because there's, I think there's a boss at the end of this. So there's that too. 2 bosses at once. Oh, this area is where I died. Like, this is how far I got in. Okay, actually that's not true. I killed these rats, and then this next room is where I fucking died. That's as far as I got in here. Where at this next room there's like an insane amount of fucking pain waiting for me.
Long live Ukraine.
Check item crafting. Do you have to fight the boss in the rot too, or is the boss like not in the rot? Yeah, there's nothing I can use to fucking clear the rot, by the way. I have no consumables to help me clear the rot. Use preserving bolus, it clears the rot. I don't think I have that. I mean, I have that, but I don't. I have 1 left. So I'm kind of fucked there. What a weirdo stat distribution. It's a pretty basic dex build stat distribution, and now I've started to. Wait, where the fuck? Oh shit! Shit! Fuck, I'm poisoned! Get up! Jump! Fuck! Oh, there's the boss. Is there anything in my inventory to cure poison? Nope, just gotta fucking take the fat L on that poison, huh? Can I craft anything to cure poison? Nope. You passed it? No, I can't craft anything. Bro, how are you still wearing the starter armor? You can craft green balls if you bought the nomadic cookbook? No. Did you not have the green balls? No. I thought that like the equipment that I got would help me, but this one I thought would like help me with the recovery. It claimed it would, but it's not. Like this is supposed to boost your HP when attacked or something.
With 20 months, do my chances of getting banned increase now?
No, that doesn't give me anything for poison, I don't think. The regen flask. At least it just regenerates though, the HP. Oh shit. Oh shit! No! Wait, did he heal him? What? He has a sickle too. Look at that bitch. How dare you? Yeah, that's, I mean, if I have my full health, if I could try to get there full health, I could maybe, if I could get there full health, I could try and maybe fight it, but there's no fucking shot. You have to burst the first one? Yeah. Use your summons. They help a lot in situations like this. Summons make the multiple boss fight much easier. Yeah, true. You gotta hop on the top of the mushroom on the left wall and then hop after the burst. That allows enough time to get back to the island without rot maxing. Yeah, the worst part is this part, right? The island across, is that what you mean? There's a ledge on the left wall. Oh, right here. Well, that didn't work. That's my last one. Damn, that's pretty good. Holy shit. Backstep is pretty good. Yeah, I think I need Crimson Rot Cure and shit to be able to fucking get over this part. I gotta jump on him, right? That's the way to go, right? I wish they gave me more, dude. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Why is it off my inventory? It's so dumb. I'm getting better at fucking running through this area. Equip a dagger and press L2 to repeatedly avoid poison. What? Oh, you mean the dash, dagger dash or whatever? Wait, is there anything here? Damage. Increases damage taken, raises focus, bow effective range, shortens spell. Dude, everything I've gotten is for casting, dude. All of my fucking talismans are for casting. It's so whack. Focuses anti-poison buildup? Really? I'm a mage and all of mine are melee? Yeah, isn't that wonderful that that's how it goes? Shit! Shit! Come on! So close to avoiding the poison altogether, dude. So fucking close. I mean, that's like pretty minimal damage I've taken thus far. Let's see if the armor negates the poison. Once it hits 20%, you said? Thank you, David the Tutor, for the $50 dono. Stream delayed on the phone? Doesn't seem to be, for the record. It's literally not. This armor does. Oh, it is. It's pushing back. Let's go. Let's go. It is. Let's go, dude. Fuck yes. Wasted HP? No, it doesn't matter. We have to wait a little bit until the armor fucking does its job. So you're just gonna wait until the poison runs out? Yeah, I have to. What do you mean? Does the armor... Do you have to use the armor full set in order for this damage negation to occur? Like the heal to happen? Do you have crafting mats for some cure poison? I do not.
20 months of smoke time.
I don't have anything. I haven't like... I really didn't focus on like buying any cookbooks or anything like that. It was really stupid of me. I should have. S-Jap, thank you for the 10 gift of subs. I should have, but I didn't. And it was wrong and foolish of me. Among many different mistakes I have conducted thus far. Here, let's fix out my loadout here.
Okay.
Is there a way to cheese these? Is there something that like... Are they weak to fire or something? . No, but you summon? I will, but... I guess bleed. I am a bleed build, so... Oh shit. What the fuck? Oh god. Oh, he killed me. Did he kill me? Oh, I died. I died. Oh no. Oh, that's so devastating, dude. I did worse this time. Holy shit, I did better on the fucking build-up and worse overall. By no summon, I was too busy trying to do the fucking bleed. How is there no Stake of America, by the way? That's kind of fucked up. That is great. And now I have the Scarlet Rot. Okay, I'm done. I'm out of here. I'm fucking out of here. I'm gonna die here and then I'm leaving. I'm not doing this. It's too annoying. Sorry for the Gamba boys. It's too much. I'm fucking out. No shot. Refund it if you want. Fucking don't refund it. I don't give a shit. Fuck the Gamba. Fuck this game. It is so typical fucking Dark Souls, Soulsborne fucking absolute garbage bullshit where it's like, oh yeah, sorry. Sorry. It's just, you have to like go through this incredibly fucking annoying area. And you know, fucking die for no reason until you get to the boss every time. I hate difficult games too. No, I love difficult games. But there's difficult, and then there's like annoying bullshit that you have to fucking put up with for literally no reason whatsoever. Like, I'll go get, I don't know, more... I'll go get more cures and shit. There's a difference between difficulty and annoying. I don't know where to go, by the way, right now. Why are you not fighting Radon? Because Radon is insane. It's an optional boss with the best item of the game. I get it, and there are better ways to fucking combat this. Like, for example, here, I'm gonna go to the sending gate. I want to see what the... Oh, I didn't do this already, but the sending gate sends you where? Like, here or something? Yeah, here. Here, I didn't do this yet because I felt like it was a story thing, so I wanted to wait for you guys. But... Here, there's a guy here that I need to give something to, and I don't know what it is. I need to hand over a death root to him.
I smell it. Death. Feed it me. Tarnished. Bring more death. I shall grant thee eye and claw. Feed me more. I shall grant thee feed.
Okay, so what does this do? This dude is a very important character. I suspected, and I didn't want to... That thing is insane, by the way. I'm not touching that. You can farm the little dudes outside for 1k runes a pop. Yeah, I know. All right. What's up, D?
You've met Garank, I take it. Then, owing to our duties shared, we are now comrades in arms. I think you've earned this. The power of the Golden Order to aid the hunt of those who live in death. Are you acquainted with a man named Roger? You know, the piteous fellow hiding away on the balcony. He was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart and clear of mind. No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling, like he's half dead already. I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside. Breaks them.
Fancy Roger.
I serve the Golden that I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the great Elden. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order.
Isn't that Rami?
Their existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
Isn't that the lady that I'm like serving, kind of? Damn, bro, you made a fucking mess out here.
I took you for no matter. Lay out your arms then.
Okay, I got a hug from her.
I am pleased. Would you like me?
So
Then good day to you, my.
So I got a hug from her, but I think I'm too late. I denied her originally, but then I went and got a hug from her, but I think it's too late to follow her quest line now, because I've done the other. At Lenny's Rise, you can farm 585,000 runes an hour. Where? You can do it still? Then how can I... I have to get several hugs? Like multiple hugs? I know the buff lowers your HP by 5%. But it doesn't matter, because when you use her, whatever, the fucking incantation.
To see you again. Now, come.
Here, I'll do it again. But when you use the incantation, it goes away, so it doesn't matter. But where my hug at? Yeah. Where's my hug at?
Very warm.
The blessing that... Oh, talk in secret.
I was known as a deathbed companion, where I come from.
Oh my god.
After I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. To grant him another chance at life, to do so is the purpose of my being.
Bro, why are you trauma dumping?
But before I could bear the noble into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace. Pray, be kind. Despite all that, I still wish to be a deathbed companion. So please,
She's love bombing me.
hold you like this.
She is.
As often as it takes. My dear, might I? Could you please find the owner of the... A certain person. It's a very precious thing.
Red flag.
It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner.
So, isn't the owner... Isn't the owner D?
And return it to them. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. Then good day to you, my dear.
West Elden Caleb. West Elden Caleb. Does she not know D's in the other area? Like, D's nuts. Oh, got him. Freaking got him. D's nuts. Got him. Oh, shit. Was that a 1K dono? Let's go, dude. Let's freaking go, dude.
You need something else. Well, what have we here? How did you get your hands on that dagger?
He's like, you fuck with the maiden, dude?
That hardly matters. I know very well.
You fuck with the sleepy maiden?
Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work bringing this to me.
Now I just gotta leave and then come back, right?
As would.
Let's leave. Oh, by the way, I defeated the boss up here and got like a crazy blade from them. There was like a boss in the, where is it? Like somewhere near here, I think. Like the Waypoint Ruins. There was like a oh, here, this is the boss I beat. The Forlorn Hound Evergoal I beat. Yeah, I mean, I was bored. I wanted to kill some fucking bosses, but like they're mini bosses. They're not, bro, there's like 100 bosses in the fucking game. You guys are crazy for complaining. Like there's literally like 100+ bosses. I can't kill all of them on fucking camera, you know? I'm not planning on playing the fucking, that boss is normal enemy in some places. Upgrade Twin Blade, it's so sick. Wait, where'd she go? Wait, what the fuck? She's gone. Wait, what do I do now? Oh, he's gone too.
Yo, Arjan, wanna come smoke some grace with me?
She off stream too. Oh, new door unlocked. Nice. Oh my god. Wait, is that D?
Time flies when you're watching your fav stream.
Oh my god, she killed D.
Finally, it is returned to its rightful place.
What the fuck?
The stolen Hallowbrand of the exalted noble.
What the fuck was that?
I must bid you goodbye as well, though I ask you deliver this message to the Round Table Hold. I am Via, deathbed companion, hark Round Table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the exalted. We who humbly live in death, live in waiting, to one day welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object? Our Lord will rise, the Lord of the many and the meek.
Bro, what the fuck? I can't, wait, what? What the fuck just happened, bro? So wait, doesn't D have like a separate quest line? Yo, okay, well, fuck D. I mean, or does he have good items? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, is this some good shit or what? Not anymore. Holy shit. Bro, D's armor is fucking bananas though. Straight up. I mean, goddamn, dude. Bro, what the fuck? Dude, his chest piece has a fucking... Okay, I mean, whatever, dude. YOLO. I mean, okay, never mind. I mean, obviously his armor wasn't good enough, but it's cool as fuck, dude. Hey, what's up? What's up, D? Hey, get fucked. Such is the way of the Elden Lord. All right, what else do I get? His chest piece has a chest piece, dude. I might be maidenless, but my chest piece still has a maiden on it. That's right. Wait, what's the lore on this? Oh, oops. Helm depicting entwined twins, gold and silver. The two known are D as inseparable twins. They are two bodies and two minds, but one single soul. Perhaps this armor longs to find its way to the other D. Oh, I'm sure we'll find the other D soon. Okay, so it doesn't have any extra... It doesn't have any extra properties, huh? By the way, that's 2 motherfuckers I've killed in here so far. I killed D, and I killed the edgelord that was here. Oh, whoa, whoa. This woman is gone. Why is she gone? Nothing on this. Go back. Okay, well at least like she can, when you kill, I guess when you kill people, like she lets you, you know, live their memory forever in perpetuity. She lets you, this is where you store. Pretty sure you betrayed the order and are contributing to its downfall, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I've killed 2 of the motherfuckers in the order, so seems like it.
17 months, Pog.
Okay, where do we go next, chat? Where should I go next? Radon is like not within reach right now, I don't think. Check on Rogier. Find Rogier there. Where? Wait, Rogier is in here. Find the turtle. Use the new blade. What's the new blade? The meteoric ore blade is what I have, but the strength required is 15 and the intelligence required is 18. And I have neither. I have the Bloodhound's fang, which I can use as well. But it's not as good as the other ones. Rogier is on the balcony to the right of the door. Oh.
Always good to see. So, what do you... Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber. And I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow. So I just wanted to get the apology out of the way since you're so scary and all.
Am I? Bro, why is everybody dying, dude? Okay, partially because I keep killing him, but okay, what's up? Where should I go now? Go to the grace and go back to him? What do you mean go to the grace and go back to him? You doomed them all by hugging her too often? I literally only hugged her twice. Shut up. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dying. What is happening, dude? He's just sleeping, bro. It's fine. It's fine. He's just sleeping. He's just gonna wake up in a second. Don't worry about it. No. It's all good. It's all good, boys. He's just sleeping. See? He's just hanging out, you know? Not a big deal. He's taking a little nap. A little nappy poo, you know? Okay, well, he's not dead yet, so... Okay, never mind. He's not... I don't think it's gonna happen now. Okay, where do I fucking go now? Should I finally hit this dumbass territory, the Celia? I haven't really done the swamps at all. In my game, everyone found happiness and got married and shit. Wait, what? No, I'm not gonna do Red Dawn. I'm not gonna do Red Dawn. Did you do the tower? I don't think so. Go to the mine at the top of Liurnia. It will take you to the next area. The top of Liurnia? Like there's... am I missing a spot here or something? What the fuck? Yikes, worse ending. The red circle. The orange circle. Oh, this? On top of the lake. Oh shit! Oh, this is the area, dude. I know where we're at. I've fucking been there. I've been here. I've done this. I cleared this out for fun before. I just like went in and fucking cleared these homies out. I rawed them out, dude. Go through the lake to... Look at this fucking idiot. Nice, bro. What are you gonna do? You gonna fuck me up? You gotta be down in the ravine. Oh, am I going through the wrong way to get to the cave? Like, I can't go up this elevator, right? I never tried, but... This area is weird. There's like madness up here. When you go up this area, you get like immediately cursed with madness. Like, I don't know what this does. I haven't been up here yet. It seems like there's an elevator up here though, right? Isn't this like a lift or something? A lift, bruv. A lift. Yes. It seems to be... This is a contraption of sort. A contraption of sorts. Perhaps a lift, maybe. Talk. It's there somewhere. Another path leading back to the foot of the Erd tree. An ancient tunnel. Alright then. I guess that's right then. But this is the lift, is it not? Need 2 pieces of a medallion to go up. I think I have 1 piece of the medallion. Don't believe I've got 2. But maybe I do. I guess not. Right? It doesn't seem like it. Alright then, let's go find the secret tunnel. No item ahead. No item ahead. First off, well done, but no item ahead. Oh no, another bat. Another bat came here for the slaughter. Another bat, another day. Looking to be slaughtered once again. How devastating. That's right. Another day, another slaughtered bat. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, shit. I was reading chat saying Hasan is a Democrat simp. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was scary. Alright, back to the slaughter then. Wait, oh, this isn't the cave area, is it? Where is the cave area? I am still looking for the cave area. No secret passage ahead. Okay, how the wait, is it down there? I'm too high, right? We'll go down to the ravine level. Need to go through the water. Of course, conveniently, no methods exist. Have to go all the way back to the aisle. It's just water in it. It's just water, he says. It does not matter. The water is very dangerous. Many problems in the water. Many enemies in the water. Enemies with parachutes. Fighting. Dragons. Giants. Big alien-like substances with big, beautiful clubs. With only 131 points offered. Not worth fighting. Not worth fighting at all. Just water, bruv. People say it's just water all the time. What level are you at, Mr. Streamer? I'm level 49. Level 49. Oh, wait. Found another grace. Lost grace discovered. I do it again. What the fuck is this thing? What's this thing then? It looks like a Fabergé egg. Is this a big ugly Fabergé egg? No one knows. Yes, I'm still using my starting sword. By the way, Ethan sent me a photo of his character. Such a boomer like me. That he sent me a fucking photo of his character and he's still using a Uchiha katana as well, okay? And he's like level 80, so he was telling me, he's like, I'm a Soulsborne veteran. He goes, I'm a Soulsborne veteran. I don't do any magic shit. He said he doesn't do any magic shit. He considers it cheating. Tree ahead. Boomer weaves. He's like, he's all strength and dex build. Mostly strength. Uchiha katana is an incredible weapon. Uchiha katana is a certified classic in every fucking Soulsborne game, okay? I'm sorry that like we don't have the fucking fancy schmancy weapons that you use. No item ahead. No item ahead. Oh, that's not a grace. There's the grace. Here is the fucking grace then. Another lost grace discovered. Zweihander, Claymore, these are all like classic fucking Soulsborne weapons that have been around in perpetuity since the beginning of time. Why did so many people die here? Oh! Devastating. Now I know. What is this? Tunnel ahead. Where the hell is the tunnel? Ethan on his podcast said he has 2 level 40 strength and he has 2 great swords. Where is the tunnel? The thing that he showed me, the photo he sent me, he was still wearing it. He was still using a Uchiha katana. Maybe he's not anymore. I'll invade Ethan and wreck him. He's like level 83, bro. Good luck. And he claims to be a Soulsborne vet. It'll be difficult. It'll be difficult to fight him and take him down. Be wary. Why is it always a valley? If I only had a giant pickle. This reminds me of the thing I was doing before and... Oh no! Yo. They always make... Oh shit. Oh shit! Oh shit! I was about to say, they always make the fucking... They always make the workers chads. Like, they always make workers in the Soulsborne games be wary of trap. How do I state? They always make the workers, like the laborers in these fucking games, chads, dude. They're always tanky as fuck. They literally one-tap you. It's awesome. Wait, look at my face. Look at my face. I have to close the fucking. Holy shit. I just hit my head on the fucking. Classic gamer, allergic to sunlight? No. In my eyes. Ambush ahead. I see. Not very nice, is it? What happens when you ambush the ambushers? Still got poison though. So who won in the end? I'd say they won in the end. What do the traps look like? Help me, in short, praise the message. Oh god. Praise sluts. Worse, dude. They want it. Oh shit. Oh fuck, I missed it. I bet that's a good item too. Oh, I need help. Like, give me a health boost. Like, I need to be praised. Group ahead. Praise the message. Look at him tanking that shit. Like it's nothing. Incredible. Incredible. Can't break pause. Can't break the pause. Can't break the poison. Strong attack those guys to stun, but low key shit's not popping, dude. Be wary of lift. Oh fuck, more poison? No shot. They're weaker, the clubs. That makes sense. Dry fire. Oh yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Oh shit. If I don't find a grace soon, I'm done for. Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? That was good as hell. Good job, little assassin. Little one. Now you die, though. Now you fucking die, friend. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I'm gonna die, dude. Nothing breaks through these motherfuckers' poise at all. Stop killing them. They're literally neurodivergent and minors. Yeah, that's what you think. Where's the explosion? Try ranged battle. Oh, that's the explosion. Is that it? What's about to happen? It was a lie? That's such bullshit, dude. Why do they do that? The whole soft cotton. It's one of the Ash of War Estes beetles, but after it dies, it explodes. Who cares? I can't believe they fucking... I got debated like that, dude. That sucks. Go back and kill it after Grace. I don't think I can. I think it's gone forever. Yeah, see? Oh, no, it's not gone forever. Never mind. Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Don't go there. Oh, it didn't have anything that good. This isn't Demon Souls. They don't disappear forever. Listen, I got some fucking old habits and some old opinions. All right. I can't try the magic sword buff. I don't have enough skills for it. Best of both worlds, baby. Fucking fuck up both of those. Not even a silent kill. I should stop reading all the fucking debating ass stupid messages in the chat. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. First off up, precious item ahead.
20 months. Why don't you?
Another smithing stone. Read me, Dad. I read you, Guadalupe's. Have you seen Butthole? It's pretty great. Dude, I know. You mean Tri-Finger Butthole? Is the singing one a fucking... Shut up, bitch. Come on. What? I love the fucking singing, by the way. I might be alone on that, but I think the singing is beautiful. I think I've cleared all the bugs. It's just me versus her now, right? Come on then. Get over here then. Let's see what you got, love. Let's see what you got, love. Oh shit, oh fuck, okay. This is a big one. Not that great though. Sorry. Your voice was excellent, but I'm afraid it will sing the songs no more. Time for two-handing pickle. Okay, dude. I gotta pee here for 1 second. I'll be back. I gotta pee. Try finger, butt pee. Pickle horts tickled too much. What are you guys gambling on? There's a boss here. These things are kind of annoying. Mostly because, like, they just come out of nowhere and fucking scare you and annoy you, but that's it. Like, they're not... Not like they're powerful. I guess it's also extra annoying that it's, like, up here. So you have limited movement and you have to be very careful. This game is so insanely pretty, dude. I can't believe people were making the claim that this game's graphics are not that good, by the way. Like, yeah, it's not Horizon Zero Dawn, but holy fuck, dude. How do I get to that octopus? Oh, from up here, I guess. Is that octopus? Like, how does that fight? I have no idea how that fucking thing fights. It's annoying. Should I try to take it from afar? Wait, let me do the fucking... Why do I still have the health debuff? I'm so stupid. What the fuck? Oh shit! Oh god! It's like pretty fast, right? Surprisingly, like you wouldn't expect it, or am I thinking of a different character? Oh shit. God, land octopus ovary. What the fuck? Literally the octopussy. Oh my god. Serpent God's curved sword. Wait, is that good? Is that a good fucking sword? That seems like a fucking pogger's ass item. Why do you have the top half of a guy sticking out of you? Because I'm fucking G, dude. Vulgar militia saw. Where is the serpent sword? Don't have enough strength to carry it. Is it good? Is this good, chat? Ooh. Okay. What happens if I don't have enough int for the meteoric ore blade, by the way? Wait, the sword gives you HP. That other sword gives you HP. Problem is I don't have enough strength right now to double. You can use it, but its damage very reduced until it requires met. Okay, well that enough fucking sucks. Sing your song, oh beautiful. After all, it will be your last. Oh, there's two of them. Never mind. Oh god, I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm fucking dead! I didn't realize there was two of them, and now I'm fucking dead. You like how I'm just wearing D's armor? Well, turns out it was my last. Turns out it was my last song. One shots the octopus, dies the mobs. Yeah, because the octopus was easier to fucking kill than the double D. I definitely did not know there were two of them. These whole drip word for word, bar for bar. It's true. I did. Come on. Fucking fuck. God damn, it's hard as fuck to kill these pieces of shit. It's like a really annoying... They're not hard to kill, but they're a really annoying fucking mob, dude. Those are endangered animals? Yeah, after I'm done with them. Fuck yeah, they're endangered. I'll kill the lot of them. I'll tell you. I'll kill the very lot of them. Oh no, this area has so many of these fuckers, dude. Oh, god damn it. I gotta fucking go through this again? Not even fucking hard to kill. They're just like, just run past them. There's no way I can run past them. They're fucking... What do you... Chat, how am I gonna run past them? They literally fly, dude. Yeah, just run past them, he says. Seems like a good thing to do there. And now I'm poisoned. Fuck me, dude. Why do I listen to chat ever? You literally just have to fucking deal with them one by one. Come on! Oh. Just run past them, dude. What a fucking idiotic, what a stupid idiot I am. What a dumb baboon I am. What a fucking moron I am. I'm literally inbred for trusting the idiotic advice of a chatter. Just run past them. Yeah, that's what I should have done. What a fucking great take from that chatter, dude. Always, always, and forever. Never trust chat. Fucking fuck! What the fuck? What is happening? I'm literally regressing! Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. Get the fuck down here! You fucking rat with wings! You fucking stupid rat with wings! All my runes are gone too. Fuck, I lost all the runes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I fucking hate that. I hate that so much. I hate myself. I hate this game. So fucking whack. So annoying. I had 20,000 runes. I had 20,000 runes, really? I didn't even realize I had 20,000 runes. Are you serious? Oh, 7K? You fucking sons of bitches. Why are you lying? Get back here. Dumbass. Get fucked, you stupid bitch. Come on. I can dodge too, you know. Alright, what's up? You like that? I bet you do. You fucking idiot. Yeah, you get fucked as well. Dumb bitch. Hey, shut your stupid fucking mouth, dumbass. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck over here, dumbass. Oh, fuck. Stop. Stop! Damn, that poison is quick as fuck. Holy shit. Oh, now I'm fucking poisoned! Where are you going, you dumb fucking asshole? That's it. It was one tap. She was one fucking tap. And now I'm fucking poisoned. Oh my god, I'm so mad. The flying rats sing and squirt poison. Miyazaki's truly evil. The worst, dude. The absolute worst fucking auteur. The worst fucking video game designer. The worst video game of all time. Why am I fucking punishing myself so much? Why am I doing this to myself? What a devastating fucking game to play. What an awful fucking game to play. How horrible. Watch me not make this too. Oh shit. At least I made that. I wish section clearing I gave you flasks, filled up your flasks in this fucking game too. There's a grace up the ladder. I can't get up the ladder, chat. You want to know why? I'm gonna heal when I get up here. It doesn't matter. I'm fucking dead again. I'm gonna die again. Wait, was there a grace up here? First off, turn back, then seek grace. Oh, there's a grace up there. So whack. Do your fucking job, dude. Is there an ancestral one that like helps you with the fucking enemies maybe? Like or helps you with the heals? Whoa, chill. Chill! Stop! Stop! shit. Oh god! Almost died. Almost died again. Holy fucking fuck. Oh god! The 9 ancestral tenants! Why are these so powerful, dude? Fuck! Yes! One by one. One by one. Let's go! One down. Fucking bitch. Stupid bitch. Oh, get fucking comstered, dude. Get fucking beaked! You fucking bitch! Not even the boss, dude. Fucking so annoying.
Miyazaki really killed it with the level design on this one. Oh, what will he think of next? Another flying enemy that throws poison and does sound damage? Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I'm fucking salty. It's so stupid.
Oh, wow. I hope there isn't a dungeon with like an insane amount of rotting damage before you go up and fight a boss. Wow.
Stopping in and sending my monthly messaging and fucking off to watch Hasan on YouTube.
Fucking dumb birds are back at it again. Try Frost, still no head. What is the Great Horned Paragon? How hard is this shit gonna be? Holy fuck. Third hardest boss in the game coming. I can't tell when you motherfuckers are joking with me and when you're not, you know? I can't, and I feel like you're playing games with my heart when you do that. Where is he? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh god. Holy shit, I'm not doing any damage. Oh, did he one-tap me? He just one-tapped me. shit. God damn it, get up, get up. Stop hitting him in the face, stop hitting him in the face, stop hitting him in the face. Wait, what? Why can't I crit? Why can't I crit him? Fucking asshole. Got in the goddamn way. Oh shit, I can't crit him again. Fuck. It's too... He's in the lava. Wait, what? No! Oh god. Crimson! Shit! No! Not the lava! Fucking lava, dude. What is he doing? No! No, 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 no. Oh. It's over. It's a wrap. Wait, how is it not over? Wait, what the fuck? Okay. How is it not over? That could have been such a beautiful poetic finish with the fucking signature. That could have been so poetic to end it with a crit, and he wouldn't let me fucking end it with a crit. It had to be fucking done with a silly one tap. Hey, jolly cooperation, good friend. Hey, by the way, doubters, I just want to point out that at this point, doubting me is idiotic and will fucking hurt your wallet, okay? I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. Get fucked, doubters. You fucking shitters. Okay, sit on this. Hey, doubters. Sit on this thing, okay? There you go. Have fun with that. What was the point distribution? What was the point distribution? Carried, 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 carried. Yeah, totally, dude. What was the point distribution? Let's see. It was, does Hasan beat this in how many tries? Yes, 40. No, 24. Oh, fuck. God damn it. There's more believers than there are doubters. First off, water slide. Likely done, but first off. Most people believe now. It's like not even... I almost first tried it.
New batch poggers 18 months.
Wait, how much do I need for the fucking... I think I need like more strength and I need more intelligence. What do I need for this? Intelligence and strength? I'm upping it because I want to use the katana. I want to use the fucking laser beam katana, the Moonveil one. This shit is fucking fire. Not so much believe, it's just that the line is insane. If it was 2 or 3 tries, I would doubt. Wait, what was the line? Oh. Ever since you've been off streaming it, it makes sense to believe. Not much strength. I have Moonveil as a mage. I mean, I'm not gonna... I'm gonna respec. Get the Blood Flame Blade in Liruna. It really help you bleed build by a bunch. Also make your katana keen. Yeah, how do I make my katana keen? I was gonna ask. So... I haven't figured out how to make that yet in this game. Like, where are the specialty blades? Do you make it with ashes? I thought Ashes of War was a moveset. Oh no, it just turns it into quality. It changes the build. I don't want to make it. I want to make it bleed. Change Ash, then choose Whetstone. Unsheath is too good. I don't want to change it. You need 23 int, 16 dex, 12 strength for Moon Katana. You need to get Unsheath Ashes of War so you can keep the move and make it keen. Go to 4th. Hey, there's a Bleed Ash of War. Better than Unsheath in my opinion. Yeah, I think Bleed is good. I want to get Bleed. But I think I need like... In a fort south of Mistwood, you can get the Bleed Ash of War. Yeah, I love Sheath, man. It's so sick. The moveset is sick. It looks cool as fuck. The only way I would change it is if like there's another moveset that does this basically. Alright, where the fuck are we? The Altus Plateau. Oh shit, we got up to the top of the tree. Right? Yeah, the Moonveil has the Unsheath but laser, and I want that, but I'm gonna have to respec a lot for it. This is it. The air tree. What is that? Where's the map for this? What the fuck? They got no map for this? Where's the map point for this? You can talk to the maiden at the Grace. Oh, there's a maiden right here. Or I mean, no, there's a Grace right here. Wait, what would I do talking to Melina?
The Erd Tree is close. Only a little further till the foot of the Erd Tree. And the accord is fulfilled. It takes me back. I was born at the foot of the Erd Tree, where Mother gave me my purpose. Though now, everything is lost to me.
Lost to me.
Have to ascertain for myself the reason for which I live, burned and bodiless. Shall I turn your runes? Just let my hand share them with me. Your thought.
Two of the late game arcane dex katanas are bugged, so you can respec it later, but bleed scaling on arcane.
Ukraine, Azerbaijan.
Are you talking about Moonveil and are you talking about Moonveil and Meteorite? Because that's what I'm talking about. I have the Meteorite one already, which is why I was gonna like either potentially rescale, or I mean respec, or so I have the Meteoric Ore one, which is like level 1 still, right? And I can strength it, it's just fine. I just need 18 int. But I think Moonveil is better, but the Moonveil fucking... I mean, these are S tier weapons. Farm runes for a bit. I mean, that's easy. I don't want to do that on stream. I mean, actually, I don't know. I guess we could do that on stream. That's like, there's like, if there's any cool rune farm spots that you guys know. Damn, these characters are like now common, which is crazy. Like this guy was literally a fucking like mini boss basically in the early stages of the game, and now it's just a common. Oh, come on, dude. Come on. Just fucking die. Sleeping Dragon gives 80k runes. Go to Fort Worth and get viewers to spawn in, and you can kill the massive dragon that gives you 90k runes. Ness likes to farm giants. In Vati Video's new video, you can see a trick to get easy 90k runes.
So much brain rot up.
Vati Vodea? What the fuck is Vati Vodea? To be honest, I don't think I need to farm.
Wood.
What is that thing, dude? That's the real question. Oh, that's one of the fat boys. Another. You added Vati video on. Ruler's robe. Uh-oh. Is that a GG's dragon? Oh my god, that is so angry. Tap. Good old one tap, dude. Good old one tap. Hey, old one tappy boy. That's nice. That's cool. I can't kill that fucking thing. That's... I'm doing like a little baby sliver of damage over here while the fucking boss is like literally clowning me. You're in a level 80 area? Am I that under leveled? What the fuck? Why? You skipped the dungeon? Which dungeon did I skip? I don't think I skipped the dungeon. I genuinely don't know why you guys keep saying I'm like, everyone keeps saying I'm fucking underleveled. I'm underleveled. Just smack him up a bit and if he leaves. Bro, I can't smack him up. The only thing I can smack up in this area are the fucking goats, okay? This shit's killing me. You missed a bunch of... You missed Nokron? AI Sil River and K-Lead. What was I gonna do? Oh, add charge the flask. Where the fuck is the map? This is crazy. Should I do these ruins or will they ruin me? Turkish Louisiana chatter says, hello from Louisiana. Louisiana has finished us. We are planning on moving to Ukraine. I was level 70 when I entered Laynel, but hey, do you? Okay, I don't know where the fucking entry point of this boss is, so... I mean, not boss, these ruins are, so... I guess GG's on that front, you know? Fuck levels, go wherever you please. I mean, there is... I don't know why I'm not a higher... I can't even talk about this. People are gonna talk shit. I mean, is Radon before this? Like, did I skip Radon? Am I supposed to do Radon before? I know that there's no technically supposed way to play this game, right? But... I missed a lot of bosses, even in Limgrave. I skipped Radon so I could level up and come back when I'm leveled up enough. Sniper ahead. Come on, dude. Pumpkinade! He's always one. Here's a progress map. Oh shit, that's actually great. Level 90 still stuck on Radon's annoying ass. Okay, bro, well, if you're still stuck on Radon's annoying ass, then I'm gonna be honest, like, I think you gotta change some stuff, you know? Shit. What the wait, what the fuck? Well, I can't talk shit because what the fuck do I know? I just got owned by, like, literally an early stage, not even a fucking real boss, you know? Okay, let's look at this game progress route. Oh, that's so confusing. Where the fuck's my... Oh, there it is. 10K, I can't skip that. I can't miss that. Oh shit. Jousting. Very nice. Joust this, you fucking bastard. Joust this, you fucking bastard. You're no match for my circle moves. That's right. Yeah, how about you joust that? You bastard. You're no match for my spin attack. No much whatsoever. What are these white flags like the way Radon? Shit. What the fuck? Don't know much. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. You were a little bit more of a fight than the previous one. Nice. Very nice. Got the Leyndell Knight armor. A dead horse. So glad I can watch you play this, get angry, but also follow the story. You're appreciated. Oh, thanks, man. I don't do any of the main plot point stuff offline for that reason, so that everyone can watch. I'm stuck. I'm stuck again. Fuck me, this thing. Shit, shit, shit.
Goddamn, this game is separate.
God damn it, that fucking big ass head. Pumpkinade. That doesn't do shit. What? Oh shit. Oh god. Oh god. Almost died there. That should not take this. This should not be that hard. It's crazy that it took me that much to kill this one fucking thing. Bandagas. Watching you play is better than playing it myself. I'm straight up not getting good. Oh no, I'm using it. I should not have done that. There's no reason to do this. There's no reason. What am I doing? What am I doing? Fuck! So annoying. Okay. Get back, get back, get back. One by one. You know the ways. You know the ways of the warrior. It's best to fight them 1v1. Not good to fight big boys together. You're good, but you're not that good. That's right. That's one. One down. 2 to go. This one's gonna be a tough cookie. It's gonna be a wee little bastard. Let's see if I can get him this way. Oh my god, that fucking armor hit. Devastating. Yeah, how about I break your paws, you bastard? Yeah, where are you now without all that paws? Did you test out the spell yet? No, I have not because I don't know how to do the spell. I don't think I can do it yet. Dude, Oksani upside and pick it. No, no one likes the Turkish accent, dude. Or not, it's not sexy. Here, like this. Is this how you do it? Like any old thing will do. How do I press up? How do I do it? I mean, it didn't do that much more to it. I don't think it greatly improved my attacks. As an Indian, I understand. It's just not sexy. What the fuck was that? Damn, it goes on for a while though. That's pretty fucking poggers. The enchantment goes for a minute. I don't know if it like greatly boosts attacks. Most important part is how cool you look with a lightsaber katana. True. That's factually correct. That's accurate. Strong foe ahead. The message says. The message lies. No strong foe ahead for me. It's only strong if you let it. Strong is a mindset. You're close to the map fragment? Cool. I tell you. Oh, what the fucking... Oh, these boys are back. The boys are back in town, dude. Oh my god, at least I can like fucking use them. At least I can use him against him, right? Come on now. Do it. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Wait, he doesn't hit each other? Wait, it's not hurting him? Why is it not hurting him? Since when do they not hit each other? Yeah, they turned off. They must have turned off friendly fire, boys. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh shit! Holy fuck! What reach, dude! What incredible reach. Oh, he's gonna hit me big. They've gotten better, dude. What the fuck, dude? Come on. That was dumb as fuck for me. Oh my god, I keep getting stuck in dumbass fucking... Oh no! 18,000. Christ. At least they're fucking... One of them is not gonna respawn. Hit them in the nape? Yeah, true. Can you skip this area? Fucking Christ. How annoying. No, they don't respawn. I don't think giants respawn. You can skip that area. I know, but I like to kill those big boys. Those things are fucking farms for points. I mean, those are rune farms basically. They're relatively easy to kill. Yeah, see? Oh wow, they're back. Oh shit. What? That was stupid. That's fucking bananas, dude. Why can't they hit each other? Runs in a straight line? Yeah, I was running behind the contraptions, chatter. But I don't know why they don't hit each other. They used to. Hold on. I'm gonna stand in front of it. Oh wow, it doesn't do it. They literally used to hit each other, so I don't know why it doesn't. Oh, what the now it hits me through his legs. Really, dude? That's fucking bullshit. Devs patch the cheesy shit all the time. I mean, that wasn't like cheese. That made sense. The archer hits not the axe, dude. I've killed enemies like this, 2 enemies exactly like this before, and they literally fucking would. I mean, I'm gonna get out of here. I already have too many. I have too many points. I don't want to lose them. I'm just trying to get to an area where you can't see me anymore so I can fucking potentially travel back. Yeah, they don't hurt each other. The axe dude keeps getting hit with the arrow and doesn't take any damage. That's new. That didn't used to be that way. That kind of sucks. There's a village above the giant city. Dude, that looks so sick. Are there enemies in that city? Probably, right? I mean, it's fucking Bloodborne. Go right down that tunnel. Also, I have no idea where the fucking map fragment is. Oh, Pumpkin comes back too? I wonder if when the I wonder if the harder the game gets, or rather, okay, let's see what's up on the other side. I wonder if like the harder the area gets, the less likely it is that you're gonna fucking have the less likely you're gonna be able to see if it fucking bends it like Beckham over here. The Grand Lift of Dectus. Oh, okay, so this is literally where the lift is. Where's the item? Motherfucker really took a full minute to say a sentence and didn't finish it. What I was gonna say is, I wonder if the harder the areas get, the less likely bosses don't respawn, because in other areas bosses don't respawn, right? Like when you kill like mini bosses and stuff. No, I didn't forget my souls. I got my souls. Like harder enemies that would otherwise be considered mini bosses, like the pumpkin head and shit, they normally do not respawn. They're no longer considered mini bosses in this area. They're considered regular mobs now. Like even the giants. It could also be that I have to kill both of them. Honestly. Oh shit. See if this motherfucker can curve it. If the health bar doesn't appear on the bottom of the screen, they can respawn. Am I crazy? I feel like they don't, but maybe I'm wrong, you know? Oh shit. Oh shit, fuck. Oh, what the fuck? That's fucking whack, dude. It like hits me through the wall and that's so whack. Oh god, and I'm stuck on a fucking rock! Shit like that is so lame. Like, you can't roll through a fucking rock, dude? Really? Am I dead? What is happening, dude? Oh shit. So lost. Where's this bitch's health bar? It's not, they don't have like a specific one. It doesn't even do that much, to be honest. It doesn't even do that much fucking damage. So, I mean, it doesn't even do that much, give me that many runes, right? Well, how many runes did it give me just now? Oh, 2k, that's decent. Five great arrows, that's it? Okay. In Nokron, there's mobs that don't move and give 3k. I have not been. Follow the road. I will. Am I going insane or do you have 18k runes? I did, and then I leveled up. I have not beat Radon yet, no. Chatters. Trying to find the other Grace. I don't know where it is. Go watch Earthlings? Go vegan watch Earthlings? What the fuck? In chatters.
Chat ass.
I wonder if anyone's like, oh man, like I was a carnist until this very moment, and then some fucking random chatter said, go vegan, watch Earthlings. And I thought to myself, wait, what the fuck is all this? More slave labor. These bastards always using slave labor. Tree surcoat, Grace on the left of the road. I'm gonna throw up. Yeah, me too. That's how I felt too when I saw the slave labor they're doing. I said to myself, oh god, I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up. A ballista. A ballista. Where the fuck is the Grace, bro? Where's the Grace and where's the goddamn map fragment? Holy shit, this guy probably has a fucking fat ussy. Uh-oh. Oh shit! Oh no. What the fuck? Chill, bro. He's got a great bow. He's got a great bow, he does. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Very good. Very great bow. The greatest, they say. Turns out, not good enough. Likely a weak foe is right. 'Tis a weak foe, alright. Draconic tree sentinels in this area. Super hard boss. Map fragment is shown on the map. Oh, there it is. Finally. It wasn't before. It was not before. It's only showing the map fragments now. It did not before.
Oh, 9 months. Hope I'm not crazy yet.
Alright, old man. No need to panic. Accept your faith and your demise. What's a golden seed? When you spin around enemies, I have to look away. It's not for the weak-stomached. You need big time mental, and you need a good constitution and the mental fortitude to be able to deal with the murder circle. The circle of death, they say. Every brave warrior is met. Every brave warrior at one point meets their demise on the murder circle. By the way, I have no idea what I'm supposed to be looking for here. I'm just fucking running around clapping fools and shit, but like, I legit don't know. Uh-oh. What are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do, mate? Huh? What are you gonna do? You're gonna get strong, lad? You're gonna get strong, lad? Is that what you're gonna do? Can I swing my sword on the left side of my horse too? No way, dude. I feel like I've farmed too much here. I'm gonna like I guess not that much, but I'm gonna fucking encounter like a massive boss now and then lose it all, you know what I mean? Oh, that's a friendly. What's going on then, milady?
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Oh, bless you. To the east, ruins of gold. To the west, the serpent's sacrilege. Wherever the path leads, so shall you follow. Wherever the path leads, only more sorrow. 'Tis a curse, a curse, the curse of Queen Marika. Your feet.
Okay, that was a little weird. You know, not my cup of tea, but it's all right then. Kill her? She's a thief? Wait, why? No, she's not. Literally not a thief. What do you mean? Are you still talking in a fake accent? I popped in and you were doing that 2.5 hours ago? Yes, what of it? It's not a fake accent if I believe that it's real. It's my real accent. Let her steal from you? Why would I do that? Wait, what is the intelligence I need? The stream is lads only. Simple as. That's right. $18. Holy fuck. I need the respec, bro. This is... I'm never getting to 18 intelligence. Can someone help me defeat Radon on PS5? No. Only God will help you beat Radon. You should get Moonveil already? Yeah, where's the Moonveil? Let's go get it.
Oh, dear. You might... Hey, are you here as a customer?
It's in the Gale Caves. You need 23 in for Moonveil? Yeah, but I can fucking respec. I'll get Moonveil and I'll respec. You have to fight a worm dragon for it? That's fine.
Nothing that suits your type.
It's in West Caelid. Somebody come get her because she's acting like a stripper. Is that what the... Is that what he's playing? Once I get Moonveil, I'll go respec. How about that? Wait, let me get this map fragment too real quick, and then we'll get the fuck out of here. Somebody come get her, 'cause she's acting like a stripper. Somebody come get her, 'cause she's acting like a stripper. That's right, bruv. This one's for the lads only. Somebody come get her. Change your helmet, please. Why? You don't like this armor? Royal Remains armor. No, this armor is fucking goated, dude. On a stack. The $150 goated armor. The best armor I have so far. It didn't help. It didn't help D though. Yeah, I mean it literally didn't help D because D got killed by me, unfortunately. He got massacred by my boy, by your boy. Wait till you beat Radon. The drip gets better from there. Wait, can you get... Oh, shit. I almost fell off this. Can you get Radon's fucking, drip? Oh, a tree, great a tree. The golden odor itself unwavering stretched to the sky. Confer your guidance to our Elden Lord. Put this weary world to rights. Oh shit. That's hitting way harder than I thought it would. The Elden Lord. Where's the fucking map then? I'm trying to find the fucking map then. Oh, what the fuck? Double tree sentinel. Alright. No time for the map then. Oh no. I didn't realize that we were fighting here with the Elden Lord. Little Liana, thank you for the raid, little Liana. Wait, what the fuck is up here? I mean, I've killed one tree sentinel easy peasy before. I don't think I can do two right now, though. Wait, should I go through here? All right, they're not coming. Fight them, you baby. I will. Hold on. Map of Liendel, the royal capital. Bait one at a time. Can you do that? Can you even do that? Can you bait one at a time? God, this game is so big, dude. Elden Lord. Oh my god, they fucking one-tapped him, dude. That's insanity. How do I get... How do I get these guys one by one, I think? Because I need to. Okay, one. Oh shit. Okay, I mean, I'll take it. I'll fight him. Come on, then. Oh, shit. Come on, then. Get in here, then. Come on, dumbass. Elden Lord time. How are you trying to defeat me, but you can't even get in here, then? The fuck is wrong with you? Oh, shit. Well, now I fucking died. Isn't that great? Great. Okay, I can do that. I just got cheese, dude. I wonder if there's one that's like worse than the other, you know? Why can't I fucking summon? Oh, I can't summon in here? That's weird. Whatever, alright, I'll just fight him, I guess. Oh, shit. What? Dude, stop, stop, stop. No! Oh, no! You fucking Christ. I hate when horse dies. Like, why, what am I, out of raisins? Like, why is that? Just automatically, when I have enough flasks, the game should literally just say, oh, he's probably trying to summon the horse. It's so fucking stupid that the game literally is not like, oh, do you want to use a flask? Like, what the fuck? What are you, insane? Just, yeah, of course. Just give me the fucking horse, dumbass. I wonder if he's trying to summon the horse. Like, yeah, I am. I'm literally trying to summon the horse. Are you fucking stupid? Yeah. I want, in 100% of the circumstances, I am trying to summon the motherfucking horse, dude. Chat's malding, but like, chat's joking, but I'm literally right. Like, I don't know how you're I don't know how you are saying, like, you're making it seem like I'm crazy for this one, okay? Like, chat will literally not let me have this, like, very simple fucking mechanic that 1000% is reasonable that the game should do, but it's not doing. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, great. That's great, dude. This is a great way to... This is a great situation I found myself in. That's not part of the difficulty, okay? That's not part of the difficulty. That's bullshit. Both of these are fucking bullshit. Both of those situations were bullshit. Not being able to fucking summon the horse. Not being able to summon the horse in that situation is bullshit. It's not a cheese, like, shut the fuck up. Just shut up, you're cheesing and the AI found you. Yeah, that's what happened, dude. That's what's going on. I was cheesing and the AI fucking noticed it. That's why it cornered me, and it's not because it's just fucking stupid as shit. Come on, dude. I don't want to go back there. What? That was a dodge, and you fucking know it, dude. Register that dodge, you dumb bitch game. Okay. Yeah, oh, here we go. Nice one. That's great. I love that. I fucking love that. I love that. It's great. There's an entire Undercity you haven't found past Radon. I just haven't. I'm just getting irritated, and I haven't tried it, and I don't care about the Undercity. I just want to kill this fucking tree sentinel one by one. I want to murk these fools. Oh shit, what am I doing? Cosmonaut beat a tree sentinel with level 1 no armor. That's crazy. That's cool. Every time, chat. Every time. It's so dumb. Okay. It's over. I'm not having fun. I'm straight up not having fun currently. It's the most annoying fucking part of the game is when you start getting farmed by a fucking random mob. Chatter said fight him on foot maybe. Yeah, that seems like a great idea. I should definitely fight him on foot. Yeah, never mind. See you tomorrow. I'm not done. I'm not fucking quitting, dude. Oh no, he's gonna fucking... Come on, come on, come on. Get in here. Is it dead already? Oh, the jelly can't make it into this point. Dude, come on. He one-taps the horse, dude. Dude, fuck. Yes! Yes! Every time, yes! The horse is a yes every fucking time, you dumb bitch game! So fucking stupid. What? Dude, that is fucking bananas, dude. I don't know how the fuck it does that every time. Shit! I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. So dumb. So fucking stupid. What? What? How did that do a one tap? How the fuck? What just happened? On using Scholar's armor, a low int is less effective than using fire grease or magic grease. Crap those instead. If you die fighting one, they both come back. I suspected that. He literally one-tapped me with the fucking shield bash. That's insanity, dude. Come on, dummy, get over here. Come on, come on. Come on. Come to Papa. God, fucking fuck you. What? Dude, I can... The damage just varies, I guess. Like... Sometimes I have 2 in the tank, sometimes I don't. It's just like, it's casual. It just like decides. It just completely depended on what the fucking game decides today. Sometimes it's higher than 2 taps, sometimes it's not, you know? I'm gonna try the fucking blood thing again. Oh, come. Dude, don't get stuck there, dumbass. Come on. Christ. Bleed. You better work, bitch. Untapped, of course he did. Here, that's what happens when you try to fucking... I was trying to get one last bleed off on him. Why not use horse heals to heal the horse? Dude, I don't know. I don't know why it's not automatically using the raisins. I don't know why. I guess I don't have enough or something. No, I do. I have 30. I have 30. Why is it not using it? You have to feed raisins manually? Wait, how does the horse get back up on its own sometimes then? Oh, sometimes the horse gets knocked out but not killed or something? No, not flask. Sometimes. Got it. I now I understand. Does lightning hurt them? If horse poise breaks, it despawns. Can you not add torrent to your pouch and just hit whenever you add it on the D-pad? What? No, you can't. What, like up here? I don't think you can put torrent up here. I have torrent on my pouch. Isn't Sentinel like the first boss ever? Dude, I killed it already. I killed Sentinel. This is a double Sentinel situation. Heat up, baby. Dude, what the fuck? What? Oh, come on. That's sick. That's sick when he's like... That's sick when he just goes, hey man, you're really fucking me up. So I think I'm just gonna decide to kill you. Like, I'm gonna one-shot you. That's a really cool moveset that this boss has, where it's like, hey, I've decided to just one-tap you. You know, fuck you. I don't even have any fucking additional shit. I'm just gonna go gritty with it. That's cool. That's cool. I love that. That was sick, dude. Thanks. I'm done. I'm so done. I'm done. I'm done for the night. I'm done for the day. I'm done forever. Okay? I'm done with this game. Good night, everybody. Seriously, fuck this. Fuck this game. Stupid fucking game, dude. Fuck this. All right, bye, guys.